do have the video preview, so the image is being sent.
La carrera principal de la Copa Racer en el Jarama. 3 coches en el horizonte. Vamos a ver si es un free ride. Creo que no, llega bastante claramente por delante Carrascal. Lo intenta forzar por dentro Escobar, que le intenta quitar la segunda posición a Sainero y se les va a colar por dentro. García para entregar ese primer premio a Costa Canaroglu.
Hola, ¿qué tal, racers? Muy buen día de carreras a todos. Bienvenidos al Circuito de Jerez, Ángel Nieto, en Jerez, Cádiz, Andalucía. Y bienvenidos a la carrera principal del cuarto meeting de la temporada 2025 de la Copa Racer Comfort Auto. Estamos aquí en directo en esta mañana húmeda, aún nublada, de domingo de noviembre ya, en el trazado mítico andaluz que cumple 4 décadas de existencia, un circuito que ha sido emblemático a nivel nacional e incluso en algunos casos también de forma internacional, sede del Gran Premio de España de motociclismo, antigua sede del Gran Premio de España de Fórmula 1 y también acogiendo a innumerables categorías entre las que se encuentran, por supuesto, las competiciones que participan este fin de semana en el Iberian Racing Festival, entre ellas la Copa Racer, que ha disputado ya 2 carreras este fin de semana, las 2 carreras sprint que tuvieron lugar en la jornada de ayer y que han deparado resultados la más de interesantes que pueden tener una influencia bastante notable en el desarrollo del campeonato. Un saludo de Adrián Fernández en nombre de todo el equipo que hace posible esta transmisión en directo a través del canal de YouTube de la Copa Racer con Forauto. Mandamos también, por supuesto, un saludo a toda la gente que nos esté viendo, tanto en directo, por supuesto, como en diferido, a través de las diferentes opciones que tenéis para visualizar este directo. Ahí estáis viendo la torre del tío Pepe, que va a ser la que presida esta carrera. Y, por supuesto, tenemos muchísimo de qué hablar con respecto a los sucesos de la jornada de ayer que han compuesto la parrilla de salida para la jornada de hoy. Dato importante, y esto es realmente relevante para el seguimiento de cómo va a ser este campeonato. Este es el último meeting de conformación normal en el que va a haber 2 carreras sprint y una carrera larga, porque el meeting final que tendrá lugar en Navarra el próximo 30 de noviembre será una carrera de 2 horas de duración. Ahí va a ser donde todo se decidirá y ya explicaremos el formato, pero en ese meeting la clasificación puntuará de forma equivalente a cómo serían las carreras sprint. Así que todo eso en un único día estará en juego. Hoy tenemos en la pole position a los pilotos que lideran tanto Racer GT como Racer Turismo de forma respectiva. Por lo tanto, tienen una posición muy buena para intentar aumentar su ventaja, pero también sus oponentes van a intentar reducirla y depender un poquito más de sí mismos en la ronda de Navarra. En la pole position tendremos en Racer GT al coche 114, el vehículo de Diego Carrascal, quien ayer tuvo una jornada realmente idílica, ganando esa primera carrera sprint, terminando cuarto en la segunda carrera sprint. La combinación de los resultados le sitúa en la pole position, le dio esos 25 puntos del resultado combinado y ha permitido que su ventaja crezca considerablemente después del desafortunado suceso en la salida de la primera carrera sprint, que ha terminado, por desgracia, con el fin de semana competitivo de Óscar Aparicio y Álvaro Barba, quien iba a ser su compañero este fin de semana. De hecho, Álvaro Barba había marcado la pole position para la segunda carrera sprint, pero nunca llegó a ocuparla. Un incidente bastante desafortunado con las luces del circuito de Navarra, un malentendido general que acabó desembocando en un incidente entre Óscar Aparicio y Ana Sainero. Por desgracia, los pilotos del 109 no han podido participar de ninguna más de las carreras de este fin de semana. Se van con un 0 en el casillero, que prácticamente supone el final de sus aspiraciones de campeonato. Y como decíamos, estos resultados, sumado a los 25 puntos de Diego Carrascal, le sitúa ahora mismo con una ventaja de 28 puntos, quedando todavía 75 en juego. 25 de ellos se van a repartir en esta carrera. Así que veremos quién es capaz de dar caza a un Carrascal que viene lanzado y con buen ritmo en Jerez. Seguramente uno de los hombres que ayer estuvo más en disposición de intentarlo, lo va a intentar también de nuevo hoy por activa y por pasiva. Es Pablo Carregal, el piloto del 107 de Frinsa, situado en tercera posición de la general, a solo un punto del segundo puesto, pero a 29 de Carrascal. Recortarle puntos hoy sería clave para su situación en la cita final de Navarra. Tras ello sale en el coche 117, el vehículo que ocupan Oliver Campos y Catalina Burguera, y el coche 119 de Juan Catalán. Atención principal, evidentemente, al 117, vehículo en el que Oliver Campos consiguió ayer la victoria en la segunda carrera sprint y por lo tanto ha permitido que esta dupla suba a la segunda posición de la clasificación con ese margen, ese déficit de 28 puntos que veremos si son capaces de recortar un poquito en la carrera de hoy. Catalina Burguera va a ser quien arranque la carrera. Oliver Campos cogerá el relevo en el segundo stint. Veremos cómo afectan los safety cars a la apuesta generalizada de la mayoría de equipos de reservar al su piloto más rápido para el segundo stint, porque en los 2 últimos años de carrera larga en Jerez ha habido safety car. Juan Catalán, como decíamos, en esa cuarta posición. Ayer logró un podio, así que no ha ido nada mal. Realmente de los pilotos individuales de los que mejor ritmo ha tenido este fin de semana. En la tercera fila aparece Pablo Burguera en el coche 101. También sigue con su racha de resultados consistentes el piloto de Tessit Motorsport. Y le acompaña en esa tercera fila el coche 100, el coche de Ana y Antonio Sainero, que han tenido indudablemente una temporada muy desafortunada. Ayer se sumó una vez más a un capítulo más a esa lista de decepciones de este año con ese accidente en la primera salida de la primera carrera. Antonio luego consiguió una segunda posición en la segunda sprint, lo cual pues les ha permitido maquillar un poco el impacto de este fin de semana. Veremos hoy, seguramente serán también muy competitivos. Recordemos que en este caso la salida es lanzada, a diferencia de las sprints, donde se trata de salidas en parado. La última posición en Racer GT, son 7 coches en vez de 8, como decíamos, por la retirada del vehículo de Hispano-Alemán Racing Team. Por lo tanto, el último vehículo es el coche 111, que ocupan este fin de semana Javier Escobar junto a la retornada Paloma Escobar, que no había formado parte este año de la Copa Racer y que hace su debut este fin de semana en Racer GT, acompañada de su padre. No compartían coche desde 2022. Y ahí estáis viendo uno de los vehículos que va a ser protagonista seguro en el Racer Turismo esta temporada, un equipo que ha tenido, como decíamos, un fin de semana complicado por ese problema que ha sufrido, por desgracia, no realmente culpa suya en absoluto, el coche 109. Es el coche de Francisco Braco y Carlos Medina, que también están teniendo un fin de semana muy complicado en cuanto a resultados. Van a salir desde la 5ª posición de Racer Turismo. El vigente campeón Francisco Braco será quien ocupe el segundo stint, relevando a Carlos Medina. Que por cierto, hemos de decir que en el coche de GTs está Álvaro Barba, porque no está este fin de semana César Romero debido a un problema de espalda, del que le deseamos por supuestísimo una pronta recuperación. Confiemos en que pueda estar para la ronda final. En Racer Turismo, quien ocupa la pole, como decíamos, es el líder Hugo Latorre, el piloto del coche número 7 de GT Corse, que comparte desde el segundo meeting con Guzmán Migueles. Ayer tuvieron un día inmejorable. Victoria de Latorre en la primera manga sprint, victoria de Migueles en la segunda. En ambos casos, además, sufriendo lo de lo lindo, pero mostrando un gran pilotaje. Veremos quién puede con ellos hoy. Sin duda alguna, quien lo va a intentar por activa y por pasiva es Javier Conejero, el piloto del coche 23, que sale en esa segunda posición. Piloto que ayer terminó en muy buenas posiciones, las 2 carreras, de hecho, en puestos de podio, segundo y tercero, y en puestos invertidos terminaron los pilotos del coche 25, Guillem Serna y Álvaro Rodríguez. Serna, que recordemos, ocupa en este momento la 3ª posición, la 4ª posición, mejor dicho, en la clasificación general, a 14 puntos de Hugo Latorre, acompañado desde el segundo evento por Álvaro Rodríguez. Y su tercer puesto de ayer, sumado al segundo lugar de Álvaro, les permite salir en esa 3ª posición. Conejero, de hecho, está un punto por delante de ellos en ese tercer lugar, y 2 puntos por delante de ellos está la dupla de Luis Maurice y Nahuel Pochuto, que son segundos a 11 puntos de la Torre. Salen desde el 4º lugar en esta prueba. De momento les ha costado encontrar el ritmo competitivo, a pesar de que Maurice marcó la pole para la primera carrera sprint. Si hoy es capaz de replicar ese gran ritmo, sin duda pueden empezar a aspirar con recuperar un poquito del terreno perdido en la jornada de ayer, donde pasaron de estar de 4 puntos del líder a 11. De momento tenemos cómo está la parrilla. Hay un pequeño retraso porque la carrera estaba prevista que empezara a las 9 de la mañana, pero como podéis ver va a empezar un poquitín más tarde. Esto nos da tiempo también para comentar el resto de la parrilla. Como decíamos, Francisco Braco y Carlos Medina ocupan esa 5ª posición en Racer Turismo. Y por último, Jaime Burguera en el coche 38, en este caso compitiendo en solitario. Ha estado compartiendo vehículo durante este año con su hermano Juan. Jaime ha estado en solitario este fin de semana. No ha sido, desde luego, un fin de semana que vaya a tener Jaime en el recuerdo, a menos en el recuerdo positivo, porque ayer sufrió abandonos en las 2 carreras sprint. Veremos si en la jornada de hoy la cosa se tercia mejor para el jovencísimo competidor de Speedy Motorsport y puede al menos sumar puntos en esta jornada. Así pues, estos son los protagonistas, los 13 pilotos de los 13 coches que van a estar en esta salida. Ahí tenéis precisamente al 114 y al 107, Zipizape, Carrascal y Carregal, que ayer se las tuvieron de lo lindo con Oliver Campos y a Antonio Sainero en esa segunda carrera sprint. Un gran duelo a 4 bandas que se fue reduciendo paulatinamente. Diferentes perspectivas sobre cómo se dio esa carrera sprint y ciertamente seguro que esperamos la misma competitividad en el día de hoy. Sale ya el aviso de 1 minuto, lo que quiere decir... Aviso de 1 minuto y minuto, aviso de 2 minutos. No, 1 minuto correctamente, así que en breve se empezará esta vuelta de formación y con ello podremos dar inicio a la carrera larga. Importante el tema de los handicaps, que van a tener un peso esencial en esta prueba. Pablo Carregal es el piloto del Racer GT que más handicap acumula de éxito reciente en este evento. 92 segundos, que son 12 más del handicap estándar del evento. Carrascal acumula 88 segundos, así que tendrá un mínimo de parada 4 segundos más rápido. Los Sainero tendrán 86 segundos. Todos los demás Racer GT tendrán 82 segundos, solo 2 más del mínimo establecido. Los únicos que cumplen el mínimo de 80 segundos en Racer GT son los Escobar, padre y hija, tendrán solamente 80 segundos de parada. Es el único coche de la parrilla, de hecho, que tiene esos 80 segundos. Arranca la vuelta de formación, mientras os comentamos que en Racer Turismo, La Torre y Migueles tienen el handicap máximo posible de parada. En vez de 80 segundos serán 96 de tiempo de parada mínima, como decimos, el máximo reglamentario a juzgar por los resultados de sus últimas carreras principales, que es el criterio con el cual se va aplicando esta acumulación y resta, según se van dando, de resultados. Terminar fuera del podio resta handicap, terminar en el podio acumula handicap. Conejero tiene 92 segundos de handicap, Mauricio y Pochuto acumulan 86 y el resto de pilotos de Racer Turismo están en 82. Importante esto desde la perspectiva de Serna y Rodríguez, que son los mejores situados en Racer Turismo entre aquellos que tienen que cumplir el handicap más bajo dentro de Racer Turismo. También, como decíamos, importante en el caso de Catalina Burguera y Oliver Campos. Así que veremos cómo se desarrolla todo esto. Como decimos, habitualmente el safety car suele tener una incidencia alta en las carreras largas de Jerez. De 4 años que hemos visitado este campeonato, el circuito andaluz, este es el quinto. En los 4 anteriores, en 3 de ellos han habido safety car durante la prueba. Claro, así que toda una estrategia que tendrán todos muy en cuenta seguramente mientras trazan estas curvas de este montañoso trazado, al menos en sus alrededores. Día, como decimos, razonablemente nublado, no frío bajo ninguna circunstancia porque las temperaturas todavía no han bajado. Había una probabilidad de lluvia de alrededor del 40%, pero de momento no parece ser que tengamos precipitaciones ni posibilidad de ellas, con evidentemente siempre la potencial situación en la que el agua del rocío puede mojar un poco ciertas partes. Nunca es descartable una pequeña precipitación, al estilo de lo que sucedió en 2021, que pueda alterar un poco todo, pero de momento, como decimos, no está en los planes. Ahí se estás viendo trazar por la horquilla del final de la recta trasera en este circuito de Jerez, un trazado de 4,4 kilómetros, muy técnico, con oportunidades contadas de adelantamiento, pero no desde luego imposibles. Como vimos en la jornada de ayer, les costó un poquito más en la primera, pero los Racer GT en la segunda se pasaron de forma profusa. Tienen un poquito más de dificultades los coches de Racer Turismo en ese sentido. Veremos si son capaces de combatirlas. Ahora pasando por la curva de Jorge Martínez Aspar, es la curva número 8 que lleva a la sección de Ángel Nieto y Peluqui, las curvas 9 y 10. Desde ahí la chicane Senna, la curva Ferrari y la horquilla de Jorge Lorenzo, que va a ser la última de los 13 virajes que afronten los pilotos en el día de hoy. Asistencia ya bastante pronunciada de espectadores, a pesar de ser una hora bastante temprana, ya hay un número razonable de espectadores tanto en el edificio de boxes como en las gradas. Por lo tanto, van a tener la oportunidad de empezar a ver acción en pista en esta Copa Racer, que hoy sirve de telonero para el resto de competiciones de este fin de semana, que incluyen, por supuesto, la Porsche Carrera Cup Ibérica, la Supercars Iberia y la competición de los Caterham, que ciertamente es uno de los grandes atractivos siempre de cada fin de semana de competición. Trazando ya esta chicane, desde ahí van a salir en formación, ya deberían empezar a formar estos pilotos en filas de 2. A partir de aquí tendremos ya el procedimiento de salida lanzada. 45 minutos de carrera más una vuelta, como siempre en estas carreras largas. La ventana de parada se va a abrir en el minuto 20 y durará 10 minutos. Y respectivamente de la aparición o no del safety car. Importante tener esto siempre en cuenta y siempre se incide en ello para que todos los pilotos lo tengan claro. Allí forman los GTs, ahí están formando los turismos, lo que quiere decir que la salida está a punto de producirse. Diego Carrascal lidera la parrilla en Racer GT. Vamos a ver cómo reacciona Pablo Carregal a esa arrancada. El semáforo que está en rojo y cuando se apague hará comienzo la carrera. Ahí están, van luces verdes. Arranca la carrera principal de la Copa Racer Comfort Auto en el circuito de Jerez. Y Pablo Carregal, que se ha puesto primero. Malísima arrancada de Diego Carrascal, que va a caer incluso a la 4ª posición. Le sigue detrás Juan Catalán. Ha habido ahí una arrancada malísima de Diego Carrascal. Ojo, cuidado, que ha caído a la 5ª posición. Entre los... no, 6º, de hecho, entre los Racer GT. No sé si tiene algún tipo de problema porque ahora se va a poner último. Con mucho tiento los pilotos en estas primeras curvas. Por detrás vemos que La Torre continúa siendo el líder dentro de la categoría de Racer Turismo. En breve tendremos las posiciones que no son las correctas, las que aparecen en pantalla. Con fortuna nuestros compañeros los cambiarán, pero ahí estamos viendo esos pasos por esos primeros sectores. Cómo está Carregal en esa primera posición. Ya se ha puesto segunda Catalina, no, este es Pablo Burguera. Este es Pablo Burguera, están yendo con mucho tiempo los pilotos, pero Pablo Burguera se ha puesto segundo. Vaya inicio de carrera sorprendente, y vamos a ver si Carrascal es capaz de recuperar lo perdido, porque esto sí que es una situación razonablemente inesperada. Ahí está yendo por el interior Ana Sainero para adelantar a, creo que es Juan Catalán, por la tercera posición, y ahí está Carrascal lidiando en este momento con Javier Escobar. Pista mojada, pista aparentemente húmeda, digamos, que es lo que creo que están acusando bastante. Los pilotos están yendo con mucho tiento. No parecía tan húmeda desde la perspectiva exterior, pero debe ser que estará lo suficientemente. Y cuidado, que se va un poco largo por ahí. Javier Escobar puede perder posiciones adicionales. Y Carregal, que tiene una oportunidad de oro ahora para recuperar tiempo y posiciones. 3 segundos de ventaja. Está yendo como un misil en comparación con el resto de pilotos. Sale con tiento Ana Sainero de esa zona. Ahí estará Juan Catalán también inmediatamente detrás. Y Carrascal, que le está costando mantener detrás a los Racer Turismo. Yo no sé si ese coche tiene algún problema, pero desde luego esta primera vuelta está siendo un auténtico desastre. Están yendo muy despacio. Está yendo muy despacio. Seguramente las condiciones de pista son bastante complicadas en estas condiciones húmedas de trazado, que ciertamente, desde luego, les están poniendo en un brete a todos ellos. Y ahí estamos viendo a Ana Sainero en ese tercer lugar, cuarto Juan Catalán, quinta en este momento Catalina Burguera, conteniendo detrás a Javier Escobar y Diego Carrascal, que sigue en esa última posición. Es que están frenando a los Racer Turismo. Fijaos cómo está Hugo Latorre, que no encuentra la forma de adelantarlo. Lo va a intentar, porque es que si no le va a tirar el coche Javier Conejero. Maurice está tercero, cuarto Francisco Braco, quinto Guillem Serna, sexto Jaime Burguera. Ahí está acelerando Carrascal para intentar recuperar una de las posiciones con Javier Escobar. Le va a lanzar el coche por el interior de la curva 1 y con ello va a recuperar la sexta posición. Pero vaya inicio más sorprendente de carrera en esta primera vuelta del circuito de Jerez. Y ahí está intentando buscar el hueco Conejero, que de momento no consigue hacerse con la posición. Fijaos cómo están yendo con muchísimo tiento por esa sección de curvas. Y cómo tiene, de hecho está adelantando, ya estamos viendo Hugo Latorre adelantando a Javier Escobar. Vaya situación inédita en la Copa Racer con Auto, donde la punta de carrera de los Racer Turismo está siendo capaz de pelear con los pilotos de Racer GT, coches que han ganado, de hecho los dos coches que ganaron las carreras sprint de la jornada de ayer, el 114 y el 117, y esto va a generar cambios. Vamos a ver si está atento Luis Maurice, que es alguien atento. Está muy combada esas posiciones de Racer Turismo. Ahí está Carrascal con esa zona que está mucho más mojada que el resto de la pista. Apura la frenada Catalina Burguera, veremos si no se va larga, que es una posibilidad. Y Maurice, que adelanta a Conejero. Maurice adelanta a Conejero por la segunda posición. Ha estado muy listo ahí el piloto balear para colocarse en esa posición. Y adelanta también al GT de Escobar, que está sufriendo una barbaridad. Y mientras encabeza, Carregal está volando. Está volando, aunque ha perdido bastante tiempo en el primer sector ahora. Y aún así tiene una ventaja de 4 segundos con respecto a Pablo Burguera. Ana Sainero en ese tercer lugar, creo que ya está pegada, de hecho, a Pablo Burguera por el segundo puesto. Y Juan Catalán ahí en ese grupito un poquito más por detrás. Ya tiene inmediatamente encima a Catalina Burguera y a Diego Carrascal. Como decíamos, vaya inicio de carrera realmente inesperado. Y situación idílica ahora mismo para Carregal, porque estaría recortando bastantes puntos a Carrascal, lo cual va a poner mucha presión sobre el piloto asturiano de cara a la cita final de Navarra. Muy lentos estos dos coches en estas condiciones de pista. Y vamos a ver Carrascal si le tira el coche a Catalina Burguera. De momento Catalina, que está frenando bastante bien, hay que decirlo. Me daba la impresión antes de que iba pasada, pero realmente está clavando sus marcas en condiciones muy complicadas. Ahí va a dar potencia a Catalán y casi pierde el coche de atrás. Y vaya situación para Hugo Latorre, que está teniendo que navegar entre 4 Racer GT en este momento. Conejero, por cierto, que ha recuperado la segunda posición en Racer Turismo, porque ha perdido 2 lugares Maurice. Maurice, que ha llegado a ponerse segundo, y en algún punto ha perdido lugar también con Francisco Braco. Veremos si la experiencia de Braco en este caso, piloto con más kilómetros y más curtido en estas batallas que Latorre y que Conejero, puede ser una ventaja para el competidor de hispano-alemán. Fijaos en esta sucesión de pilotos, parece que van detrás del safety car, pero es que realmente la pista está muy delicada en este momento. Ahí está avanzando Catalina Burguera intentando encontrar el hueco para superar o para dar caza a Catalán, pero es que acaba de perder posición con Hugo Latorre, de hecho. Tienen que tener muchísimo cuidado porque ahora mismo el diferencial de entre estos coches es mínimo. Realmente están teniendo muchísimos problemas para navegar estas condiciones de pista. No sé incluso si los pilotos de delante llevan neumáticos de mojado, mientras vemos cómo se salía un poquito por fuera de nuevo Luis Maurice. Eso explicaría en parte las diferencias de ritmo, porque Carregal está haciendo 2.21, Burguera 2.22, pero a este grupo le está costando ir en 2.25. Entonces no sé si se trata de una elección equivocada de gomas, y Carrascal, que está ahí tocándose en el quarter panel trasero derecho con Javier Escobar. Vaya situación de nuevo, como decíamos, inesperadísima para el líder de la general, que ha tenido una salida espantosa. Y como decimos, situación realmente muy interesante desde ese sentido. Vamos a ver también la pelea por la segunda posición, porque tiene que ser interesante entre Pablo Burguera y Ana Sainero. Uy, cómo le colea el coche ahí a Latorre, que tenga cuidado. Es que Latorre está ahora mismo quinto. ¡Ay, trompo! Ha habido trompo de uno de los Racer Turismo. No sé si es... ¿Hemos perdido a Latorre? ¿Puede ser? No, Latorre está ahí. El que se ha caído de posiciones es Braco. Es Francisco Braco, que se ha quedado cruzado. Ahí lo vemos al fondo cómo ha reemprendido la marcha. No sabemos si ha sido alguna colisión o que simplemente ha perdido el coche. Lo hemos visto que ha estado a punto de perder el control Hugo Latorre, que está cuarto absoluto. Latorre ahora mismo está delante de 4 Racer GT. Vaya espectacularidad. Casi un poco le vamos a tener que subir al podio de Racer GT a este paso a Latorre. Están lejos Burguera y Sainero, pero uno nunca sabe. Yo tengo la sospecha de que esto tiene que ser neumáticos. Casi con toda certeza tienen que ser neumáticos. Y ahí está Javier Escobar intentando adelantar a Catalina Burguera, que sigo diciendo está haciendo una labor muy sólida contra pilotos más experimentados en esta maquinaria. Fijaos cómo Conejero sale con mucha más velocidad que estos coches de Racer GT de la primera sucesión de curvas, y le va a meter el coche, de hecho, a Javier Escobar. Y mientras es que sigue con un ritmo sideral Pablo Carregal. Ha hecho la última vuelta en 2.18.6. Han rodado Pablo Burguera y Ana Sainero en 2.19. Pero es que el resto de Racer GT están rodando en 2.26. Así que evidentemente hay un diferencial de ritmo considerable. Están en 2.22 Hugo Latorre, de hecho. Así que es una diferencia de solo 4 segundos con los principales Racer GT. Ahí va Ana Sainero intentando poner presión a Pablo Burguera por ese segundo lugar. Ana Sainero, que recientemente ha pasado por el altar, pero que posiblemente ese sea el punto más álgido de una temporada francamente difícil para la vigente campeona, que ha tenido todo tipo de problemas, mayormente de causa ajena, que han impedido realmente que pudiera aspirar a revalidar el título este año, compitiendo con su hermano Antonio Sainero, que luego cogerá el testigo en esta carrera principal. Francamente sorprendente a muchos niveles lo que estamos viendo aquí. Y esto que puede tener también una incidencia, como decimos, considerable en el campeonato, porque ahora mismo Carrascal, que es último en el Racer GT, estaría perdiendo 13 puntos con Carregal, 13 puntos, lo cual, de forma provisional, evidentemente, acercaría a Carregal a 16 puntos de Carrascal. Así que ciertamente eso pondría bastante más tensión en la pelea por el campeonato, porque Carregal se pondría segundo. Y ahí está Ana Sainero, ahora sí ha conseguido bien el interior. Parecía que lo defendía a Pablo Burguera, pero a mitad de curva ha perdido velocidad y casi en la salida de la curva pierde el control del coche. Segunda posición para Ana Sainero, que ahora tiene que gestionar esta nueva situación de carrera a 8 segundos y medio de Pablo Carregal. Veremos si ahora que no tiene el tráfico de Pablo Burguera es capaz de ir más rápida que Carregal, porque está haciendo muy buenos tiempos a rebufo de Pablo. Vamos a ver si ahora con aire limpio puede aspirar a intentar recuperar esa desventaja con Carregal o acercarse lo máximo posible. Latorre, que sigue... es que Latorre se ha marchado de los GTs que tenía detrás. Es que es espectacular el ritmo de este piloto con el turismo. Evidentemente tiene que haber, como decimos, esa diferencia de neumáticos o de configuración o lo que sea, porque ciertamente es una situación bastante anómala. Ahí está Carrascal, a rebufo de Burguera. Ha perdido mucho terreno ahí Escobar. Escobar ha perdido varias posiciones, a lo mejor quizás una ligera pérdida de control. Pero Carrascal ya está intentando recuperar otra posición con Catalina Burguera, que, insisto, está haciendo una fantástica labor en esta carrera. Por supuesto, todos estos pilotos están haciendo una fantástica labor, evidentemente, negociando condiciones muy complicadas y posiblemente sin tener las mejores gomas. Ojo, cuidado, que allá va Luis Maurice. Sabe que los puntos son importantísimos, que cada uno cuenta, que tienen que intentar reducir la desventaja con Hugo Latorre por el exterior sobre Javier Conejero por la segunda posición en Racer Turismo. De momento no lo consigue, se defiende el piloto de GT Corse, el piloto del 23, en este duelo por lugares de podio. Se ha quedado un poco más retrasado Guillem Serna en esa cuarta posición. Tiene a Jaime Burguera a poco más de un segundo y también a Francisco Braco, que también intentará recuperar terreno después de esa pérdida de control que le ha llevado a trompear anteriormente. Llevamos ya completadas 4 vueltas de carrera, esta es la quinta. Y estas velocidades reducidas que evidentemente van a suponer que serán quizás menos vueltas incluso de las inicialmente previstas. Se lanza por el interior ahora Maurice sobre Conejero, no lo consigue de nuevo. El sitio complicado, ha intentado sorprender al piloto del 23. Vamos a ver si el hispano-argentino es capaz en esta ocasión de tirar el vehículo ahora quizás por el interior, hacerle un fade. Parecía que lo había pensado, pero no ha llegado a buscar esa alternativa. Y de momento la segunda posición que sigue siendo para Conejero, mientras por delante Carrascal no puede con Catalina Burguera, que sigue ocupando esa cuarta posición dentro de los Racer GT. Buenas noticias sin duda alguna para su compañero Oliver Campos, que seguro que está deseando subirse al vehículo y aplicar su experiencia en estas condiciones. 9 segundos ya de ventaja de Carregal, que pese a que Ada Sainero rueda con aire limpio, sigue yendo más rápido que ella. 2.16.1 Pablo Carregal en esta última vuelta. La pista sigue mejorando paulatinamente. 2.16.3 Ana Sainero en este giro más reciente. Burguera en ese tercer lugar, perdiendo ritmo, pero en una posición bastante cómoda ahora mismo. De momento el podio no está en peligro. Y de hecho, evidentemente siguen rodando. Yo creo que los tiempos ya de Burguera están bastante a la par de lo que están haciendo los Racer GT por detrás. No muy dispares. Y a medida que la pista se vaya secando, estos pilotos posiblemente irán encontrando el ritmo y la confianza. Pero es que siguen ahí pegados los Racer Turismo. Y ojo que Conejero se la sigue defendiendo con ahínco por esa zona mojada, que le va a complicar un poco la existencia en la frenada. Por cierto, ha adelantado Carrascal a Catalina Burguera, no lo hemos mencionado, pero Carrascal recupera la quinta posición en pista. Y cuidado esa aceleración, quinta posición en pista, cuarta dentro de Racer GT. Porque en los turismos Hugo Latorre ha dicho: hasta luego Lucas, ahí os quedáis. Y le ha metido ya 9 segundos a Conejero, que sigue ahí inmiscuyéndose en los asuntos de los Racer GT. Vamos a ver si esta vez Mauricio aprovecha que no ha tenido una trazada muy confiada ahí. Conejero, que tenga que tener cuidado, que Catalina ahora está teniendo dificultades. Y eso puede jugar a favor de todos ellos. ¡Trompo! ¡Hay trompo! Catalina Burguera, que pierde. Creo que ha habido colisión, de hecho. No sé, creo que ha sido posterior al trompo. Se han llegado a tocar. Uy, sí, de hecho está dañado el frontal del coche de Javier Conejero, de hecho de forma bastante considerable. Y vemos cómo está expuesto el radiador, partes del vehículo. Veremos si lo puede aguantar 5 minutos más, al menos hasta la ventana de paradas, y que puedan hacer las reparaciones en pits, porque esos daños son considerables. Ahora mismo, al tener esa tercera posición en Racer Turismo, es una posición ventajosa y tiene ventaja también en pista con respecto al resto, así que quizás pueda alargarlo. Pero si empieza a perder trozos de coche en pista, que es una posibilidad ahora mismo, quizás los comisarios decidan sacarle... ¡Uy! Se le levanta el capó. ¡Ay, ay, ay, ay! Se le levanta el capó a Conejero, que va a tener que parar. Va a tener que parar. ¡Qué mala suerte! Pasando justo por la recta. Va a tener que parar el coche Conejero, que podría haber entrado a pits. Ha decidido seguir por si podía gestionarlo un poquito más, o pensando que los daños no serían tan dramáticos. Y se le ha levantado el capó en plena recta. Y va a tener que parar el coche. Vaya desastre para Conejero, que imagino que intentará reemprender la marcha, porque de lo contrario será una pérdida de puntos bastante notable para el piloto de GT Corse. Qué mala fortuna también en ese incidente. Tras perder el control, Catalina Burguera inmediatamente delante. Me ha dado la impresión de que ha sido trompo y posterior toque. No necesariamente que el trompo se haya producido por el toque, pero como os digo, no es la impresión que me ha dado en directo. Y ahí estamos viendo a Guillem Serna, que debido a este incidente sube a la cuarta posición dentro de los Racer Turismo. Ahí está inmediatamente detrás Jaime Burguera. Y un poquito por delante tiene a Francisco Braco, que ocupa ahora mismo ese tercer lugar. Después de su trompo, Braco ahora está delante de Guillem Serna. Los ha adelantado tanto a Guillem como a Jaime Burguera. Y ahora ocupa ese tercer lugar. Y bueno, espero que puedan ayudar a Conejero, como mínimo a que pueda bajar el capó e intentar llegar a pits. Pero es que tiene toda una vuelta que hacer. Y ese capó perfectamente se le puede volver a levantar. Así que no sé si tendrá la posibilidad de volver al pit, hacer las reparaciones y continuar. Pero puede ser ciertamente una situación muy, muy, muy desafortunada para el 23. Llevamos ya 16 minutos de carrera. Pasa por meta Pablo Carregal, que ha perdido... Bueno, safety car, safety car. Tenemos safety car en pista. Tenemos safety car en pista en un momento clave porque es justo antes de la ventana de paradas. Lo decíamos, la incidencia del safety car. ¿Cómo puede tener y aparecer? Hay salida de pista, se ha quedado fuera de pista. Catalina Burguera se ha quedado en la gravilla. No sé si esto es el incidente anterior o ha sido otra salida de pista, pero está en la gravilla Catalina Burguera, el coche del segundo clasificado en la general, con Oliver Campos, que no sé yo si va a poder subirse al vehículo del segundo stint. Vaya desastre para Tesit Motorsport después del buen día que tuvieron ayer. Se queda en la gravilla Catalina. Veremos si los servicios de recuperación del circuito de Jerez son capaces de volver a poner ese coche en pista, pero la situación ahora pasa a ser idílica para Carregal, aunque es cierto que ese problema del 117 le va a permitir a Carrascal recuperar al menos un par de puntos. Carrascal, que ahora mismo está cuarto entre los Racer GT. Y como decimos, todavía no se ha abierto la ventana de paradas, por lo tanto es bastante posible que en el próximo paso por meta todavía sea demasiado pronto para parar en pits. Carregal es el líder, Ana Sainero segunda. Situación fantástica para los Saineros justo antes de que se suba Antonio. Así que ciertamente Ana aquí puede estar viendo la posibilidad de sumar una nueva victoria a su palmarés también. Pablo Burguera tercero. Ahí está Hugo Latorre, el líder de Racer Turismo, en la cuarta posición absoluta de la prueba. La pista sigue mojada en ciertos puntos. Veremos a ver qué deciden los equipos en este sentido. Diego Carrascal es quinto, cuarto entre los Racer GT. Detrás de ellos estaría Javier Escobar y Juan Catalán. Y como decimos en Racer Turismo, Latorre es primero, Maurice segundo, Braco tercero, Guillem Serna cuarto, Jaime Burguera quinto. Se ha quedado fuera de pista Conejero, que no sé si ha conseguido reemprender la marcha. Intentaremos... tengo la impresión de que no. Y veremos si al menos son capaces de sacar el vehículo de Catalina de esa escapatoria de gravilla que ha causado esta situación de safety car. Pues son 5 años de Jerez y cuarto año en el que la carrera larga cuenta con la aparición del coche de seguridad. No perdona el trazado andaluz. Y como decimos, sospechamos que en el próximo paso por meta todavía es demasiado pronto para que estos pilotos puedan hacer su parada. Les va a pillar por pocos segundos antes de que se abra la ventana, por lo tanto no van a poder hacer su parada. Por poder pueden parar si quieren. Bueno, se mete Carregal. Carregal se mete a pits y yo no sé si esto es una decisión acertada, porque la ventana, insisto, no está abierta. De hecho, se ha quedado parado en la entrada a pits Carregal. Se ha quedado parado en la ventana a pits. Bueno, se van a quedar varios parados en la ventana, en la entrada de pits, esperando a que se abra ese periodo de donde se puede hacer la parada. Y estamos viendo al 34 también, el coche de Luis Maurice y el coche 1 de Francisco Braco. Vamos a ver, porque esto es una situación también sin precedentes. Ahora le hacen el gesto precisamente a Maurice para que avance. Se han esperado en la entrada de pits a que se abriera la ventana. Yo no sé, honestamente yo no sé hasta qué punto eso es algo que se puede hacer o no. Eso se lo dejamos a los comisarios. Pero lo cierto es que si no han entrado en el pit lane en el momento que toca, pues han hecho la parada correctamente. Así que Ahí se va a producir esa detención. Han parado Maurice, Braco, Serna y Jaime Burguera dentro de la categoría Racer Turismo. Es decir, todos menos Hugo Latorre, que además tiene ese hándicap. Y en Racer GT este es el único coche que ha parado en pits. Pablo Carregal, que ya era el líder de por sí. Veremos a ver cómo afecta esto en cuanto a la composición del orden de carrera. ¿Qué pasará cuando salgan estos coches que van a haber hecho una vuelta más? Y cuándo se va el safety car, que esto también tiene una incidencia, porque si el safety car se va ahora de pista, evidentemente todos estos pilotos van a perder muchísimo tiempo. Muchísimo tiempo. Situación estratégica en esta carrera que nos sigue lanzando bolas curvas, como si de un buen pitcher de béisbol se tratara. Recordamos, situación de safety car por una salida de pista de Catalina Burguera en un incidente, o después de un incidente, no sabemos si está directamente vinculado a ese trompo en el que se vio afectado con daños Javier Conejero, quien también se ha quedado aparentemente fuera de carrera. Salen de pits todos los pilotos implicados en el duelo de Racer Turismo. Veremos en qué orden, porque esto puede ser la pelea por el liderato absoluto, porque Latorre, perfectamente con esta situación que se ha dado, estaría quizás en disposición de perder el liderato y evidentemente con el mayor hándicap que tiene que cumplir, pues más problemas aún. De hecho, todos estos pilotos que han parado tienen un hándicap bastante similar, a excepción del 34 de hispano-alemán, el coche de Maurice y Pozzuto, que tenían que hacer 4 segundos de más. Carregal, de hecho, tenía un hándicap bastante grande que potencialmente puede aumentar al máximo de cara a Navarra, a 96 segundos. Estamos viendo esa recta principal. No sabemos cómo van las labores de recuperación del vehículo de Catalina. Ya veremos el siguiente paso por meta. Oh, creo que se ha ido el safety car, ¿puede ser? No creo que se haya ido el safety car. Creo que todavía está el safety car en pista. Y simplemente estos pilotos que han parado están acelerando para recuperar su posición con respecto al resto del pelotón. Lo cual creo que les permitiría ganar posición con respecto a todos los líderes. Ahí está el safety car, sigue en pista. Y ahora el resto de líderes que toma la determinación de hacer la parada. Y entiendo ahora que el safety car, claro, se va a tener que esperar a que esta gente salga de pits, básicamente. Ahí están. Todos estos pilotos haciendo su parada. Los que quedaban. Ana Sainero, que va a cambiar el vehículo a Antonio Sainero. Pablo Burguera. Hugo Latorre, que va a dar el relevo, le va a dar el relevo Guzmán Migueles, Diego Carrascal, Javier Escobar, que le va a reemplazar Paloma Escobar, y Juan Catalán. Mientras en los pilotos que sí han parado en pits en la vuelta anterior está Francisco Braco, bueno, ahora Carlos Medina, que ha cogido el relevo a Francisco Braco, por delante de Nahuel Pozzuto. De hecho, ahí los estamos viendo pasar por meta. Álvaro Rodríguez, Pablo Carregal y Jaime Burguera, que en efecto, por el efecto de haber parado en la vuelta anterior y haber podido recuperar el ritmo del safety car mientras estos pilotos iban lentos detrás del safety car, los van a adelantar a todos. Lo cual significa que en este momento Carlos Medina, con el 1 del Racer Turismo, está liderando la prueba. Los 3 primeros en este momento son coches de Racer Turismo: Carlos Medina, Nahuel Pozzuto y Álvaro Rodríguez. Ahí sale Antonio Sainero, ahí sale Pablo Burguera y detrás de él Juan Catalán. Pero estos pilotos van a salir detrás de toda la marabunta, al menos de 4 Racer Turismo. Carregal es el único que está metido en medio de ellos. Insisto, en una situación relativamente idílica, aunque ahora va a tener que adelantar a los Racer Turismo en pista. Jaime Burguera está quinto, del orden global es cuarto en Racer Turismo. Y detrás de él se van a situar el resto de GTs. Antonio Sainero, Pablo Burguera, Juan Catalán y Diego Carrascal, que estaría ahora mismo quinto en Racer GT entre los coches en pista, solo por delante de Paloma Escobar. Y el desastre que ha sido esta situación para Hugo Latorre y Guzmán Migueles, que ya de por sí tenían que cumplir un gran hándicap. Además de ello, han parado una vuelta más tarde. Situación que, insisto, veremos si esto es algo que se investiga o si se determina que es perfectamente válido, si fuera el caso. Uy, ha habido cambio de posición ahí, puede ser, entre el 34 y el 7 y el 1. Ha habido cambio de posición ahí entre Maurice y Braco, que son los pilotos que tendrían que estar detrás de un safety car que se mete a pits sin nadie detrás, porque el safety car no ha esperado a los líderes. Situación bastante confusa esta, y ahí está, así que está Braco en esa primera posición. El safety car ya está en pits, lo que quiere decir que ya estos pilotos van a poder competir con bandera verde en cuanto pasen esta última horquilla de Jorge Lorenzo. Ahí los ven. Los 3 primeros de la carrera son los 3 primeros de Racer Turismo. Ahí está Pablo Carregal. Arranca Braco, arranca Medina, mejor dicho. No, disculpe, Braco, que ya le he mencionado 6 veces sin querer. Carlos Medina lidera la prueba. Vamos a ver si Pozzuto es capaz de coger esa primera posición. Duelo por la victoria al más puro estilo Copa Racer 2022. Pelean por el liderato los minis. Vamos a ver de qué es capaz de hacer aquí Pozzuto. Está Álvaro Rodríguez inmediatamente detrás y Carregal con el GT. Vamos a ver, porque aquí no puede haber banderas azules. Están peleando por posición legítima y va a tener que adelantarlos, y ellos no tienen la obligación de dejarse adelantar. Aunque compiten en clases completamente distintas, Carregal realmente no tiene que tomar casi ningún riesgo, porque es que la parrilla se ha quedado completamente fracturada por este ritmo del safety car. Cuidado que está bloqueando ahí Medina, perdiendo posición con Nahuel Pozzuto, que se pone primero. Nahuel Pozzuto se pone el líder de la carrera. Está adelantando por fuera Carregal. Qué riesgo ha asumido Carregal ahí por el piano. Yo creo que innecesario, porque tiene muchísima ventaja con Antonio Sainero, pero igualmente yo tampoco me querría confiar. Teniendo a Antonio Sainero apretando por detrás. Carregal, que va a intentar ponerse en ese primer lugar en pista. Se va largo Pozzuto. Vamos a ver si aprovecha esto Álvaro Rodríguez, que ha adelantado a Carlos Medina. Pozzuto se mantiene delante en esa primera posición. Duelo a 3 en pista mixta, condiciones que todavía son muy complicadas por el liderato de Racer Turismo. Y trompo de Carlos Medina. Que va a perder la estela de los primeros. Jaime Burguera va a subir a posiciones. No, Jaime Burguera se ha quedado trompeado delante. Jaime Burguera justo trompeado en la siguiente curva. Decía que iba a quedar tercero. Bueno, casi pierde también el control aquí Pozzuto. Cuidado que no se choque con Álvaro Rodríguez. Inmediatamente delante, las condiciones de pista complicadísimas. Además, neumáticos fríos después del safety car. Vaya vuelta llena de acción que hemos tenido aquí en el circuito de Jerez. Y ahí estáis viendo a Álvaro Rodríguez, que se coloca al líder de Racer Turismo en esta vuelta llena de sobresaltos. Y ahora creo que eso va a ser muy difícil arrebatárselo. Veremos si Nahuel es capaz de hacer algo en estas condiciones, pero Álvaro, que ciertamente tiene ya mucha experiencia en este vehículo y en este tipo de carreras, como ha entrado ahí dejando correr el tren trasero del coche Pozzuto, que va a tener que dar el 120% para intentar conseguir una victoria que les ayudaría mucho ahora mismo, sobre todo con la situación de Hugo Latorre y de Guzmán Migueles, que están muy detrás ahora mismo. No han reprendido la marcha, confirmamos, por cierto, ni Javier Conejero ni Catalina Burguera. Se va a quedar a pie Oliver Campos, que al menos ayer consiguió la victoria. Pero esa pérdida de puntos que les va a hacer ceder prácticamente... Vamos a ver hasta qué punto, pero van a perder muchas opciones de campeonato, si no todas. Realmente Carregal pasa a ser ahora el piloto sobre el que está puesta la atención a nivel de título en este momento. Carrascal, estando quinto de Racer GT, sumaría 16 puntos por los 25 de Carregal, por lo que el piloto líder, el piloto de Frinsa, recortaría su desventaja de 29 puntos a 20 puntos, quedando 50 en juego después de este fin de semana. Campos y Catalina Burguera, con este problema, se quedarían ya muy lejos, a 44 puntos. Tendrían opciones matemáticas, pero este abandono prácticamente pone la puntilla a sus opciones de título. Y ahora hacemos los cálculos en Racer Turismo porque también puede ser una cosa divertida. Mientras veíamos ahí a Antonio Sainero atacando a Nahuel Pozzuto, por lo que es el tercer lugar del orden absoluto de carrera. Es decir, tal y como está la carrera ahora mismo, es bastante plausible que al menos uno de los Racer Turismo termine entre los 3 primeros. Porque es que la carrera, como decimos, la parrilla ha quedado completamente fracturada y Pablo Burguera, que es tercero de Racer GT, está ahora mismo a 15 segundos de este duelo. Así que le va a costar mucho llegar a la altura de Pozzuto, ya no os digo Álvaro Rodríguez. Como digo, son clases separadas, pero igualmente la mar de sorprendente. Ahí adelantado Ana Sainero. Antonio Sainero, para ponerse tercero del orden absoluto. Sigue siendo segundo en Racer GT. Desventaja de unos 13 segundos con respecto a Carregal, quedando 13 minutos. Veremos cómo se adapta Antonio a estas condiciones. Burguera, que tiene un margen de 6 segundos con Juan Catalán, y Catalán a su vez de 3 segundos y medio con Carrascal, que estará seguramente en modo supervivencia. Y en Racer Turismo, como decíamos, ahora después de esa primera vuelta de resalida llena de acción, los trompos de Jaime Burguera y de Francisco Braco han separado ya esas diferentes peleas. Ahí está Antonio, ahora sí alcanzando, ya adelantando a Álvaro Rodríguez. Dos campeones de la Copa Racer con Forauto en diferentes coches, demostrando gran habilidad, aunque de momento el hombre que lidera, el hombre que controla esta carrera en Racer GT al menos es Pablo Carregal. 10 segundos de margen con respecto a sus más inmediatos perseguidores. Ahí al fondo está Jaime Burguera, que con el complicadísimo fin de semana que ha tenido, incluido el doble abandono de ayer, tiene a tiro la posibilidad de terminar en el podio. Ahí al fondo viene Francisco Braco, que seguramente va a venir como un tiro también en otro fin de semana muy complicado para el coche número 1, Carlos Medina. Es el piloto del 1 en este momento. Y Medina, que también querrá ese podio. Un coche que empezó ganando poles a por doquier la temporada, pero cuyo rendimiento ha ido decayendo paulatinamente a lo largo de 2025. 12 minutos para el final de la prueba, que con esta situación tan peculiar que hemos tenido de carrera, primero con las condiciones mixtas de asfalto que todavía siguen existiendo. La mejor vuelta es un 2.12, estamos a 15 segundos de los mejores tiempos de ayer, pero es que han llegado a ser tiempos de 2.22 a principio de carrera, así que todavía la pista está muy delicada. Y eso sumado a la situación del safety car, que como ya sucedió hace 2 años, ha partido por la mitad el orden de la carrera. Gente que ha aprovechado para parar justo cuando se abrió la ventana, quedándose detenidos en la entrada del pit lane. Situación que, insisto, yo entiendo que no es necesariamente ilegal, pero es inédita realmente. Creo que nunca nos había sucedido una situación así. Imagino que luego esto se revisará, pero no me da la impresión de que sea algo que sea necesariamente sancionable. Aún así, como digo, eso le compete más a los comisarios que a quien les habla. Y la carrera bastante estabilizada. Veis que ya no hay casi duelos por posición. Ahora mismo la clave es sobrevivir a la pista. Y hemos visto que está suficientemente delicada, que con el tema de los neumáticos post-safety car de por sí también cualquiera está expuesto en cualquier momento. Y con los coches mezclados de posición entre los Racer Turismo y los Racer GT, siempre hay el riesgo de que te pase una situación como la que han sufrido Catalina Burguera y Javier Conejero. Con estos resultados, si se mantuvieran en lo que resta de carrera, con la victoria de Serna y Rodríguez, la verdad es que el campeonato quedaría bastante interesante. Ahora os haremos un cálculo rápido para que os hagáis una idea de qué es lo que no os tenéis que perder este 30 de noviembre, donde será la última carrera de la temporada de la Copa Racer con Forauto. 2 horas en Navarra. Tendremos gran participación, se esperan más competidores, se esperan más coches y se espera sin duda alguna mucha más emoción. Podrán meter incluso hasta 3 pilotos por coche los competidores si así lo requieren, y en algún que otro caso seguramente será incluso una ventaja nada despreciable. Pues tal y como está la cosa ahora mismo, en este orden de carrera, en este momento concreto, la diferencia entre Hugo Latorre y la dupla de Luis Maurice y Nahuel Pocciuto se recortaría a tan solo 5 puntos. Pero es que Guillem Serna también estaría a 5 puntos de la Torre. 167 puntos tendría la Torre, 162 Mauricio Pocciuto, 162 Guillem Serna. Ese sería el escenario para esa última ronda en Navarra. También tendrían opciones Carlos Medina y Francisco Braco a 22 puntos. También tendrían opciones, aún a pesar de todo, Javier Conejero a 29 puntos. Aún tendría opciones también el piloto del 23 de GT Corse. Así que sería un duelo de 5 vehículos potencialmente por hacerse con el título en esta competida categoría, que ha tenido un desarrollo desde luego muy variado a lo largo de 2025. El patrocinio cumple con lo que estamos viendo. Solo es como está ahora mismo Carregal. Pero mucho ojo a lo que estamos viendo ahora mismo, porque Antonio Sainero acaba de apretar el crono de una forma hasta ahora no vista en esta carrera. 2.84. En la última vuelta le ha metido 1,9 segundos a Pablo Carregal. La diferencia en meta era de 6,6. Vamos a ver la siguiente referencia, porque existe la posibilidad de que Antonio Sainero dé caza a Pablo Carregal, y esto es importantísimo en la pelea por el campeonato, porque puede ser la diferencia entre que Carregal salga de este evento a 20 puntos de Carrascal o a 23. Y recordemos que con estas diferencias existe la posibilidad de que si Carrascal termina la clasificación del evento de Navarra con más de 25 puntos de ventaja, de que el piloto asturiano se proclame campeón antes incluso de que se dispute la prueba de 2 horas. Así que importantísimo que Carregal se apriete los machos. En la última vuelta ha perdido 1,5 segundos. 2.090 Carregal, 2.75 Antonio Sainero. 6,3 segundos al paso por meta. En las últimas 2 vueltas ha recortado 3,5 segundos. Aproximadamente nos quedarán unas 4 vueltas de carrera. Vamos a ver cómo termina esto, porque Antonio quizás está en disposición de conseguir la que sería, en esta dificilísima temporada para los vigentes campeones de la Copa Racer con Forauto, su primera victoria del año. Parece mentira, pero todavía los Sainero no han ganado esta temporada en la Copa Racer. Y existe la posibilidad de que aquí llegue la primera, de la mano de Antonio, que ha quedado segundo en las 2 sprints que ha disputado en individual en los 2 últimos meetings, después de que tanto Cheste como Estoril fueran prácticamente un 0 a la izquierda por los diferentes problemas mecánicos y de incidentes que les dejaron apartados prácticamente de toda competición. Está rodando mucho más rápido Antonio, mucho más rápido. Va a tener que arreglar una situación muy complicada en la que va a tener que pensar con la cabeza. Hay muchos puntos importantes. Antonio no se juega en nada. De hecho, por mucho que haga, no le da el margen de puntos a Ana Sainero, por ejemplo, para pelear el título en la última carrera. Está demasiado lejos. Pero Carregal sí tiene eso en mente, y veremos hasta qué punto lo aplica. Cinco minutos para el final de carrera. Cruza meta Antonio Sainero. La última vuelta es un 2.74. Le ha recortado 1,3 segundos a Carregal, que está reduciendo paulatinamente la sangría. 5,1 segundos al paso por meta. A este ritmo llegaría Sainero en 4 vueltas. Y puede ser que sean 3 vueltas lo que nos quede de carrera. va a estar apretado al límite como el filo de un cuchillo. Duelo en la distancia que puede ser que dentro de muy poco ya no sea duelo en la distancia entre un campeón y un piloto que quiere ser campeón, que ha demostrado hechuras a lo largo del año y que está aprovechando potencialmente un día discreto de Diego Carrascal, que hemos de decir, por cierto, que Juan Catalán ha perdido mucho terreno y ha perdido posición, de hecho, con Carrascal hace unas cuantas vueltas. Así que ahora mismo Carrascal estaría sumando los puntos correspondientes a la cuarta posición en Racer GT. Por lo tanto, en este momento, la diferencia entre ambos pilotos sería de 22 puntos. Pero si Carrascal pierde la carrera y termina segundo en esta cita, Carrascal saldría de aquí con 25 puntos de ventaja. Lo que quiere decir que si terminara por delante de Carrascal en la clasificación combinada de las dos qualis de Navarra, sería campeón ya allí de la clase Racer GT. Así que ahora mismo esto es decisivo a todos los niveles. Antonio Sainero trazando con delicadeza, con finura, pero también con la agresividad necesaria para sacar el máximo partido a este BMW M2, el vehículo que ha compuesto desde el año pasado la clase Racer GT, el coche número 100, el número de los campeones, buscando el primer triunfo. Ya se ven, están en la misma recta, en distancia. 2.083 de Carrascal, 2.065 de Antonio Sainero, que recorta 1,8 segundos. La diferencia es de 3,2. Y van a quedar 3 vueltas de carrera. Contando esta, 3 vueltas de carrera. Carrascal, que recordemos, esta temporada ha conseguido la victoria en la primera sprint de Estoril, en la carrera principal del meeting de Navarra de septiembre. También varios segundos puestos a lo largo del año, incluido ese segundo lugar en la primera sprint de Jerez. Le costó a Carrascal ganar, pero una vez que ha ganado ha sido un piloto sólido. Pero ahora tiene un desafío tremendo, como decimos, con puntos importantísimos en juego. Pero Sainero viene como un tiro, le ha recortado 1,6 segundos en el primer sector a Antonio Sainero, que se va a echar encima ya. Los minutos finales, la tensión enorme que tiene que estar sintiendo Pablo también. Y por supuesto Antonio, que sabe que tiene que ejecutar, que va a ser difícil, que una cosa es llegar y otra adelantar. Y que la pista no está perfecta, está cada vez más rápida, pero están todavía a 10 segundos de los tiempos que estaban haciendo ayer en condiciones de seco. Es el duelo que tenemos en pista y el más importante con diferencia, quizá uno de los más importantes de la temporada. Pablo Burguera está tercero, recortando tiempo Diego Carrascal con respecto a Pablo Burguera. También importante esto, pero no sé yo si le va a dar. También eso podría ser una pelea importante, puesto por el tercer lugar. Veremos si le aguanta a Burguera o si ahí recupera Carrascal también puntos. Serna está muy tranquilo en cabeza, 16 segundos, Álvaro Rodríguez, 16 segundos de margen con Nahuel Pozzuto. La victoria en Racer Turismo ahí está, atada con lacito. Y Jaime Burguera, que tiene pinta de que puede subir al podio, aunque cuidado con Guzmán Migueles, que acaba de hacer la vuelta rápida en Racer Turismo, o la segunda vuelta más rápida en Racer Turismo, en 2.14.9. Y también se está acercando a marchas forzadas a Jaime Burguera. Todo converge. Esta es la penúltima vuelta. Terminará el tiempo en esta vuelta, por lo tanto la siguiente será la última. 1 segundo de diferencia entre Pablo Carrascal y Antonio Sainero. La victoria en juego. Quién sabe si el título en juego también, teniendo en cuenta el punto de la temporada en el que nos encontramos. Veremos a cuánto pasa Carrascal respecto a Burguera en meta. Antonio, que ya está encima de Carrascal, va a empezar el ataque, se sitúa por el exterior en esta complicada curva a derechas. El giro de Sito Pons. Veremos en esta recta camino de la horquilla Dani Pedrosa. Ya son una prolongación el uno del otro. Quedan 10 segundos en el crono. Esta penúltima vuelta. Antonio Sainero, que lo va a buscar por el exterior. Cubre el interior Pablo Carrascal. Frena con cuidado, pero abrazando ese vértice, intentando no perder el control. Sale un poco por el exterior para ganar velocidad de salida. Le va a sorprender por el interior Antonio Sainero. Le coge el interior en la curva de Jorge Martínez Aspar. Antonio Sainero se pone el líder de carrera en la penúltima última vuelta con el tiempo cumplido. El coche 100 alcanza el liderato en el circuito de Jerez. Y los campeones van camino de conseguir su primera victoria de 2025. Y 3 puntos importantísimos que desaparecen de momento de la cuenta de Pablo Carregal. Y Carrascal, que puede recuperar 2 más si consigue atacar y adelantar a Pablo Burguera. Ya está también muy cerca del 101. Y va a empezar ya lo que va a ser la última vuelta de esta carrera. Última vuelta en Jerez. Sainero ya es el líder. Solo tiene que rematar la faena. Veremos si Carregal intenta algo. Y en esta giro, en estos pasos por curva tan importantísimos, Carrascal, que está a 2 décimas. Veremos si consigue ese tercer lugar. Ahí van a estar por meta, entrando ya también en su última vuelta. Los veremos aparecer en breve al 101 y al 114. Ahí están, Burguera y Carrascal. Insistimos que ahora mismo la diferencia entre los dos líderes de la general es de 25 puntos. Carrascal puede salir con 27 de ventaja si adelanta a Burguera, y esos son puntos porque incluso hasta podría terminar detrás de Pablo Carregal en la clasificación. Se tiene que abrir ahí con mucho cuidado de no colisionar con el piloto del 101, que también querrá subirse al podio. En un duelo también importantísimo de campeonato. Cubre... Veremos a ver cómo ejecuta esta maniobra. Cubre un poquito por el medio de la curva Pablo Burguera. Carrascal, que sabe que va a tener pocas oportunidades y esta puede ser quizás la mejor. Sale con el rebufo perfecto de la recta trasera. Carrascal se pone en paralelo. Va a tener cogida la posición sobre Pablo Burguera. Veremos quién frena más tarde. Burguera frena más tarde, pero se va a ir largo. Pablo por ahí no es. Diego Carrascal se coloca tercero en la última vuelta y recupera 2 puntos más también. Han llegado a estar primero y séptimo. Carregal y Carrascal en esta carrera van a terminar segundo y tercero. Carregal, que ha terminado pegadito a Antonio Sainero, pero no va a ser posible. Doblan por medio a Paloma Escobar, pero ahí está, una bandera cuadros. Ana y Antonio Sainero ganan la carrera principal de la Copa Racer Comfort Auto en el circuito de Jerez. 4 décimas de ventaja con respecto a Pablo Carregal, al que le ha faltado nada para conseguir un triunfo que ha tenido en la mano durante prácticamente toda la carrera. Impecable actuación de ambos, pero ese 2P con el 100 quien se lleva el triunfo. Ya estamos viendo ese tercer lugar importantísimo. Diego Carrascal, que va a terminar tercero, se va a llevar esos 20 puntos. Pierde solo 2 en esta carrera con Carregal. Un podio que sabe casi a título, porque su ventaja después de esta carrera va a ser de 27 puntos, al menos de forma provisional. Veremos a ver si lo sucedido en la ventana de paradas puede alterar quizás los resultados. Y en breve tendremos también, en medio minuto aproximadamente, a los líderes de Racer Turismo. Colisión, ha habido colisión, ojo, entre Hugo Latorre y Jaime Burguera. Han chocado. Latorre, que estaba intentando atacar y adelantar a Jaime, creo que va a poder seguir y va a tener esa tercera posición porque no hay, bueno, la segunda posición de hecho, porque no hay nadie por detrás que les pueda dar caza. Ahí tenemos a Pozzuto, sería el segundo lugar. Y pasa por meta. A ver si podemos ver a los ganadores. Y ahí está entrando por meta en esa segunda posición, pero el hombre que ha ganado la carrera ha pasado hace un ratito en medio de este incidente justamente. Guillem Serna y Álvaro Rodríguez ganan la carrera de Jerez en Racer Turismo. Ahí entraba en el segundo lugar Nahuel Pozzuto. Y en el tercer puesto finalmente Guzmán Migueles, después de esa colisión con Jaime Burguera, que no sé si ha vuelto a reemprender la marcha. No me podría creer que otra vez se quede el 38 sin ver la bandera a cuadros. Ahí está entrando despacito Carlos Medina. Carrera de supervivencia absoluta. Las 2 horas de Navarra pueden ser una guerra total en ese sentido. Y ahí tenemos al ganador. Ahí tenemos al ganador de Racer Turismo, Álvaro Rodríguez, que se ha llevado una victoria también sufrida, peleada, que ha estado en manos de diferentes pilotos a lo largo de este fin de semana. La mala noticia realmente para La Torre y Migueles es que van a mantener el handicap para la próxima ronda, y eso pues no es lo más óptimo, pero suma unos puntos que yo creo que eran muy necesarios para cubrirse las espaldas de cara a la prueba final del 30 de noviembre. Ahí está Carregal, que cerca la ha tenido, ha liderado el 98% de la carrera. Le ha faltado la última vuelta y media al piloto del 107. Solo 6 kilómetros más y la victoria habría sido suya, pero qué gran labor, qué inteligente ha estado en el safety car también. Se lleva una segunda posición que está muy bien a pesar de todo. Subirá al podio junto con Diego Carrascal en ese tercer lugar. Y en la primera plaza los Sainero, por fin triunfadores en el día de hoy. Y en Racer Turismo, como decíamos, la victoria de Guillem Serna y Álvaro Rodríguez. Primera victoria en la Copa Racer con Forauto para Guillem Serna. La quinta para Álvaro Rodríguez. En el caso de los Saineros, la sexta victoria de Antonio Sainero y la tercera de Ana Sainero en la Copa Racer con Forauto. Luis Mauricio y Nahuel Pozzuto, que terminan segundos. Hugo Latorre y Guzmán Migueles, que de momento terminan terceros. Con Francisco Braco y Carlos Medina en la cuarta posición. Jaime Burguera, que al final no ha pasado por meta en esa última vuelta, se queda quinto. Terminado técnicamente la carrera. Y ahí está la celebración de los Sainero, que no la veíamos desde el año pasado, desde la final del Jarama. Un abrazo con Carregal. Y vemos cómo comentan la maniobra. Con Phil, otro de los pilotos del campeonato también y de la Copa durante varios años en la Copa Racer. Y tendremos esa ceremonia de podio. Si tenemos tiempo para emitirla, os lo confirmaremos ahora en un momentito si tenemos tiempo para ver el podio. Y vamos a ver los resultados de esta carrera, resultados finales. Insistimos, de momento son provisionales, a falta de que se certifiquen todos los incidentes que han sucedido en esta carrera. Antonio y Ana Sainero victoriosos después de 20 vueltas llenas de acción. Pablo Carregal segundo a 4 décimas. Diego Carrascal tercero finalmente a 42 segundos. En una carrera en la que ha llegado a ir último dentro de los Racer GT y detrás de varios Racer Turismo. Guillem Serna y Álvaro Rodríguez, quintos absolutos vencedores en Racer Turismo, por delante de Luis Mauricio y Nahuel Pozzuto en segundo lugar. Hugo Latorre y Guzmán Migueles completan ese podio. Ahí tenéis el resto de competidores donde han terminado. Jaime Burguera finalmente no ha cruzado la meta en esa última vuelta después del incidente con Guzmán Migueles. Javier Conejero y Catalina Burguera tuvieron un toque después de un trompo de Catalina, o a consecuencia de un trompo, y ambos pilotos también han tenido que abandonar la prueba llevándose sus correspondientes ceros. Recordamos que en punto vamos a ver un momentito los resultados, los mejores momentos de una carrera que ciertamente ha deparado grandes momentos. Ahí tenemos ese paquete de highlights que vais a ver. Una carrera que ha empezado, como decíamos, pista mixta, condiciones complicadas de carrera. Lo vais a ver la diferencia de coloración entre lo que hay ahora y lo que había antes, y ese inicio en el que Carrascal ha caído posiciones como una roca. Intentaremos averiguar si ha sido una cuestión de neumáticos o de setup, pero Carregal ha salido como un disparo hacia el primer lugar, mientras le seguía en primera instancia Juan Catalán con una gran salida. Y vemos cómo se ha producido esa situación en la que se han mezclado en el orden los Racer Turismo con los Racer GT. Ha llegado a haber 2 Racer Turismo en posiciones de podio. Al final, a medida que se ha ido secando la pista, han perdido ritmo. pero ahí hemos visto las diferentes colisiones. Conejero, que estaba muy activo con respecto a Luis Maurice, como les costaba dar potencia saliendo de la última curva, esa excursión que no ha terminado en desastre por poco para los hispano-argentinos. Ahí tenemos como Carrascal sufría incluso para mantener posición con los propios coches turismos, y ahí tenemos ese trompo que sufrió al inicio Francisco Braco. A pesar de ello ha podido recuperarse y terminar cuarto en esta carrera, momento en el que adelantaba, ahí lo veis, Ana Sainero al coche 101 de Pablo Burguera. Como Conejero también se imponía ahí en posiciones a Maurice. Muchos duelos en una pista, como decimos, que no estaba para muchas alegrías. Y ahí vamos a ver el momento de la colisión. Creo que ha sido así en efecto, que ha sido colisión de Conejero con Catalina Burguera, y no por el posible trompo de Catalina. En ese sentido ha sido colisión entre ambos. Se le ha levantado el capó a Conejero, se ha quedado tirada Catalina. Safety car en pista, y aquí hemos visto como media parrilla aprovechó para detenerse en la entrada del pit lane justo antes de que se abriera la ventana de paradas. El resto decidió hacer una vuelta más tarde, perdieron mucho terreno. Carregal aprovechó esa situación para obtener mucha ventaja en pista, pero por detrás vino como un obús Antonio Sainero y terminó por arrebatarle, como veremos ahora, el triunfo. Ahí estáis viendo ese movimiento, ese momento en el que se pasaba de largo en la frenada Pablo Burguera, perdía la tercera posición, pero en cabeza era Antonio Sainero quien cruzaba la meta como vencedor de este evento principal en Jerez. Y la celebración con Ana Sainero, que como decíamos en un año tremendamente frustrante para ambos, han hecho una labor absolutamente fantástica. Pues con estas imágenes nos despedimos de esta transmisión de la Copa Racer Comfort Auto en el circuito de Jerez. Carreras, como decimos, realmente activa, campeonatos todavía por decidir en la ronda final del 30 de noviembre en el circuito de Navarra, carrera de 2 horas, donde la clasificación dará puntos y donde la carrera puede ser un momento en el que cometer errores puede penalizar muchísimo. Diego Carrascal está abrazando ese título con las puntas de los dedos. Racer Turismo va a estar altamente competido con 3 coches en 5 puntos de distancia. Os lo contaremos el próximo 30 de noviembre en la carrera principal de Navarra. De parte de Adrián Fernández y de todo el equipo que ha hecho posible esta transmisión en directo, os mandamos un saludo. Disfrutad del resto de la jornada del domingo. ¡Hasta pronto!
It is the penultimate round of the season in the 2025 Iberian Supercars Championship. It is the final race for the Supercars Hispana Championship classification. So we are in to the Game 7 moment of the season here in Spain and Portugal. And for the last time, we are on Spanish soil. We are at this Circuito de Jerez for this, once again, loaded bill of races. We have 4 grids. We've had to split the GTCs and the TCs away from the GT4s. So 2 grids, I should say, but 4 races, 2 each. And we'll be getting started with the GTC and the TC classes. That means we've got some of the slightly longer GT4, older GT4s, as well as Cup cars and TCs out there on the grid. Let's go down to the grid now to get some insight from down there.
Bom dia, estamos aqui em Jerez da Frontera, onde se realiza a 5ª etapa do Supercars de Endurance. Esta prova conta para o Iberian Supercars, Campeonato de Portugal de Velocidade e Supercars Espanha. E precisamente o Supercars Espanha vai ter aqui a sua última prova da temporada e, portanto, todos os campeões vão ser decididos nesta etapa. Vamos agora ter a corrida da categoria Turismo e GTC. Aqui na categoria GTC temos o Rui Mirita, que está no primeiro lugar do campeonato e está também a lutar pela divisão Cup. O Rui Mirita é o piloto que está em melhores condições para se sagrar campeão já nesta primeira corrida. Está com alguma vantagem sobre o Marcus Fothergill. O Marcus Fothergill está a correr este fim de semana com o Dave Bennett, como é habitual, só em Jerez é que não fizeram equipa. E estamos aqui à espera dos carros, vamos andar aqui um pouco para ver se, entretanto, os carros vão chegar aqui à grelha de partida. Temos ali o Marcus Fothergill, vamos tentar falar com ele. O Marcus corre num Porsche 911 Cup, inscrito pela With Motorsport. Vemos já ali o carro do Rui Mirita, também é um Porsche 911 Cup. Vamos ver o... Temos aqui também a Alba Vasquez, que está na luta pela divisão GTX. Vamos tentar falar com ela. Alba, podemos falar um pouco? Alba, estás en la lucha por el título de GTX, pero la cualificación de ayer no ha sido muy buena para vosotros. ¿Cómo piensas atacar hoy en la carrera?
Bueno, pues tenemos que tener mucha calma, con mucha cabeza, no intentar adelantar posiciones en la primera curva. Esto es una carrera de mucho tiempo, tomárnoslo con calma, tener la cabeza. Sabemos los errores que teníamos ayer y estamos muy tranquilos. Sabemos que tenemos el ritmo y vamos a ir a por ello con calma.
Vuestro principal adversario es Alejandro Rivas en la Liga de Chef Sport. ¿Piensas que vaya a ser un coche rápido en esta carrera?
Sí, van muy rápidos. Es un coche que gracias a su BOP les beneficia mucho este circuito, así que bueno, vamos a pelear con lo que tenemos e intentar hacer una buena carrera, como te digo, con calma, con consistencia, como hemos demostrado toda la temporada, por eso tenemos esa pequeña ventaja y aprovecharlo bien.
Okay, muy bien, suerte. Vamos continuar então, e ver se encontramos o Marcus Fothergill, que entretanto desapareceu, mas entretanto os carros estão a chegar à grelha de partida. E vamos tentar falar com o Rui Mirita, que está aqui já no seu posto 911, no terceiro lugar da grelha de partida. O Rui Mirita é o piloto que está em melhores condições para se sagrar campeão já na primeira corrida. Rui, bom dia. Isto aqui é uma corrida que pode já dar-vos o título do Supercars Espanha.
Espero que sim, mas pelo vídeo da pista, a pista está complicada.
A pista tem algumas zonas molhadas ainda da chuva da noite?
Sim, tem zona molhada, até parece gelo, mais gelo que molhado, mas complicada mesmo. Foi aquilo que eu vi.
E qual é a tua postura? Vais ter uma postura de ataque ou de maior
Agora vou tentar
conservadora?
Vou tentar perceber o que é que a minha malta aqui à frente vai fazer e depois tentar acompanhá-los, mas como eu vi que estava difícil para mim, também estará difícil para eles.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. Vamos tentar aqui ainda entrevistar aqui o André Fernandes, que é um piloto que faz a sua estreia este fim de semana no campeonato. André, desculpa, André, como te disseste, foi uma estreia muito positiva da tua parte aqui no campeonato do Supercars Endurance. Fizeste a pole position na Cup nas duas corridas e um segundo lugar na geral numa das corridas, numa das qualificações. Qual é a postura para esta prova? Vais ao ataque ou vais tentar ter uma postura mais conservadora?
Não, vou ter uma postura mais conservadora porque só tenho um set de pneus, como para todos igual, e quero desfrutar o máximo da corrida e não ir para a gravilha, porque agora está meio molhado e já estive a ver que está muito solto o carro, e tentar me divertir ao máximo, mas sem pressure. Tenho que guardar-me a mim para logo, para a minha corrida.
Muito bem. Qual é a tua experiência com o campeonato? É a tua estreia? O que é que estás achado do campeonato?
O campeonato é muito giro e tem muito tempo em pista, que é o importante, campeonatos com tempo em pista, porque há campeonatos que não têm tempo em pista, e da maneira que se consegue dividir o carro para o ano, tentar trazer outro carro e dividir com alguém, para não ser só eu sozinho, mas eu gosto do formato que tem, está bom para mim.
Muito bem, boa sorte. Vamos tentar ainda falar com o Gabriel Cassoio, que está ali. Vamos ter que apanhá-lo, que o Gabriel corre com o IG da Chef Sport e fez a pole position, e o seu colega de equipa também da GTX. Gabriel, estás a fazer só a segunda metade da corrida, do campeonato, sim, mas desde que chegaste estás a mostrar o teu valor.
Muito obrigado. Tem estado a ser processo constante de evolução. Nesta corrida tem sido acelerado pela que a minha ajuda do meu colega de equipa, que já tem muita experiência. Tem-me ajudado então a evoluir bem mais depressa e estou a gostar muito do processo e está a dar bons frutos. A ver o que é que se pode fazer para o ano.
Muito bem, vocês vão arrancar da boa posição para esta corrida. Pensas que vencer a corrida geral será uma possibilidade?
Sim, é possível, embora claro que o objetivo inicial seja ganhar a classe GTX, mas ganhar a classe também seria muito positivo.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte.
Obrigado.
Nós estamos quase na iminência de ter que sair daqui da grelha de partida, que já deu o sinal dos 3 minutos, e portanto vamos passar para a transmissão de estúdio. Back to studio.
Well, thank you very much there. For those of you a bit more multilingual than me, you may have caught some insights down there from the grid. What we can see from our camera position, though, is a nice full grid of cars for the GTC and TC divisions. If you're joining us for the first time in supercars, this grid, the GTCs, the TCs, you have quite a broad mix of machinery here. You've got the GTC class, which of course are the cars up at the front. You see there the Ligier and the Porsche at the front of the grid, but the GTC class is actually 2 classes melded together. You've got the Cup class, where cars like the Porsche 997 Cup, the Porsche 991 Cup operate. And then you've got the GTX class, which is for cars like that Ligier, cars like the older GT4s that you see on the grid. We spoke to Alba Vasquez down there. She's in a McLaren 570S GT4, an out of homologation GT4 car that goes into the GTX class. We've also got a singular TCR car out there on the circuit, Hyundai Elantra, and then of course we also have a swath of Ginetta G40s out there. Those cars are in the TC category. So there is a broad mix of cars out there, lots of different engine capacities, lots of different motorsport philosophies out there on the course. So then the grid for this one, as we can see, is going to be, well, I think that's actually not the grid that we've got for this race. It's not, I'm afraid. That's row 2 onwards. On pole position, it is Rima Acosta with the 164 car, the Chefo Sport Ligier in first place. Then it's Andre Fernandez in second position for this race, different from the grid that we're showing on the graphics there. In third position, it is Montelos Competicios, number 33 car Rui Marita. In fourth place is Duarte Camelo in his speedy motorsport Porsche. That's one of the Caymans. It looks like one of the McLarens is struggling to get off the line at the moment. That looks to be Alfonso Colomina's car, if I'm not mistaken. In fifth place, it is Almeida. In sixth position, Angel Santos, Lucas Decini in P7. And then in eighth place, Enrique Oliveira aboard his BMW from Montelos Competicios. You see there the Ferrari 430 towards the back of the field. The one Ferrari here, the ProTech Motorsport car of Adam Fawcett. Now he's actually starting from P12, but got held up there because the McLaren had stopped directly ahead of him. That is Alfonso Colomina's car that has not got off the line. That was to be the leading of the 2 McLaren 570S entries from the McLaren Barcelona SMC Motorsport lineup. It's a big shame that we've got an issue already for one of our cars. Certainly not what we ever want to see. We want to see everyone get the opportunity to at least start the race, of course. And the question for the driver of the 430, Adam Fawcett, is do I take up my assumed starting position? Usually if you fall to the back of the field, you are expected to start from the back, but that will be a particularly bitter pill, a particularly bitter taste in the mouth, given it wasn't his problem that dropped him down to the rear of the field anyway. There is the stricken McLaren into pit lane. Now, while this drama is going on, let's just quickly inform you, this is the finale of the Supercars Hispana points classification, while the Iberian Supercars will continue on to Estoril at the end of the month. In this division, within the GTC class, the combined classification for the Cups and the GTXs, Rui Mirita for Montelos Competicios, who sits third on this grid, is 94 points. He's the points leader on 94. He's 12 points clear of Alba Vasquez and Alfonso Colomina. But the reason that that's important is because we've seen Alfonso not get off the line. So that McLaren is the car that sits second in the Supercar Hispana GTC classification, and this could be a big opportunity for the likes of Ángel Santos, Alejandro Iribas, who start this race third in the championship, and for Rui Mirita, the points leader, to increase that points deficit. Currently has a 12-point lead, but a 12-point lead to the car that's currently on the pit apron with a mechanical issue. So that is an opportunity that beckons here as we get ready for this race to get started. On your right-hand side of picture, and on the right-hand side of the grid, it is going to be the Chefo Sport Petrogold Ligier of Himar Acosta, our pole sitter. I would expect, though, Andre Fernandez aboard the AF&V Motorsport Porsche 997 to have a little more punch as we get this race underway down to the first corner. But let's find out now. It is a good start from the Ligier, you know. If anything, the Porsche looks like it's getting swallowed up slightly, and it is going to be Himar Acosta that leads them into the first corner. It's going to be a Ligier followed by a swath of Porsches, 997, 991, and then Cayman Club Sport, all running together there. And in fact, we've had a move for second place. Rui Mirita has gotten the better of Andre Fernandez in the early going in this race. Everyone else cleanly, by the looks of it, through the opening corners. The first salvo of this race has gone without drama. Now, it'd be interesting to see how close things are at the front, because it was 2 seconds between Himar Acosta and Duarte Camelo, fourth on the grid in qualifying in one-lap pace. One of the most dominant performances we've seen this year from the first row of the grid. But look at that from Rui Mirita. Straight line speed, that Porsche 991 Cup car. 4-litre flat 6, a lot more power than the Ligier. They are restricted, of course, to try and minimise the effects, but you can see that the Ligier is struggling compared to those Porsches. And Rui Mirita is your new race leader from third on the grid in a race where, again, his championship rivals in GTC are struggling, and we've just had a car off circuit. We've just had several things happen at once there. The Aston Martin has had an incident there. Coming out of the first of those 2 left-handers, it's hit the wall. You can see there the tyre wall has been disrupted. And Miguel Ferreira aboard the NGT Motorsport Aston Martin has found himself in the wall. That's taken one of the Ginettas with him as well. I think that could have been Steve Curtin's Tocqueville Ginetta. There are several out there on the grid. The other thing we saw was the Chefo Sport Ligier just before the Aston hit the wall. Himar Acosta was off the circuit, so our former pole sitter, our early race leader, is going to be further down the field than anyone would have expected at the end of the first lap of the race. It looked like he got out of the gravel trap, but certainly not the first lap of the race that he would have liked. Where is our leader, or former leader? He's 10th now. That is a huge drop on the first lap of a race. Costa is going to be kicking himself, quite frankly. Not the start that he would have wanted. We are under safety car conditions, as one may expect. At least it looks like we're under. Are we under safety car conditions? I'm sure I saw yellow light panels somewhere out there on the circuit, but we'll keep our eye on that one. This is a 50-minute race for the record, of course, with mandatory pit stops. There's confirmation that we are under safety car conditions. I should believe my own eyes rather than the green flags on the timing screen is the lesson there. But we are under safety car conditions, which means that the field is neutralized. But for Ria Morita, the script is perfect. He's going to be shaking the hand vigorously of whoever wrote this script, because not only is he leading the race, but his closest championship rivals didn't start the race in their scheduled position. It's worth noting Colomina did get that number 22 McLaren out onto the grid, and not out onto the grid, but out into the race after they struggled to get it launched and fired up. So he is out there. He's running 18th. You can see there the McLaren at the back of the field. That's the story there, the car that started way at the back of the pack with mechanical issues. The blue and orange McLaren at the rear of the field. Just be coming through shot there as we see the Steve Curtin Ginetta getting extracted from the gravel. So that confirms that it was Curtin's 126 Ginetta that was caught out with the Aston Martin situation as well. Whether there was initial contact or whether Curtin simply was taking evasive action, I'm not entirely sure. The net result is 2 cars that need collecting and some tyre stacks that need to be rejigged. Certainly not the start to the race that anyone would have wanted, although for Colomina I would argue that this isn't a bad situation that he's found himself in. The safety car means that not only has he stayed on the lead lap, it means that he is close with the rest of the field.
Estamos aqui então com Emílio de Vilhota, que é o chefe de equipa da SMC Motorsport, uma equipa que tem um carro a lutar pelo campeonato da GTX, mas que não começou da melhor forma, com problemas do carro da Alba y do Alfonso. Emilio, ha sido un inicio muy dramático, ¿no?
Bueno, ahora tenemos una carrera entera por delante. Hemos tenido que salir por el pit lane y bueno, eso dificulta un poco la carrera, pero estamos ahora en periodo de safety car y limitando un poco daños. Tenemos 6 puntos de ventaja todavía con la segunda posición y bueno, ahora habrá que limitar el daño.
Pero ahora está todo bien con el coche.
Sí, ha sido un tema del protocolo de arranque del coche que ha fallado, pero ha sido un tema instantáneo. Lo que pasa es que ha sido justo en el momento de arrancar en parrilla.
¿Y piensas que hay ritmo en el coche para que pueda recuperar y ganar el título de GTX?
Bueno, yo creo que vamos a tener que hacer las 2 carreras para saber esto. Las condiciones mixtas al McLaren siempre le van bien. Alfonso tiene suficiente experiencia y Alba, y yo creo que maximizaremos las condiciones de pista hoy.
Okay, muy bien, muchas gracias y suerte.
Some information there regarding the McLaren. That was the SMC Barcelona team down there, and they'll be eager to see that car continue around untroubled from that point onwards. So many things can go wrong with the start process of one of these GT4 race cars. While they are, of course, a step down from GT3 in levels of performance, especially the cars like the McLarens, they're not really a step down when it comes to the level of technology. So there's a lot of processes you have to go through. There's a lot of things that can be done in the wrong order, and perhaps that was what happened, although obviously there was probably an answer in that interview, and sadly I'm not again multilingual enough to tell you quite what. Now let's keep an eye on this section of the circuit again to see how things are progressing with the marshals, with the safety crews. Of course, when you've got tyres disrupted, when you've had a collision with the barrier, sometimes it will take a few laps. It looks like the barrier's not quite back in place. I think they're not far away though. They're going to take that tractor back across the circuit to winch away the Aston, I suspect, and then we should be okay, although maybe it will be more than 1 lap. We'll have to wait and see on that front, but a shame to see that Aston out early on. The NGT Motorsport entry is listed on the documents as a Aston Martin Vantage N24. it is an N24, which is the very, very early spec 2007 GT4 car from Aston Martin. It certainly had a lot of the go faster bits of the later cars put on it. It's more 2015 spec, at least to the eyeball test, but certainly cool to see those first generation Astons out there. I believe if it is N24, it's a 4.3 litre V8 rather than a 4.7 as well. That would be the big test there of whether it is an N24 or a GT4 spec machine. There is the Club Sport spec Porsche Cayman running second. Once again, Duarte Camelo getting a great start as this race fired into life, picking his way up from fourth on the grid. Of course, the Club Sport spec Porsche Cayman, a step down from a GT4 car, at least theoretically. It's got a little bit less aero, it's got a little bit less power than a full fat GT4, but they've often proven to be good here in Iberian supercars, often just not a million miles away from a modern GT4 in general. It's Duarte Camelo at the wheel of that car at the moment, the Rallycross convert. He used to run the RX Portugal series and has now jumped into the world of tarmac racing, full tarmac racing in recent times, and he'll be sharing with Pompeo Simoes, who will take the car over when the pit window opens. When we do get to the opening of the pit window, it's worth noting that we do have penalties to consider in terms of pit stop handicap. So you can have 10 seconds for winning the previous race, you can have 5 for being second, and a 3-second additional handicap to the base time of 2 minutes for all of those who have succeeded in previous races. Now for that speedy motorsport Porsche, the Cayman we were just talking about, Duarte Camelo, Pompeo Simoes, they have a 10-second penalty. They were the winners last time out, so they're going to drop back through. And the other car at the front of the field that has a 10-second penalty for winning the Cup class last time out is Rui Morita. So Rui, who's leading the race in that I suppose you could say off-grey, off-green Porsche 991 Cup car at the very front of the pack, he has a 10-second penalty. So does the Speedy Motorsport Cayman in second place. So both of those cars are going to go free-falling through the field a little bit. If this race doesn't start soon, how much of a cushion are they going to be able to build before the pit window opens? That's going to be a critical question. I think it's going to be one that they're asking race direction indirectly through their teams. When are we going to get this thing going? They're going to be saying. But as you can see, they're still checking the barriers. Looks like they've managed to move the Aston away from what I saw there. It may be that we have one more lap before racing conditions resume. So 38 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock at this stage. So we're just over 12 minutes into the race. It's minute 20 to 30 that serve as the pit window, if I recall correctly. So we are going to be not far away here from the window opening. Again, certainly not advantageous for those at the very front of the field who have the penalties. The car in third place, the number 17 machine of Fernandez, doesn't have any penalty attached to him in the Cup class, so he's going to have the base pit stop time of 2 minutes to contend with and nothing more, and I can see that being incredibly useful, quite frankly. Might be the difference maker in this race. Of course, the GTC and the TC divisions running together. Now in the TC class, it is the Rodrigo Villafa machine, or Rodrigo Villafa and Thomas Martins, that are at the top of that class in the Iberian Supercars classification. In the Supercars Hispana, which is separate and concluding this weekend, it is Thomas Martins and João Faria, or rather Thomas Martins on his own, I should say, that leads by just 6 points. Those 6 points effectively were gained at the very start of the season because they were in separate cars at that time. Martin's 6 points clear, therefore, of João Faria in that classification. That's the Ginetta standings. Leader among them at the moment is the 102 car of Castro. By the looks of it, is that retention of the pole positioning in that class? It's actually not. Diogo Castro was second on that grid. Tomás Martins was the pole sitter, but has fallen behind Castro. The 102 Ginetta G40 is the leader in the TC class for now. So then, as you can always see with this grid, when we're under safety car conditions and you have the chance to take it in, there's that huge breadth of variety, and it's not just in the cars these days, but of course also the teams as well. We've seen the Ginettas there, of course that's the British, that's the Topwith Motorsport team. You've got teams from across Portugal and Spain as well, and more teams from diverse backgrounds within motorsport as well getting involved. Some very busy teams, it must be said. Monteros Competicios, for example, and I think AF&V Motorsport too, are also running cars here today in Porsche Sprint Challenge Iberica, which means they've got a very busy tent all day long in the paddock, and that's going to be a hard day's work for everyone. I'm sure they've got more personnel than they typically have on site for this weekend. As a result of the amount of running they're doing, the amount of cars they have to contend with. Safety car lights appear to be out, and that means that we are going to go racing very shortly here. You can see that Cupra is hustling on a little bit more than it had been, so I think that car is going to exit stage left here. Indeed, and Rui Mirita takes control once again of the motor race, and he's not going to hang around, is he? He's straight back into it. Oh, actually, no, does hold up a little bit coming out of the corner. I thought he'd already pulled the pin, but no, he hadn't. And there's an opportunity for second place for Andre Fernandez, catching Camelo napping a little bit there, and the 997 Cup car moves up to second position as a result. Lucas Ticini under pressure there from Daniel Teixeira. Teixeira to the inside in the only TCR car in the field, moving up to fifth position there, the Hyundai Elantra TCR machine. Good to see the JT59 Racing team entry out there on the grid. But the top three, it's all Porsche. Three very different Porsches as well. Rui Mirita, though, with the advantage, and Teixeira going for fourth place here. I think slightly greasy conditions, as you can see on the circuit, and I think that front-wheel drive TCR car is responding well and moves up to fourth place. Also responding well as Andre Fernandez. He's got a great run of pace here on the first lap, maybe just suiting him on cool tyres after several laps behind the safety car. He seems to just be able to attack that little bit more. The pit window just a couple of laps away from opening as well, so we're not going to have terribly much time before those with penalties have to consider that. Mirita with Fernandez around his outside. Has Fernandez made a move for the lead here? He was already moving from third to second on this lap, and there he goes up to P1. Andre Fernandez having a mighty lap aboard the 997 Cup car. The Porsche 997 Cup car is 20 years old this year. Still fresh as a daisy in Andre's hands though, huh? Amazing stuff. And Daniel Teixeira aboard his much newer Hyundai Elantra, looking to try and disrupt the Porsche parity at the front of the field. It's 911 from Cayman at the front of the pack. Those three cars are all in the GTC class. The Cayman is the leader of the GTX classification at the moment. The two cars ahead are Cup subclass cars, being restricted Porsche Cup cars, and that is a point worth harping on, that these cars are somewhat restricted, are balanced for the sake of parity, to make sure they don't drive away with this race. They should theoretically be a bit faster than some of those cars around them, as Teixeira has the inside line. Up to third place goes the Hyundai. I'm getting the distinct impression that a few cars were out of position after qualifying yesterday. We've seen quite a few surge up the field here. Teixeira being the only TCR driver, there's not so much of a points consideration to have for him. He's kind of home free in that regard. He can just focus on the racing. And focusing he is at the moment, focusing forward to Rui Morita's back bumper, no doubt. Second place in the GTX class and P5 within the overall considerations. Looks to be under contest there because Lucas Ticini is certainly pushing on. We've got one car there getting lapped, one of the other Ginettas. I think that could be the recovering Steve Curtin. I think he was taken back out of the gravel and put back on the tarmac. That looks to be the case there. And you see our second and third place battle, as it now is, through shot. And then we look back to P5, where Angel Santos is starting to lead a little bit of a queue. Stacchini, Himara Costa, and indeed Oliveira, all there on his bumper. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th, all pretty much together there. So the first of the Ligiers, with a lot of work to do. And it's also, of course, worth noting there that you can see Himara Costa, the 164, the fourth car in this shot. And that is our former pole sitter, of course, on the recovery drive. Has already made up 2 places from the 10th position that he was immediately after running off the course. But Lucas Ticini with a huge lunge. That caught me by surprise. I think it probably caught Angel Santos by surprise. But up to 5th place he goes at turn 5. And signed, sealed and delivered, I reckon. I don't think there's going to be a retaliation from Santos into the next corner. Stacchini aboard his Ginetta G55, having a very ambitious move, but a very ambitious move that paid off, so no arguments here. Always exciting to see Luca at the wheel. Flamey driver, very oh, we've got an off, it's the race leader, Andre Fernandez. Andre Fernandez off the circuit. Oh, we hadn't spoken about him in a little while. It felt like he was just floating away with the race. And now he's beached in that gravel, and that's going to do several things, including potentially bring out the safety car in the midst of the pit window. That's going to be very complicated for race control to consider. It's hugely disappointing for Fernandez, who looked to be rather driving away with it. There's been a drive-through penalty handed down as well to Andre Fernandez, actually, as we get a look here at the race lead changing hands. Teixeira at turn 2 got a brilliant run out of the first corner, and he's gotten past Rui Morita. I wasn't expecting Teixeira to get that close that quickly, but there he goes. There's only 4/10 back at the start-finish line, but very quickly turned that into a move for the lead. Daniel Teixeira has the bit between his teeth this morning and has moved up into the race lead. So what I was just about to say is that Andre Fernandez had gained himself a drive-through penalty just before going off the circuit for overtaking that car, the number 2 of Duarte Camelo, a little bit too early. We have our first pit stops underway. We are in the pit window now. You saw there the Porsche of Fothergill at the back. A lot of the top-width cars are in simultaneously. That Porsche and indeed both Ginettas being run by Top-Width Motorsport, but the safety car is out mid-pit window. That is going to be a huge complicating factor. If I was a team boss, I think I'd just scramble my car in immediately. If you haven't already made a stop, just get it done, would be my suggestion. However, there's a reason. Yes, well, you're not allowed to do that during safety car periods. Just quickly thought to myself, the regs may not allow for it, and sure enough, they don't. So we're not going to see pit stops under safety car. That could be a big advantage here for the cars that have pitted, although they may end up a lap down, because there's Teixeira coming across the line, and at the same time we saw there that the top with Ginetta was being released out onto the circuit. I think the top with Ginetta, has it come out on the lead lap? The answer is no. It's come out a lap down and kind of in amongst the traffic there. It's complicated, and that's very difficult for everybody to gauge. Will that be an advantage? Will that be a disadvantage? I'd hazard a guess it will be an advantage, because a lap here is around the 1 minute 50 marker. Our pole was a 1 minute 51. A 2 minute pit stop is what you need, 120 seconds. And so they were always going to go a lap down during a pit stop anyway. However, they will be about 10 seconds in the net gain for having pitted early doors. I think Topwith may have pulled a bit of a fast one here. I think that was probably a reactionary move, that so many of their cars immediately were in the pit lane on the very first lap. I think that was potentially a call. They saw Andre Fernandez in the gravel trap and realized what was going to happen. If that is the case, Topwith may have pulled a blinder here. So again, to reiterate, no ability to head down to the pit lane under safety car conditions for the teams. So they're not able to serve their stop right now. There will probably be an extension to the pit window to offset that, of course. The next question for everybody is, how many laps under safety car? It's just one car in the gravel trap. We may already have Fernandez clear, or at least getting cleared. We'll have to wait and see. The marshals here at Jerez always do a great job of clearing these incidents as they come. We're going to go down now to the pits. The cars can't go, but we can.
Estamos aqui com Joaquim Teixeira, o team boss da GT4 Racing Team. Tem em pista o Hyundai Elantra do Daniel Teixeira. O Daniel fez uma excelente recuperação.
Sim, nós arrancamos e último ontem tivemos o problema com problemas de travões, não conseguimos sequer fazer uma qualificação nem a 1 nem a 2. Vamos arrancar as duas provas em último. E mesmo assim o Daniel continua com problemas porque nós não temos uma das bombas, ele só tem travões à frente, atrás está muito difícil e ele está a fazer a recuperação o melhor possível. Neste momento estamos em primeiros, agora vamos esperar que o carro aguente até ao final. Se aguentar, podemos fazer aqui um bom resultado, que era aquilo que nós queríamos, embora vamos ter também ainda mais um handicap negativo, são mais 10 segundos em relação aos outros, mas estamos cá para lutar até ao fim.
Okay, muito bem, muito obrigado. So, Joaquim told us that yesterday Daniel had some problems with the brakes. Still has some problems with the brakes because the rear brakes are not working properly. But anyway, he did a great recovery, and now they are trying to hold the position and try to get the car to the end. So that's what Joaquim told us, and yeah, Daniel is doing a great race. And back to the studio.
Okay, thank you very much for the interview and the translation from there. Yeah, good to see that Teixeira's issues are resolved. We expect him typically to be at the very front of these split grids when we've got the GTCs and the TCs separated. That TCR Hyundai, as we saw at Portimao, is often one of the classes of the field, and I was rather surprised looking at the grid sheet last night that that kind of pace hadn't been evident in the car, but those brake issues would explain an awful lot. Started from 20th on the grid and is now our leader. That is phenomenal pace from Teixeira. We'll see how that translates, of course, for the rest of the race. Regarding pit stop handicaps, he does have a 10-second handicap to consider, as does Morita behind, as does Camelo in third place. So our top 3 cars all have a penalty to serve, and that, in all seriousness, could really play into the hands of Luca Stacchini, who is the 5th car in the queue, but behind his teammate, who of course has already served a pit stop. But for Stacchini, 4th position with no pit stop handicap, so he's going to spend 2 minutes in the pits rather than 2 minutes 10. I think it could be ideal for him. Also, the first of those cars a lap down will also profit here. That is the Almeida and Tom Roche car that runs in 14th overall currently, is currently a lap down. It's with no context, it's easy to think you're saying it's going to work for this team. Yes, it is, because they have made their stop already before the safety car came out. And in reality, they're about 1 minute 55 back from the race lead with a 2-minute pit stop, or in fact a 2-minute 10 pit stop, owed by the first 3 drivers. So I think that's going to work out magnificently for that car that's 4th in the queue, albeit a lap down. Will be a slow burn, that situation, for the number 125 car, but it is going to be a situation for Antonio Almeida and Tom Roche that I think will prove beneficial. We're back to racing conditions then. Daniel Teixeira leading the race, Rui Morita in 2nd place, Camelo and Simoes running 3rd position. All 3 cars with a 10-second handicap to consider in the pit lane, and that really is going to throw things wide open. How much longer in the pit window? Normally it would be ending as we speak, but I think they will have extended the pit window. It will close in 5 minutes time, and in fact just over 4 minutes time, so I don't think anyone's going to hang around on that. I think they're going to peel the cars in potentially this time by Teixeira, Morita, and Camelo and Simoes among those, of course, who haven't pitted. Most of them haven't pitted. Certainly everyone on the lead lap has not made a stop at this point. So there's going to be a huge exodus from the racetrack to the pit lane next time by. Rui Morita hasn't been able to really give chase to Daniel Teixeira. Instead, he's having to keep an eye on young Duarte Camelo. Camelo driving that speedy motorsport Porsche Cayman. Of course, we'll see a lot more of the speedy motorsport fleet out later on in the GT4 race that's immediately following this. If you're more a fan of the GT4s, they are up next, don't fret. Through the chicane we go then, with less than 20 minutes left on the clock. Normally the pit window would have elapsed, but we have another 4 minutes or so of window available to us this time. Will everyone come in? Certainly a lot of them are, yes. Let's see how busy that pit lane is. I'm wagering very busy indeed. Camelo actually stayed out there. Duarte Camelo continues on, but what of everybody else? Into the pits there comes the Stacchini machine, so Chloe Grant will be readying up to take that car over. Oh, Luca with a wee stumble, but otherwise cleanly out of the car. And there goes the driver swap. Chloe Grant. Gracie Mitchell. Chloe's also in the paddock this weekend. Sorry, Gracie. Gracie Mitchell into the car. Quite a few female drivers here in Iberian supercars, and indeed in the paddock in general, between the Caterhams and the Copa Racers and Porsche Iberica. There's quite a strong movement of talented female drivers. One of them, Alba Vasquez, who we just saw, I think, the McLaren in the pits, that Alba Vasquez car. Looks like we've got some slight issues potentially with one of the Ginettas here. The TMS Tocqueville team know those Ginettas like the back of their hands, and there seems to be some cause for concern there in the passenger side. Now, often that's where you find a battery or an ECU or something like that, so perhaps there's something electrical going on there. We'll have to keep an eye on that. There is the Vasquez car that we were discussing previously, and that will be Alba Vasquez getting in now. to the car that, of course, sits second in the Supercars Hispana GTC category. Again, coming into this race, they were the closest competitors to Rimarita. And of course, this is the season finale for Supercars Hispana. The Iberian Supercars, the overall classification will continue into Estoril, but this is a critical day for the SMC Barcelona team. Here's the scramble out of the pit lane. Now, where are those Ginettas that pitted prior to the pit stop? Or prior to the safety car, I should say. That's the critical question now. Have those guys come out in the lead, or have they come out behind? That's what we really need to know. Those Ginettas that pitted prior to the safety car could well be our race leaders. We'll have to keep an eye on the timing loops to confirm that one. But I reckon that, mathematically speaking, it should now be the Ginettas from Topwith that pitted early, or indeed the Fothergill Porsche that lead this race. There is the Fothergill Porsche just behind the BMW making a move there. There's Teixeira, who with his pit stop handicap, of course, has been swallowed up by the field. There he is, just ahead of Gracie Mitchell. As Gracie actually, I think, had a slightly longer stop than I anticipated there, because I would have thought Teixeira would have lost out to the Topwith Ginetta of Mitchell. Stachini was only a handful of seconds behind prior to the pit stops. There's that Fothergill and Bennett Porsche. Who will be at the wheel of that one now, I wonder? I think it will be Fothergill. Yes, it is. Dave Bennett started the car, so it's Marcus Fothergill at the helm. Daniel Teixeira begins the important work of pushing his way through the field, which he's going to have to do here for the rest of his stint, with that pit stop handicap being even more punishing than normal. He comes across the line in 5th position. And I think we still had some pit stops ongoing there. Of course, Camillo and Simoes still owed us a pit stop, and I think that has now been done. They'll have switched over to Simoes, but we need to try and figure out where they are. The 125 car is into the pits. That's the Antonio Almeida started car. There is the number 2. Okay, that's what we needed to see, where the Cayman came out. And indeed, it's come out behind the Hyundai of Teixeira and just ahead of Gracie Mitchell. So Gracie will be trying to mount a challenge there against the number 2 car. I think just about everybody has now served their stop, and, well, yes, they did need to, because the pit window has already closed. And so this time by, now that everyone has made their stop, we'll get a clear view on timing and scoring of who our race leader now is. The Santos Aniribas number 133 car is what's listed on our timing screen here. That is the Chefo Sport Ligier, the 133 car, one of several from Chefo Sport. And yes, it is. It's a Ligier 1-2, as a matter of fact. And this is now the battle for 3rd place. So Marcus Fothergill defending here from Teixeira. This is for 3rd position. You've got a Ligier 1-2. Looked to me like Teixeira struggled to get out of that corner, though. Granted, he went deep into the turn, but it then looked like he was either in the wrong gear, or the car just didn't leap out of the corner as one would expect. Of course, coming out of a slow corner, front-wheel drive, it's sometimes a little bit less efficient than rear-wheel drive, but not to that extent. He lost a car length or two out of the turn. We've got a dozen minutes of this race left to run, and just to reiterate, it is those 2 Ligiers leading the race. This is the battle for 3rd position. Marcus Fothergill leaving the inside open there for Teixeira. That felt rather like holding his hands up and saying, you know what, fine, just do it. And the Porsche is now back then to 4th position overall. Critically though, still leading among the Cup entrants, so running 4th overall, 3rd in the GTX class, oh sorry, 3rd in the GTC class that combines the Cup and the GTX classifications. But in terms of the Cup spec cars, he's still the leader. Oh, goodness me, Simoes there, running very, very wide indeed, under quite a lot of scrutiny from Gracie Mitchell, and you can kind of tell, can't you? Driving out of his skin, almost driving into the gravel trap in the process. Certainly this circuit is a lot more slippy than the one that they qualified on yesterday. The conditions are a lot grayer, the temperatures are a lot lower, and there are damp patches around the circuit from some overnight rain. So there's a lot of challenge on the circuit itself here. But Gracie Mitchell is going to provide yet another challenge to Simoes. Pompeo Simoes, who took the car over from Duarte Camelo, trying here to defend 6th position from Mitchell and Stachini. We haven't seen any of Rui Morita since the conclusion of the pit stops. There he is just in the back of shot, running 8th overall. So the car that was previously 2nd is now all the way down in 8th after the pit stop handicaps have shaken out and woven their chaotic impact on this race. With 10 minutes of racing left to go, it is a Schaeffo Sport Ligier 1-2 here. It is Alejandro Iribas at the wheel of the leading car, the 164, the car that started on pole position and then had that off-track moment on lap 1 of the race. Gabriel Cathoyolo is the driver at the wheel of that one. Cathoyolo, I should say. And he's right there with his teammate for the race lead, only half a second between them at the line. I think there is the potential for a move for the lead in the next couple of laps, so we need to keep an eye on those Ginettas, on those Ligiers at the front of the field. We'll see what we can do to keep an eye on that lead battle. Look at the final corner. We've got less than 10 minutes of this race left to go. I think we'll have 4 to 5 laps of racing. Here is that lead battle. That's the one that we need to keep an eye on. The battle for the race lead. Teixeira is closing in on the 2 Ligiers. Ligier JS2R powered by a 3.7 litre Ford engine. Very much favours lightness over raw power when it's balanced against other cars, whereas that TCR machine seems to be a bit of a rocket ship, and Teixeira has had the bit between his teeth all day. And even with that handicap that he had to serve during the pit stop, here he is challenging for 2nd place, and that might soon be challenging for the lead. Teixeira up to 2nd place, inside beckons, inside open, and P2 is his, and I wouldn't mind betting that before the end of the lap he's on the back of the race leader. Well, he's on the back of him now. I think he might be past him by the end of the lap. Is even looking to the inside for the hairpin, and in fact I think that was a little bit of yielding there. However, yielding for the lead as well, I don't think that was intentional. But Iribas there has not only made it easy for Teixeira, he's made it easy for his teammate, and with that goes 2nd overall, but more importantly, the GTC class lead. Oh, that I think was a little bit of over-generosity there from Alejandro Iribas, and he's going to be kicking himself. 4th position belonging to Fothergill at the moment, Marcus Fothergill, but he's under scrutiny from the Camelo and Simoes Cayman by the looks of it. We'll circle back to that in a moment and look, but now that Teixeira is through, quite frankly, I suspect that battle at the front is over. There's the BMW in 5th position, so there's been some changes there because that BMW was way back before Duarte Camelo's car. Now, of course, in the hands of Pompeo Simoes, going very deep into the last corner, and that's going to give the opportunity for Gracie Mitchell to go around the outside here at the first turn. Gracie, though, not quite as quick in a straight line in that Ginetta G55. Those Caymans are always so slippery towards the end of a long straight because they cut such a small hole in the air. And so balance them as you will. The laws of physics and associated forces are what they are. Because the Porsche's front fascia is so small and relatively narrow, it just cuts through the air like a knife. And towards the end of those straights, the Cayman is always strong. Gracie, though, I think has a bit more downforce than the Club Sport spec Porsche. So through those sweeping corners, you can see the Ginetta G55 really hankering into the tarmac, as it were. So that battle continues on, and then just ahead of them, that BMW has gone past both of those cars in the last couple of laps. I wouldn't mind betting that Fothergill is next on the list and not far away from being dispatched here. That's the sole F82 BMW M4 GT4 on the grid, which is being driven by Chloe Grant. And I'm sure it's Chloe this time. She is driving that car. He's running across 2 different categories in 2 very different race cars this time. But while this battle between Mitchell and Simoes continues to be entertaining, we do need to keep an eye on what's going on ahead as well, because that is, of course, also for 3rd position in the GTC classification. So the GTC podium battle is going on just ahead of this scrap between the Cayman and the Ginetta. The big BMW hankering down on that Porsche. All 4 cars in shot there. That's 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th in the GTC classification. And while it does look like Simoes is potentially under more immediate threat, the way that Chloe Grant has bulldozed through both of these cars to get to the back of Fothergill makes me think we might not be far away from a position change. You can see them there running out wide, using all the paint they can, which on a circuit where it has been damp overnight, that is a bit of a coin flip, quite frankly, using that much paint, but they're confident that the grip is there. Some TC class traffic to consider for everybody. The leader in the TC class is the Castro Faria car, the 102 that started on pole position, is now quite a way clear and lapping faster than the Martins and Gomez 101 car that follows it as well. So it looks like the 102 squad are going to have the runner form in TC for this race. In terms of the GTC class of the Spanish Supercars Series, the Supercars Hispana category, this race is still going to be a net gain for Rui Morita, with Vasquez and Colombina behind. However, the biggest gain of all will be for Angel Santos and Alejandro Iribas, who currently sit 3rd overall. Of course, they were the race leaders earlier on, and then made it very easy to allow not just Teixeira but also Cazuelo to go through. All the same, finishing 3rd in this race, finishing 2nd in GTC, will be a huge benefit to that Ligier that runs in 3rd place. We've got 2 minutes and 45 seconds of this race left to go. Teixeira leads by almost 4 seconds. The gap has also massively extended between the 2 Ligiers in 2nd and 3rd place, so I think Cazuelo will be the GTC class winner ultimately here. It will be a Ligier 1-2 by the looks of it in that class, but 3rd in class is up for debate, with Chloe Grant in that BMW looming on the big rear wing of the Porsche 991 Cup of Fothergill. They'll head down the hill now, and Fothergill feels the need to go defensive. The big BMW has the inside line. Chloe Grant has the inside line. It'll be a drag race out of the corner. The BMW should have a bit more pickup to it, but no, the Porsche fires back. Great racing between both parties. Competitive stuff. And we're going to go on to what should be the final lap of the race with an interesting scrap. Can Fothergill try and fight back? I feel that now Chloe Grant has gotten through, that Chloe Grant is going to stay ahead. But what about Simoes? What about Gracie Mitchell? That's our potential championship gainer there. Santos and Uribas who went through shot. Gracie Mitchell trying to find the inside line in Simoes, but Simoes absolutely not letting it happen. He came from the world of Kia racing, which is a big deal in Portugal, as well as some Caterham running. He's got good racecraft about him, does Simoes, Pompeo Simoes, in that number 2 car. Shouldn't be a surprise, therefore, that he's right on the money when it comes to getting the elbows out. So to my reckoning, this will be the final lap of the race. I don't believe we had +1 lap, unless I'm hugely mistaken based on what we've seen previously. This has been a fabulous motor race, not just in terms of the on-track action, but also just the variety there. The BMWs, the Porsches, the Ginettas, the Ligiers and the Hyundai out front. It's been a compelling one so far. Will we get a grandstand finish out of Gracie Mitchell? If it's going to be anyone, it's going to be Gracie. She's been on the back of Simoes for some time, but I'm just not sure she's going to be close enough here in the last moments of this race. Not sure if my picture has frozen or if... there we go. We are back to... moving pictures now. Teixeira, we need to see him because clock has hit 0, so we need to see the leader across the line. He'll be at the final turn already, if I'm not mistaken. There indeed is the race leader. There is the checkered flag, and there's the JT59 team punching the air, saying, yes, Daniel. And it was a great race from Teixeira. We've had a switch for second place. Uribas is up to second position. There's been a switch among the Ligiers, and Santos and Uribas will take not only the GTC class win, but take a huge haul of points away from Rui Morita in the process. That's a big switch on the final lap among the Ligiers. Santos and Uribas 11 seconds back from the overall win, but they're not going to care in the slightest because they've profited massively in the championship. In fact, I would think they will take the championship lead in the GTC class of Supercar de Hispana with 1 race left to go. That's a huge result. There was a switch there at the end as well for 9th position. You see that Ligier just going ahead of the number 22 McLaren. Colomina and Vasquez ultimately only finishing 10th place. They were second in the GTC points heading into this race in Supercar de Hispana, and they're going to conclude it in 3rd position. I think quite a distant 3rd position as well. What a drive though from Teixeira at the front. We saw him make the move for the lead with, what, 8 minutes or so left on the clock? By the end of the race, he was 11 seconds clear. That Hyundai is a very quick machine. Typically, where we've got combined grids or where we've got everyone together on the same circuit, you see Teixeira in amongst the GT4s, but here in this race, the number 59, has proven to be insurmountable. Santos and Arribas in second position and winning the GTC class critically in this Supercar Hispana decider. It will also help them a lot in the Iberian supercars, which continue into Estoril later in the month. Oliveira and Grant finish in 4th place, just behind the other Ligier of Acosta and Cathoilo. Bennett and Fothergill, with Marcus Fothergill in at the end there, finishing 5th place after Chloe Grant made that late move. Camelo and Simoes finish only 6th place, maybe a bit disappointed, but they did have a pit stop handicap to consider. Lucas Ticini and Gracie Mitchell, 7th place, solid result, but I think maybe they'd have been hoping for more from this one as well. I think they may have had a slightly slow pit stop. Rui Marita in 8th place, Nogue and Varela in 9th. In 10th position, Colomina and Vasquez in the McLaren. Vent and Sanchez in the 70 are next, ahead of Vito Costa in the number 73 Porsche. Then it's the Ferrari, the 430. It is a Ferrari 430 after all, of Fawcett and Raposo. And then in 14th there at the bottom of your graphic is the TC class winners, Castro and Faria. They beat Martins and Gomez to the line in 15th overall. Your top 3 are down there already. We're going to have to move some signage, but that's okay. The Ligiers may be making parking a little bit difficult for the Hyundai driver. I'm not convinced a Hyundai has ever had to park between 2 Ligiers before. I think that might be a motorsport first. So then the 59 driver, Teixeira, of course, driving solo. And I think we're going to go down to our pits interview just as soon as Teixeira finishes his hugs. So let's leave the airwaves open so we can catch our leader as soon as possible.
Daniel. Estamos aqui então com o Daniel Teixeira, o vencedor da corrida do Corridão aqui da GTC e carros de turismo em geral. Daniel, foi uma corrida em constante luta, uma vez que começaste do último lugar, recuperaste para primeiro, depois com o handicap que tinhas da corrida anterior, voltaste aqui em posições, tiveste que voltar a recuperar para primeiro.
Sim, é verdade, foi uma corrida bastante difícil. Ontem tivemos o problema de travões que nos impossibilitou fazer as 2 qualificações. O carro ainda não está a 100%, conseguimos apenas uma solução de recurso para tentar solucionar o problema de travões, mas mesmo assim permitiu-nos ter andamento para ganhar. Foi uma corrida muito gira para mim, para ter de último para primeiro, com muitas lutas em pista, todas elas felizmente justas, e estou muito contente de ter vencido.
Isso aqui é uma vitória com um sabor especial?
Sim, quando se parte de último e se consegue ganhar uma corrida, tem que ser sempre um sabor especial. E aqui Jerez é uma pista que eu gosto muito, mas não tenho tido muito azar. É o 3º ano seguido em que tenho que arrancar de último devido a problemas na qualificação, e conseguir uma vitória desta forma é muito bom para mim.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e parabéns. So, Daniel was telling us that it was a tough race because he started from last due to brake problems yesterday. It was he had to recover twice because of the handicap situation also. It is a good way to end the race with this win, because in 3 times that he came to Jerez, it was there always problems and he had to always to recover. So this win has a special flavor, and he'll try again to fight for the next race in the afternoon. Thank you. Back to. Vamos continuar então. Perguntar aqui mais pilotos para entrevistar. Temos aqui o Gabriel. Foi uma corrida também interessante para vocês, com lutas. No final, parece-me que vocês deixaram passar o vosso colega de equipa, uma vez que está a lutar pelo título.
Sim, foram ordens de equipa, eles estavam um bocado atrás, disseram-me na última curva deixou passar, e assim fiz, porque ordens de equipa são para se cumprir, e se há uma estratégia em jogo, é para se cumprir a estratégia. Não estou cá a lutar por nada, estou aqui para fazer o meu melhor, para me habituar ao carro. E eles estão a lutar de facto para um campeonato.
E assim foi uma excelente corrida para vocês?
Sim, foi uma excelente recuperação. O meu colega Eimar recuperou muito bem o carro, teve ali um susto, esteve muito bem, ainda recuperou, entregou-me o carro e depois foi só gerir, tentar andar para a frente e fazer o meu melhor.
Muito bem, muito obrigado. So Gabriel was telling us that it was a fun race for him. He showed his pace, but in the end he had to team orders because the other car from Alejandro Iribas and Santos are fighting for the championship. So the team told them to change positions, and they did. He's telling us that team orders are to listen and to fulfill. So, well, vamos então tentar encontrar mais pilotos para conversar. Entretanto, temos aquí o Imar. Imar, ha sido una carrera muy interesante para vosotros, ¿no?
Sí, carrera complicada porque las primeras vueltas estaba muy mojada la pista. Sabemos que con nuestro coche sufrimos en esas condiciones con respecto al resto de monturas, con neumáticos más grandes, con mayor peso, pueden calentar mejor el neumático. A medida que fue avanzando la carrera pudimos tener mejor ritmo y bueno, luego pudimos trabajar muy bien también para que nuestro compañero que se está jugando el campeonato pueda tener una muy buena posición, muy contentos, un nuevo podium y de nuevo, bueno, felicitar al equipo, a mi compañero que ha hecho un trabajo espectacular y ya con ganas de la segunda carrera.
Muy bien, suerte. So, Iman Acosta was telling us that in the beginning he had some problems with the tires because the track was very cold and wet, and he had some problems in warming up the tires. But when the temperature came up, he were in the competitive pace, and he's very pleased with the result, with a podium, and also to helping his team to fighting for the championship. Vamos então tentar encontrar mais pilotos. Agora vamos para a grande partida da corrida GT4, que está prestes a começar. Vamos então. Na GT4 temos na pole position Mátio Martins, que é o líder do campeonato de Supercars Espanha e está a lutar pelo título. Este fim de semana, então vamos passar para o estúdio, aparentemente vamos passar para o estúdio, então, so back to the studio.
Okay, thank you for all of those interviews, and we'll get a look now at some highlights of the race that was. Well, a very compelling first race of the day for the GTC and TC classes. Our pole sitter at the very start of the race was that Ligier machine, the 164. However, very quickly, Rui Morita moved up into an early lead. The 164 car then having a disaster, going off the circuit in the hands of Angel Santos. There was dramas, collisions and spins. Further back, Steve Curtin and number 700 NGT Motorsport Aston Martin, both in strife. And then a new leader very quickly emerged. Andre Fernandez was having an absolutely brilliant run, moved around the outside of Rui Morita to take the lead after the safety car period. However, he was later found out to have overtaken Duarte Camelo in that Cayman for third position without or before the safety car line, and he got a drive-through penalty. Unfortunately, things would only get worse from there. We saw Daniel Teixeira moving up the field. We saw Lucas Ticini in amongst the heat of battle as well, but then a huge critical moment for the race leader in a spin down in the final sector of the lap. Another safety car to clear that machine during the pit window, which caused a bit of a strategic headache for several teams. But certainly a shame that we lost Fernandez in that manner. He could have been a contender for an overall podium. The Ligiers were leading after the pit window, but Daniel Teixeira, pit handicap and all, from the back of the grid, moved into the race lead, and he would be unassailable from there. Lucas Ticini's car, now in the hands of Gracie Mitchell, was in a great fight with Simoes further back outside the top 5. There was also a good battle on just towards the fringe of the top 10 with the recovering Alba Vasquez. Lots of exchanges of position, but this was one of the big ones. This was Chloe Grant moving up for third in the GTC class towards the end of the race. Teixeira with a comfortable win. And then, as we heard in that interview, team orders from the two Schaeffo Sport Ligiers towards the end of the race to make sure that Alejandro Arribas took the flag first in the GTC class, and to my reckoning that gives them the lead in the Supercar Vifmana GTC class going into the last race of the year. That is hugely critical. And we can now focus in on the GT4 race, which is coming up right now. Let's go to the grid.
Here we are with Enrique Ventura Oliveira, the teammate from Matthew Martins, who is fighting for the championship in Supercar España. Enrique, you are team up with the leader. Is that an honor for you?
Yeah, for sure. It is an honor to partner with such an experienced driver. And right now we just fight for the win and try to not make any risks, and let's keep our head down and do my best, and that's it.
So it looks like the car is very competitive, as it did yesterday, the pole position, and also the fourth fastest lap in your qualifying. Do you think that today, with these conditions that are a bit mixed, with some raindrops now, do you think that car will be competitive?
Oh, for sure, for sure. The Aston Martin is perfect in these conditions, not really hot, but not really cold. So yeah, I think we are competitive. Let's try to chase down the victory. We are already on a good position, so now we just keep it that way, and let's bring the trophy home. Okay. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So let's keep going. We have here César Machado. Let's try to speak with César Machado. César, podemos falar um bocadinho?
Claro.
César, passos do segundo lugar, vocês ainda têm alguma possibilidade de ganhar aqui o Supercars Espanha? Qual é a vossa abordagem para esta corrida?
Nós não temos possibilidade de ganhar o Campeonato Espanhol, o Supercar Spain, porque nós não fomos a Jarama. Mas estamos na luta pelo Iberian Supercar e pelo Campeonato Nacional. E esta corrida faz parte também desses dois campeonatos. O objetivo é lutar pela vitória, estamos num ritmo forte, não conseguimos fazer a pole ontem, porque na minha volta de qualificação houve um carro um bocadinho mais lento que me prejudicou antes da curva da chicane, fez-me perder o tempo que eu vinha a ganhar. Mas já estamos num ritmo forte, vamos tentar lutar pela vitória e logo no fim logo se vê.
Okay. Muito bem, boa sorte. So César told us that his focus is in the Iberian supercars and Campeonato de Velocidade. So Supercar Spain is not their main concern. Yesterday he had some bad luck in his best lap because he lost some time with traffic, but he is in second position and will try to fight for the overall win today. So let's go for them. Let's see if we can speak also with someone else. We have here one McLaren. Gonzalo de Andrés. Tenemos que ser rápidos. ¿Objetivos para esta carrera?
Pues nada, nosotros estamos en la categoría bronce y salimos junto a muchos silver, entonces intentar estar delante de nuestra categoría y dejarle a Álvaro lo más adelante posible el coche.
Okay. Suerte. So Gonzalo, we have to leave the grid now. Let's go. Anyway, Gonzalo was telling us that he will try to fight for the win in the GT4 bronze, who is in the pole position. So that's his goal. So now back to studio.
Thank you very much for the insights from down there on the grid. We are just moments away from getting this race started. We heard there from young Enrique Oliveira, who's starting with Matthew Martins. Matthew Martins' regular teammate Roberto Faria, I believe, is here, but he's not racing, unfortunately. So that means that Martins now has a sole lead, effectively, in the Supercars Spain GT class and in the Supercars Iberian as well, although it's kind of a three-way situation there with Mercado and then the Faria Martins pairing. But certainly this could be a really beneficial day for Matthew Martins, who looks like he's going to be on his own in the fight for that number 77 car to win the championships this year in the GT4 division. So then it'll be Matthew Martins starting from pole position. Again, this graphic not reflecting the actual grid. Matthew Martins on pole position, Cesar Mercado in second position in the Speedy Motorsport Toyota, Francisco Abreu, the number 26, in third place, Gonzalo de Andrés in 4th position. And that's the first of the McLarens. The Speedy Motorsport Porsche of Luis Tavares, the number 6, starts from 5th place. Then it's Jose Cautela in the McLaren Barcelona SMC Motorsport car in 6th place. In 7th is Jose Carlos Perez, the Speedy Motorsport Toyota, alongside Thomas Blanzella in the NM Racing Team Mercedes. Then it's another of the Racar Aston Martins of Francisco Carvalho, or Carvalho I should say, Miguel Nabesh in the 58 Toyota for Gianfranco Motorsport, rounding out the overall top 10 of what is a 25-car grid. Perez in 11th for Lema Racing in their Mercedes, Cristobal for Valeso in their Porsche in 12th place, Gianfranco Motorsport 13th, Nuno Afonso at the wheel of that car, Ricardo Costa's 97 NM Mercedes in 14th, 15th place only for Nerea Marti and Promotion Motorsports BMW. They've got a lot of work to do, and they are championship contenders, so they've got some serious work to do. Andres Zematis in 16th for GT Race Marbella, their Toyota. It's Guillermo Eso, the always fiery driver of the number 36 in 17th for NM Racing Team, ahead of Kian Potes of Lema Racing, the Slovakian driver and team, if I'm not mistaken. 19th position for Borja Romigos in the AutoWorks Motorsport BMW. Then it's Luis Caljeros in the 38 car in 20th, Jan-Niklas Steiler in 21st for CV Performance. In 22nd is Sergio Azevedo. In the number 16, Ruben Vaquinhas, I should say, the 777 Aston Martin from Gianfranco Motorsport in 23rd. Javier Macias and Vicente Dassi will round out the order on this grid. So then, pit stop handicaps to be dished out in this race as well. And it's really bad news, I must say, for Nerea Marti and Jose de las Milagros. They start from 15th. They've also got a 10-second handicap for winning last time out in Valencia. It's going to be a tricky race for that BMW team. The front row of the grid then. The number 77 on pole position. And then Cesar Mercado alongside him. Those two cars also have penalties to consider when we get to the pit window, but for now they're only considering each other, and oh goodness me, immediately there's drama as we go onto the grass as the race gets underway. It's going to be a race lead, is it, for Matthew Martins, who's so late on the brakes there. Cesar Mercado had the best start from the front row of the grid. It looked like he was going to lead it, but then Martins, full commitment on the brake on cold tyres, moves to the lead audaciously, retains the lead audaciously going into the first corner. The Aston from Racar Motorsport then is the leader. No pressure to young Enrique Oliveira, I'm sure, in the pits, who is going to be taking over potentially the leading car if Martins can hold on through the pit window. And what I think will be his first ever race at the helm of a GT4 car for Enrique Oliveira. See there some defensive driving further back. It's the first of the McLarens there in 4th position. Driver at the wheel of that is Gonzalo de Andres. Some 2 and 3 wide further back in the pack, some side-by-side action. And at the front is Matthew Martins. Oh, we've got one off the circuit. Is that one of the Toyotas? Yes, it is. Say is that Sergio Azevedo? That would make sense, either Azevedo or perhaps Andreas Matis. I can't quite see from that angle, but one car going rally crossing then. What's going on though at the front of the pack? It is still Martins clear. First, second and third have spread out a little bit. It conversely though looks like Gonzalo de Andres has quite a lot of pressure directly behind him. Luis Tavares in the Speedy Motorsport Porsche is right on his bumper. These GT4 cars always lend themselves to close and combative racing. Oh, Tavares there really pushing the limits. Tyres still coming up to temperature, I'm sure. just maybe asking a bit too much there on corner exit. Quite a few of these teams will have pit stop penalties to serve, including the Matthew Martin's car in the race lead, but it'll only be 3 additional seconds on that pit stop. Mercado and Ferrer in second place have 5 seconds of penalty, and then Nerea Marti just going through shot there outside the top 10. Rather unfortunately has a 10-second handicap. There is actually Marti at the bottom of shot, the first of the BMWs rather than the second of them. So the 81 car, is that a few places gained early on? We'll have to try and figure that out as we see the number 44 Toyota. This was the car that went off the track on the first lap of the race, unfortunately. So that's not the start that we'd have wanted for the Afonso Area entry, the Gianfranco Motorsport Toyota. They may have had a tyre go down by the looks of it as well, and that could be the explanation for going off the track in the first place. If they had a tyre failure rather than an error, that would also explain the trip towards the gravel trap. So then the leading cars out of the final corner to begin lap 3 of the race, and gap out front 1.1 seconds. Looks like Matthew Martins has the measure of the pace. Be interesting to see how Enrique Oliveira does. He hasn't driven that Aston before in race conditions, to my knowledge. However, he has driven an older GT4 BMW, of course. You may recall him running that earlier in the season, and also even before that in the GT4 Winter Series. So he has done a bit of GT4 car running, but it'll be his first time in race conditions in that Aston Martin. It's the last year of strictly of homologation for that Aston as well. The new 40A generation Aston, of course, is the current car. That's the 17A, the previous gen car. Interesting to see if that means that those things are going to be immediately pushed down to the GTX class next season, because that would be a very competitive car for sure in that category. So the number 6 car now under pressure. We spoke about the fact that it looked like Tavares was the one pressuring, and now I think it's rather switched, because he's got Pires behind him in the number 5. Jose Carlos Pires, of course, former champion in the GT4 Pro division of Iberian supercars, as well as the Portuguese series, the Campeonato de Portugal de Velocidade, driver that we always expect to be fast. With just over 5 minutes in the books. Already only 15 away from the pit window as well, and so for everybody who has a pit stop penalty, they'll be thinking about that in the back of their minds. What kind of gap do I need to build? Where do I need to be? And they'll all be hoping as well that there's no safety car, of course, before the window opens, because the last thing you want is the field condensed on your bumper. It looks like Gianfranco Motorsport are still working on that 44, but we'll wait and see if it gets back out onto the circuit. It is Martins in the race lead, almost that gap out to 2 seconds over Machado in the number 4 machine. Of course, we've seen how popular that Toyota is on this grid, and Speedy Motorsport a big part of that. Cesar Mercado at the wheel of that car that's in second place, and of course he is the overall champion in all 3 of last year's GT4 classes in the Campeonato de Portugal de Velocidade, in the Supercars de Urbana, and in Iberian Supercars. Cesar Mercado was champion. It's been quite the honour, I think, this year for drivers like Ferrer, and before that Rafael Lobato, to be sharing with him. But Mercado is always a force to be reckoned with. I understand that if Martins can win this race here, he will be champion in the GT classification of Supercar Hispana, the GT classification taking in all classes, effectively the overall class, to put it in the simplest way possible, in the GT4 division of supercars. He leads that point standings by 28 points over Nerea Marti and Jose de Milagros, who are much further down the field, as we can see there. Where is Marti in the order at the moment? Let's check in on that. That's the 48 car. That's the sister promotion Motorsport BMW. So that's the second of them. It's the 81 that sits 13th position. The closest rivals to Martins in the championship. That's going to be a very big ask. So Martins currently with that race lead. There is Nerea Marti through shot there briefly, the big factory coloured BMW. Meanwhile, we've got to move on here with the Aston Martin making its way through. That's one of the very few Evo spec Aston Martins in this region. That's the number 79 car, sorry, of Vasco Oliveira and Francisco Carvalho, and that was Carvalho making up a position there. That should move him up to 11th place in the race right now. Indeed, now they've gone through a timing loop, it confirms the 79 is through. That was Cristobal in the 888 car that he just made a move on. With almost 10 minutes completed in the race already. We're seeing some drivers who, again, I think qualifying was a bit of a weird one yesterday. We had a few drivers out of position, and Carvalho making his way up the field. We've had Marti, of course, starting all the way down in 15th, now running in P13, or at least Nerea Marti was running in P13, is still there in 13th place, but for how much longer? Because here's a move for 13th place. Nerea Marti does not need to be losing positions in these circumstances, but there goes the number 36 car. In fact, no, that's not the number 36, is it? That's one of the Supras rather than a Mercedes, but that Supra going through, that's the Gianfranco number 58 car of Miguel Nabesh that has moved up a position there at the expense of Nerea Marti, and that's huge for the championship. Nerea Marti and co-driver, the only ones that can defeat Matthew Martins in the Supercar Hispana overall GT championship, which concludes this weekend, and she and Jose de los Milagros have a lot of work to do. Now it's the 36 car that's on the bumper of the BMW. That Supra was already ahead at the beginning of the previous lap, albeit by only a nose, maybe even just by the Toyota badge. It just seems like after getting a couple of places earlier on, we're starting to see why that BMW is as far down the field as it is. It looks like it's struggling a bit for just overall grip and traction, quite frankly, and Marti now under a lot of pressure. We're going to go down now to the pits.
So we are with Eduardo, the team boss here at Racar Motorsport. You are in a good position to win the championship. What's your thoughts at this stage?
Well, about winning the championship, it will be later on, not today, not now. We'll have to wait, we'll do our best, and we'll keep fighting. But the championship, only in afternoon today, it's a race. We'll try to win races and get the best results.
This, with a new driver on the car, is that an distraction, or do you think that will be a good pair to win the championship?
No, it's a good pair. That's why we choose him. We believe him since the beginning, so I think it will be an help to us. He will help us to win the championship if we can. We'll do everything, and he will help us for sure.
Thank you very much. Back.
So then, yeah, great to hear there that vote of confidence from Enrique, or for Enrique Oliveira. The number 77 Aston Martin, the car in the lead of the race. This is its sister machine, the number 79 Racar Aston Martin. And we see here the start-finish line of the circuit. We've still got that Gianfranco Motorsport Toyota Supra, unfortunately, in the pit lane, so that's still there and still perhaps not going to get back out into the race at all. There's our race leader. There's the number 77 of Martins and Oliveira. Mercado and Ferrer running in P2, now over 2 seconds back. It's been a steady gain of that gap for Martins. Abreu and Mora in third position in that number 26 Toyota, always one to watch, of course. Now they sit third in the Supercar Hispana GT points right now, with Marti and Jose de los Milagros so far back in the classification right now, running in 14th place. It could well be the case that Mora and Abreu, in the car that's third overall, will be up to second in the point standings. They won't be able to win the standings with Matthew Martins clear at the front, but that red and white Supra just at the bottom of shot there, locking up a little bit as I talk about it, which is always concerning. But that car that's third position is potentially going to move up to second in the points here, with the issues seemingly just for overall grip for Marti and Jose de los Milagros. Already 15 minutes into this race. We're 5 minutes away from the opening of that pit window. There goes through shot the third place car of De Los Milagros and Francisco Mora. So that's going to be, Francisco Mora and Francisco Abreu, the two Franciscos. How could I forget? That is their colloquial band name. On at the moment in this battle for fourth place, with De Andres, who's been kind of driving through the mirrors the entire race. I think he can be forgiven in that SMC Barcelona McLaren for simply not holding on to the rear of the car ahead. There is the fourth place McLaren, just being pursued by that Porsche Cayman, being driven by Tavares, of course, in this first stint, and will then be handed over to Aguayo Branco for the second phase. That number 6 car sits quite a way down the point standings, but it seems as though the number 6 Speedy Motorsport Cayman has strong pace here today. See this broad mix of machinery. Of course, you've got the 6-cylinder turbo in the McLaren. I think we're going down to the pits, if I'm not mistaken. Apparently we're not, so we've got less than 3 minutes until that, or less than 4 minutes until that pit lane is going to be extremely busy. So soon we're going to have a lot going on down there. And keep an eye on that, of course, as it unfolds. Pit stop penalties are going to be a big problem for some, certainly for Nerea Marti and De Los Milagros. For Martins and Oliveira, they do have a penalty as well, but so does Mercado and Ferrer behind. In fact, it's a bigger penalty. Let's see what goes on here then for fourth position, because De Andres is under the most pressure that we've seen any time recently. And that could be a move going into the first corner, because that Porsche is always quick in a straight line. To hopefully see that. Oh, we do see something going on there. Was that a car slowing? Was that maybe someone rejoining the race? It could have been that Gianfranco Toyota that had issues earlier on. I think that was just a car rejoining from the pit lane, but it's a bit of a scary jump cut there. De Andres manages to hold on, but it just strikes me that that Porsche looks a little bit more well sorted in the current conditions. One way or the other, it just seems as though Luis Tavares has a little bit more in the tank versus the number 11 McLaren, being piloted by Gonzalo de Andres of SMC Motorsport, the McLaren Barcelona team, with their distinctive, of course, Gulf liveries on both cars. Gonzalo de Andres, a former runner-up in the Supercars Endurance GT4 Pro classification back in 2022, and was also the McLaren Trophy champion in the inaugural 2023 season of that series. He knows his way around these McLaren Arturas. That much is very clear. And so if you're Tavares and you're keeping up with someone like de Andres in the car he knows best, that is a very good sign indeed. And not only is he keeping up, but he is menacing. He's a little bit further back this time than he was on the previous lap, that much is for sure. And now next time by, the leaders will have the opportunity to potentially make their pit stops, because 31 minutes and 8 seconds left on the clock. Next time by, they'll be within the final 30 minutes of the race, and then the 10-minute pit stop window will be open. We'll have to see who pits early and who pits late. I would expect that maybe Matthew Martins will run longer into the stint. Not sure about what will happen between Mercado and Ferrer. But Mercado and Ferrer are going to have to worry about losing positions, because they've got a 5-second penalty for finishing second last time out in Valencia, and that is potentially going to drop them outside the podium places if they're not careful. Although this battle for fourth will give them a bit more of a cushion in that regard. Whether he knows it or not, Tavares is doing a bit of a favour for some of those up ahead by making fourth place so hard fought. Abreu and Mora just up the road from them as well, running, of course, penalty-free, which doesn't feel like something we get to say too often about that number 26 car, as competitive as it is. But they don't have a success penalty to consider. Ooh, and is this again Marty struggling a little bit? It's well, certainly not struggling, but under pressure from Guillermo Aso. As they left shot there, Guillermo was really scrutinising the car that currently sits second in the class. We do have pit stops. We saw there, that was Abreu and Mora, the number 26 car coming into the pit lane. So Francisco Abreu making his way to pit lane. Oh, and very wide there goes de Andres on corner exit. That could offer an opportunity here to Tavares, and he agrees. Here comes some pit stops. We've got a lot of cars diving in at the first opportunity. One of the Lemma Racing Mercedes doing the same. That's going to free up the rear view mirrors a little bit for Nerea Marti. She can focus forward for just a little while, but certainly really having to focus in all the wrong places, not on the driving but on the defending and trying to make the best of a bad situation. And she'll hand over to Jose de los Milagros, hoping that Jose can make something happen, but they've got a 10-second handicap from winning the previous race as well, and that's going to be very difficult to overcome when you're running 14th before the pit stop. Even a top 10 would be a remarkable result from the position they find themselves in. So second time of asking for the pit window here. Just starting to see some sideways action there from the rear axle of the number 6. I think Luis Tavares has been asking quite a lot of the tyres so far in this race. Now, you're not allowed to switch tyres during the pit stop. This is your set of tyres for the race, and I just think that Luis Tavares may have been taking some of the best of the life out of the rubber, which João Agua Branco will not be happy with in the slightest. The race leader is into the pit lane, so Matthew Martins gives the car to Enrique Oliveira. Enrique will take the leading car over. That's a lot of pressure on very young shoulders. I can't remember if he's turned 18 yet. He's a very, very young competitor. Of course, he's taken the seat over here from Roberto Faria, who's not been able to take in this last portion of the season. We hope to see him back soon. Number 717, the Racar team. Of course, such a formidable outfit here in Iberia, one of the best GT teams in the region, and if they've put their backing between Enrique Oliveira, that is telling. De Andres closing in a bit there on the 36 Supra. Now that 36 Supra, I believe, has served its stop already. They are a lap apart. Yes, they are. So the 11 McLaren, second in the queue here, is our race leader for now, the leader among those who haven't pitted. How long will they stay out? They've got another 6 minutes of pit window to utilise, if you will. Meanwhile, side-by-side action further back in the field. The number 40 car. Around the outside, the BMW of Borja Hormigos goes. Oh, and keeping the inside line for the following corner. I wasn't quite sure that was going to pan out there, but I think partially thanks to some generous driving from the Supra driver, that was able to stick. Of course, good to see Borja and Hector Hernandez back out there, and albeit with a new car as well, because they've switched up from the GTX class to the GT4 with a new spec BMW M4, which is always great to see. Of course, they've previously raced in the GT4 class, but stuck with the older car for the first part of the year. Now, though, getting used to the G82 Evo, I believe it is, as well, the very latest spec car. All sorts of battles on through the field. This is the number 4 car carving its way through. This is the Machado and Ferrer machine making its way after its pit stop. I think they're just making some easy places post-pit window. Now, that car had a 5-second penalty, so that's going to be interesting to see where it's come out relative to some of those cars that were behind. Of course, the cars that were immediately behind are the cars that now lead the race, the ones that haven't yet pitted. So it's going to be the latter half of the window, or perhaps at the very end of the window, where we really know quite how much of an effect the pit stop penalty has had on the number 4 team of Machado and Ferrer. Your race leaders, albeit through the pit stop sequence rather than outright pace, are Gonzalo De Andres and Alvaro Libera. And Gonzalo, I mean, he is a bronze driver. It is a bronze lineup in that car. And he is very, very strong for a bronze. And always good to see the development of some of these bronze drivers in Iberian supercars when you've got some great young silvers and experienced professional drivers on the grid as well. It's quite the measuring stick to work towards. Of course, the measuring stick this season at the moment seems to be this man, the 77, Matthew Martins, who was in the car, of course. It's now Enrique Oliveira, who looks like he's really hustling in that thing. You can see him extending the track using a lot of track limits, and he does have to be careful not to push that too far. You can only run that gambit so often. Oh, and that's a big hit there for the Toyota Supra. That was the number 58 car, wasn't it? That was the Franco Motorsport Supra, and that looked like a heavy hit to me. Around turn 10, I think that could have been, but either way, that's potentially going to be a safety car period. The leaders are in. You can see the safety car lights are on as well, so that is more than likely about to pull out onto the circuit, that safety car, and with an impact that heavy, it's hardly a surprise. I don't think Miguel Nabez had handed over to Andre yet, so I think it was still Miguel at the wheel of that 58 Toyota, and that's the car that has generated the safety car period. And the safety car will now wait for the right opportunity to pull out onto the circuit. There's the good news, driver out of car. Miguel Nabez walks away, but that will be, I think, probably a weekend ender. Front end collision on a front engined car, especially one that heavy. You'll have busted radiators and who knows what's going on under the bonnet after that. But the big news, the important news, is that the driver is okay. Now the safety car here wants to pick up the car that's just coming through. That's a miss, unfortunately. No. That was some race direction there from Francisco Mora, who flashed the safety car to say, go, 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 you need to pick us up. It was Matthew Martins there that went through first. Now he's technically, see, the safety car has missed the important machines here. This is the problem. Matthew Martins was the de facto race leader and was missed by the safety car, and now we've got a situation where the safety car's on the track but it's got the wrong people. This is going to be one that's going to take a while to unravel, unfortunately. I was hoping rather that Martins and Mora would hang back and allow the safety car through, but instead we have this difficult situation now for race direction to get everyone back where they should be, behind the safety car. I think this is going to have to wave everyone through and sort it out over a lap or two here. For those who have not yet served their pit stops, of course, under safety car you can't go into the pits, but there will be an extension of the pit window to try and nullify that problem. So everyone should get their opportunity to legally serve the pit stop. Now have we picked up the driver that is strictly the race leader now? Granzella and Huber, is that them? Is that the number 10 machine? We'd need to get a close-up of that Mercedes behind the safety car to tell for sure, because they're so similar. But yes, Thomas Granzella and Max Huber, strictly speaking, are the race leaders. So that is the correct car that they've now picked up. Now, I don't think they've served a pit stop, which is where I think some of the confusion came from there. Francisco Abreu certainly thought that the safety car should pick him up, or indeed him and Mattia Martins up, but Granzella and Huber haven't served their stop, so strictly speaking, yes, that is the race leading car. That's going to cause some issues though for everyone who has already pitted. We'll figure this out while we go down to the pit lane.
Hola, estamos con Nerea, que está con José de los Milagros peleando por el título de Supercar España, pero la cosa no ha sido muy bien. ¿Qué ha pasado con vosotros?
Bueno, nos ha faltado un poco de ritmo en carrera, pero bueno, está José ahora en pista. Yo creo que con los 10 segundos que tenemos de handicap de Valencia también nos ha perjudicado bastante para la carrera. Estamos luchando por el top 3, así que no perdemos esperanza, queda otra carrera luego y vamos a luchar para intentar estar en lo más alto.
¿Y con este safety car piensas que es posible ganar más posición?
Sí, exacto. Bueno, después del handicap de 10 segundos, el safety car nos ayuda a reagruparnos todos otra vez, así que vamos a intentar exprimir el máximo esta carrera y sobre todo centrarnos en la segunda, que es donde creo que más posibilidades podemos tener.
Okay. Gracias.
A ti.
So Nerea was telling us that they are a bit off pace in race pace, and they are having some difficulties. But now with the safety car, they have some hope to recover some more position. Nevertheless, they lost some positions because of the handicap that they had from the Valencia race that they won. Go back to studio.
Yeah, exactly. We spoke about that 10 seconds of handicap on a car that was already running 14th. Very unfortunate, but those are the rules, unfortunately. And as Nerea alluded to there, Jose de los Milagros has a great opportunity to potentially make up some places. Now, we've got a very complex situation here for the two cars that or for the rest of the field here, because I think just about everybody, strictly speaking, has now been lapped because of this safety car and where it's come out. You see there, running second in the queue is the car that Tavares was driving earlier on, now being driven by Aguirre Branco. Strictly speaking, that car is now a lap down because the number 10 of Granzella and Huber is the race leader. It's also pretty much the only car, I think, that hasn't made a pit stop yet. That car is, strictly speaking, the race leader, and that means that, as we saw, Matthew Martins and Enrique Oliveira and Francisco Mora behind at the very rear of the field. That means that they are going to be the race leaders once Granzella and Huber make their driver change, once Max Huber takes over. And they're going to be almost a lap ahead of everyone from 5th place back. It's hugely unfortunate, but that's the way the safety car has diced things up here. The letter of the law is that the safety car has to pick up the race leader, but unfortunately, because we had that one outlier, that one team, the NM Racing number 10, that hadn't yet served their stop, what it's done is it's put everyone outside the top 3 the better part of a lap down. That's really unfortunate stuff. Not really anything that race control could have done about it. They may do a mass wave through, but that will be very time consuming. Speaking of time consuming, Max Huber there sat with Neil Montserrat, the team boss, who is facing us, or facing away from us. That is Neil Montserrat of the NM Racing team, but I think Max Huber will be sat there going, yeah, we are wasting time. Time for me to be driving the car. He's only got, what, 16, 17 minutes, 15 minutes of the race left to go, and he's not yet in the car. He'll be very frustrated, but again, letter of the law, can't pit under safety car. And I think everyone at the moment is, you see Neil looking down to his phone. He'll be looking for announcements in the Supercars Endurance communication channels to see what they're intending to do about this safety car situation, whether there'll be a wave around when the safety car will be released. But the reason that we're still under safety car, of course, is probably just because of the damage that Toyota, and indeed the damage to the barriers caused by the Toyota. The Supra itself has probably leaked fluid onto the circuit en masse with a heavy hit to the front like that. And the barriers will have taken a big knock as well. So it's going to take a couple more laps, I suspect, for this one to be cleared up. So what we can do at this stage, we can look through the overall order and tell you where everybody is, roughly speaking. So strictly, again, Granzella and Huber in that number 10 NM Racing Team Mercedes are the race leaders. The safety car is directly ahead of them. And then in second place, and at the very back of the safety car queue, are the cars running second, third and fourth. Enrique Oliveira, second overall, will inherit the race lead once Granzella and Huber pit. Abreu and Mora running third overall. And then Mercado and Ferrer running fourth overall. Those are the last 3 cars in the safety car queue, which is a huge advantage for them because the car that runs 5th overall is the Guayabranco machine, the Porsche Cayman that just goes through shot there, second in the queue, 5th overall and a lap down. And that's again just because of where the pit window and the safety car converged. In 6th place is the McLaren of Montero, Libera in the sister SMC Barcelona McLaren in 7th place. In 8th place is Pires and Guedes in their Speedy Motorsport Toyota, Calvaro and Oliveira in 9th position. That's the Evo spec Aston Martin. Then rounding out the top 10 is Cristovo and Cunha in the 888 machine. Safety car is in this lap, so the safety car is going to come in, and I wouldn't mind betting Granzella and Huber won't be far behind. I don't know if they can actually pit on the safety cars in laps, so they may have to do one full lap and then pit. But either way, we are going to go back to racing. Now, strictly, it will be that NM Racing Team Mercedes as your race leader. It is Granzella at the wheel of what is, for now at least, the leading car. But Thomas Granzella owes us a pit stop, so the actual battle is at the rear of this queue. The important fight is at the rear of this queue. The top 3 cars at the very back of the field because of how things have worked out with the pit stop window. You've got the leader through shot, then you've got the battle for 5th position on backwards. And then at the very rear of the pack is where we see what will be the race leaders very shortly. But we're not going far enough back to see them. We see some more squabbling further back in the field, in the midfield. At the very rear, there we see them, the last 3 cars going through shot there. That's currently 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the race. It will soon be 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the race, and they're going to spend the rest of their race picking their way through the field. Your race leader, Granzella, still owes us a pit stop. They'll have to come in this time by, I think, to hand over to Max Huber. And then here's your battle for 5th, 6th and 7th, and there is a move for 7th place. That is Jose Carlos Pires, his teammate, Guedes, getting through. Thomas Guedes there moving up to 7th position. Oh, that's a big tag there for the 85 Mercedes. The CV Performance Group machine was hung out to dry on the outside there. There you see the Toyota Supras running 2nd and 3rd position, albeit at the very back of the pack. That was the fight for 2nd place that we saw there, believe it or not. Again, the safety car coming mid-pit window has massively scrambled this motor race. But you see their 2nd and 3rd place just at the very back of shot. The 2 Supras towards the rear of the field fighting it out for 2nd position, and it is, for now at least, Francisco Mora in that P2. The race leader of Granzella and Huber should be coming into the pit lane now, and that will take them out of contention for this race because they're the only front runners that owe us a stop. Here is your race leader, as it will now be, the number 77 grey and blue Aston Martin. Even though it's entrenched in the field, that is the race leader. Again, the pack has been split in half by the safety car, and now what is happening is Oliveira having to do some crazy lapping while fighting for the race lead. He's got all sorts of cars ahead of him that, strictly speaking, are a lap behind, but it is Enrique Oliveira heading the charge through the field as the race leader. Oliveira then just ahead of Abreu in of Francisco Mora in 2nd place. Oh, Oliveira running a bit wide there. He's got to be careful. Francisco Mora is the kind of driver that won't forgive mistakes, and Oliveira there runs wide and allows the 26 through. That's a move for the race lead, believe it or not. Again, it doesn't look like it, but I promise you, that was a move for the race lead. The 26 car past the 77, the machine with the NGL branding on the front. I'm not going to lie, that's the race leader. The top 2 have slightly dropped as well. The Supra in 3rd position of Mercado and Ferrer. I just think that perhaps the driver at the wheel, Adrian Ferrer, is taking it easy, knowing that he's got a guaranteed 3rd position at this point. His closest competition is over 90 seconds back. Again, with how the safety car has cut the grid in half. So very complex race that we've got unfolding before us now. We wait as everyone else goes streaming by to see our race leader. Where are they? There they are, and that is Francisco Mora being pursued by Enrique Oliveira for the race lead, albeit very deep in the pack. It looked to me almost as if Oliveira let Mora through, but I can't believe he'd do that. Yes, it's important to see the checkered flag here, not just for himself, but also for his teammate Matthew Martins, who is still on course to sew up the Supercar Vizcaya overall championship here. But surely a young man in such an early stage of his career is going to want to fight for the race win when the opportunity arises. We'll have to see. Of course, the battle for fourth place is now of some intrigue, because it's that number 6 Porsche Cayman that leads the head of the train, as it were, the front of the safety car queue. That car is now fighting it out for fourth place, and just behind him he's got the number 23 of Lorenzo Montero. So that's the battle for fourth and fifth position. See them shuffling their way through here, the middle sector of the circuit. Just looking at the classes of those respective cars in that battle for fourth, it isn't a class battle, it is purely for overall position. That would be for fourth overall at the very front of the field. Rather strangely, is the battle for fourth place. Here's your top three, still working their way through. Drivers that are strictly going a lap down to them. Abreu and Mora, the Franciscos, lead the race. Meanwhile, Enrique Oliveira is now under increasing scrutiny from Ferrer. It's the two cars in the back of shot that we need to be paying attention to there, because they are the ones fighting out for second overall here. The number 5 car of Tomás Jerez is looming large in the mirrors of Enrique Oliveira, and that is for second place overall. Battle for fourth place, meanwhile, is just up the road from them at the front of the safety car queue that was. And there hasn't been any change there, albeit Montero is giving a lot of hard work for Aguirre Branco to contend with. You see everyone else working their way through shot. None of these battles are particularly consequential towards the rear of the field. This is much further back in the pack. The battle for fourth place is way ahead of this. They'll be in the final sector. But there's the battle for second close again for Mercado and Ferrer, right behind Martins and Oliveira. Now the race leaders will be, of course, in the midst of the pack. If we go to the last camera on the circuit, soon you will see the battle for fourth place emerge at the final corner. Here they are now. This is fourth, fifth and sixth places. Strangely, of course, at the front of the field, but this is actually the battle for fourth place. This is Aguirre Branco, who was second in the safety car queue as the race restarted. They'd pitted, they'd been trapped a lap down by the safety car being scrambled, and they now sit at the front of the queue, but can only fight for fourth, fifth and sixth places. And that McLaren has looked feisty for a while now on the back of Branco, and I just wonder how long it will be until there's a move there for fourth and fifth place. Also, of course, keeping an eye on that battle for second place, and there has been a change for second, because Matthew Martin's teammate Enrique Oliveira has now lost out to Ferrer as well. So the Speedy Motorsport number 4 is up to second place. You see their cars from outside the top 10 going through, and then There's our leader, there's second place, and there's third place through shot. So Martins and Oliveira, we just saw through shot, they have lost out in the battle for second. And Enrique Oliveira off the circuit in the gravel trap in the back of shot there was the number 77 car. Enrique Oliveira now is still on the circuit, but he went off the track on the gravel in what was a bizarre incident, an unforced error, just taking way too much curb and ending up off the track. He's already lost first and second place, and he nearly lost the car altogether there. Third position, I believe, will still be enough for Matthew Martins to secure the title, but certainly he'll be operating with the heart in his mouth, because Enrique Oliveira is having a bit of a tricky race out there. Oh, one of the NM Racing Team Mercedes there being pushed out wide. Not sure which of them that was. We go back to the battle for fourth place with Aguirre Branco in the number 6, just heading the storm. You can see there on the timing tower, the top 3 separated by 2 seconds, then fourth place, 1 minute and 36 seconds behind. That's the situation we found ourselves in with the safety car falling where it did. It's certainly thrown the cat among the pigeons in the race and created some complex situations, but also some interesting battles. That's the 44 car, which is several laps down after going off the track earlier on, so that car's not really of much importance, the Gianfranco Motorsport Toyota. It's many laps down, but it's the cars ahead of him, the 4th, 5th and 6th place scrap, that we really should be keeping an eye on. That is, of course, unless Ferrer can make a bid for the race lead, but given he's 2 seconds back, I think he's too far back with 1 minute and 5 left on the clock. It should be the penultimate lap of the race. We'll have to keep an eye on the time and where the leaders are relative to it, but I think we'll have one more lap after this one. This is the battle for fourth place, going through towards now the final chicane, that what used to be a motorcycle only chicane but is used by just about everything these days, and Branco is holding on. Where are the race leaders? There is the leading car going through shot now. That's the race leader. We've got 30 seconds left. I think we'll get one more lap, but it's going to be close. That battle for fourth was getting very interesting just ahead. That is Guedes there, really offering up scrutiny to Montero. Lorenzo Montero under a lot of pressure from Thomas Guedes there, 4th, 5th and 6th. Going through shot. It is going to be the final lap. We need to hold this shot, because coming through the final corner to take the checkered flag is going to be the race winner. Checkered flag is out for Francisco Mora across the line to win the race. In a very bizarre closing stanza of the motor race, Abreu and Mora are winning. They've got most of the field a lap behind them. Mercado and Ferrer take second place. Martins and Oliveira take third. And I believe with that, Matthew Martins will win the GT class of the Supercar Hispana for this year. But we now need to go back to that battle for fourth place, which is at the very front of the field, because that's going to fight on for the entire race. They'll be down in the middle sector right now. That's the one we need to see. There they are. There's been a switch. There's been a change for fourth position. Montero is through and ahead of Branco. Again, why is the fourth place battle so far back? It's because they got trapped a lap down in a safety car that happened mid-pit window. But look at that, a late switch for fourth position. Lorenzo Montero has taken full advantage there of the opportunity to get past Aguirre Branco. He's been fighting for that opportunity for what feels like about 20 minutes. In reality, it's about 12, 14 when the safety car came in, but he's been really working hard at that, and he is going to be rewarded with fourth overall here. Looks like Branco is just about going to hold on, although he's still under scrutiny from Thomas Guedes. Guedes isn't quite going to be able to find his way past his Speedy Motorsport teammate in different chassis. Yes, very different cars, but they are both Speedy Motorsport machines. And among those two, 4th, 5th place, it is going to be João Aguirre Branco there that takes the 5th position. What an incredible and very complex race that was towards the end. Let's run you through the order in that one. Francisco Abreu and Francisco Mora win the race in a brilliant performance. Daniel Teixeira shouldn't be there on those standings. It's the 26 car that won the race, but the rest of the order is correct. In second place, it is the number 4 of Machado and Ferrer. In third place, Martins Oliveira, of course, that number 77 car, Matthew Martins and Enrique Oliveira. Catella and Montero, the number 23, in 4th position. In 5th place, Tavares and Aguirre Branco. In 6th place, Pires and Guedes. De Andres and Libera in 7th. Guillermo Eso and Vava in 8th position, sorry. Granzella and Huber in 9th place, and Cristova and Cunha rounding out the top 10. Let's go back down to the pits after what was a very, very complex motor race. See the celebrations. We'll very soon have our reporter diving in there, so let's leave the air open so we can catch up with the winners.
Francisco, may we go in? Francisco, can it be English? So, Francisco, you won the race with Francisco Abreu won the race with Francisco Mora in the Toyota from Toyota Gazoo Racing Salvador, Portugal. It was a tough race.
Yeah, very tough race. So my first stint, we knew that they had the handicap, so managed to beat the tires. Then Kiko did an amazing second stint. A bit of a mess with the safety car. The safety car should have gone in front of the first, not in front of the third. But then Kiko could overtake them. It was a crazy race, but in the end it was very good for us. We won it. Now just focus for the second race of the weekend to try to win it again. So.
Okay, Francisco, thank you. Let's try to speak with Francisco Mora also. Francisco doesn't want to speak now, so let's speak with Matthew. Let's speak with Matthew and Enrique. Matthew won with this result. Matthew won the Spanish Supercars Endurance GT overall championship. Matthew, it's a nice feeling for sure.
Yeah, yes, of course. Now we need to focus with the Iberian, and yeah, but good result for the Spanish one.
And you in the first stint where you were very fast, the car was perfect.
Yeah, the car was good. I tried to put a gap to be sure that Enrique stay in front. After I don't know what happened with the safety car, because we are in front in the timing, but we are at the back of the grid, so I don't know what happened, but yeah, it's difficult.
Anyway, it's a good feeling.
Yes, of course. Enrique did a good job, and we need to focus with the next race.
Enrique, it was a tough race for you. Yeah. You were in the middle of the pack with with many cars behind putting some pressure on you. How did you deal with it?
First of all, the safety car, I don't know what happened. I just continued pushing until I saw a car. Then we were in the middle of the pack. There were some good fights. But yeah, I just wanted to keep the car to do the last lap, and that was it. So yeah. For sure, it was a good race, but let's try to keep focus on the second race and take the trophy home. We can do it.
For you, it's your second podium in consecutive weekends. You are developing very well as a driver.
Yeah, I just try to keep cool and to do my best, and that's what matters for me. That's what matters.
Okay, thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's try to speak now with Gonzalo de Andres, que won the race in GT4 Bronze. Gonzalo, ¿podemos hacer una entrevista?
Sí,
ahora
claro.
mismo. Vosotros han ganado la GT4 bronce.
Sí.
¿Cómo ha sido la carrera? Dime.
Bueno, ha sido una carrera bastante buena para nosotros. Salíamos cuartos, hemos conseguido mantener la posición durante todo el stint y la verdad que teníamos 10 segundos de handicap. He conseguido dejarle el coche a Álvaro primero con esos 10 segundos. Luego ha salido el safety, que ha habido un poco de lío. Hemos perdido ahí una vuelta y opciones en la general, pero él ha hecho un grandísimo trabajo. Hemos terminado ganando la categoría y séptimos, creo, de general. Qué bien.
Álvaro, ha sido para ti una segunda parte de carrera con muchas peleas, ¿no?
Bueno, me ha dejado la verdad el coche en una posición muy tranquila. Hemos recortado los 10 segundos de handicap de la victoria de Valencia. He estado rodando con la gente de cabeza y bueno, al final me he quedado ahí descolgado entre un grupo y otro, he mantenido un ritmo y bueno, aquí estamos, hemos ganado.
Okay. Muchas gracias y para bien. So with this, Álvaro and Gonzalo are very pleased with the result, and it was a tough race, and that's it. Let's go to studio.
Indeed, the next races of the day not far away, and you'll be able to tune in all day long. But for now, I think we're going to get a look at the highlights of that one. Well, it feels like a long time ago that this 50-minute race kicked off into life. A lot happened. It was Matthew Martins on pole position, but realistically did not get a great start as the race got underway. It was a better launch off the line from his Toyota on the outside, Jose Carlos Perez, but Matthew Martins late and committed on the brakes to hold an early lead. We had the 44 Gianfranco Toyota off track early on. He'd rejoin the race later on, several laps down after a lot of time spent in the pits, unfortunately for the Gianfranco team. We got some great fighting all through the field, as is typical, especially when the GT4 cars have their own grid. You get these great fights all through the order, and we saw countless examples of that as the race continued on through the first phase. Oh, one car bouncing off quite a lot there. It's quite easy to run and find the gravel at some of these corners around the circuit. We had a switch there in that shot for fourth position. We had Nerea Marti, meanwhile, struggling further back in the big BMW. She was losing time and losing positions as their hopes of winning the Supercar Hispana overall GT title continued to fall by the wayside. The other promotion motorsport BMW, in fact, sorry, that's the AutoWorks BMW, having a good scrap further back. That was for the positions well outside the top 10, but all through the field the battles were looking entertaining. Now this was in the midst of the safety car window. We had lots of cars converging on the circuit, some who had pitted, some who had not, and that would prove to be a key point later on, because just before the pit window closed we had the safety car out because of the number 58 car. Driver okay, we should stress, but a big impact for Miguel Nebeif, and that led to a safety car period, albeit one that was scrambled because the number 10 car, Thomas Granzella and Max Huber, hadn't pitted yet, and that meant that everyone behind them, fourth place and down, all a lap behind, having all served their pit stops, and that also left the top three fighting their way through the order. They were at the very back of the field. Strictly they were second, third and fourth when the safety car came back in, but they would soon be fighting for the lead while doing a lot of lapping, and the master of it all proved to be Francisco Mora, who had a brilliant race, managed to get the best of Enrique Oliveira, who took over the number 77 from Matthew Martins. He'd finish only third eventually, but it proved to be enough for the Supercars GT title, the Hispana Series title. That's a big win for them. That's a big success for them. They are champions in Supercar Hispana in the overall GT classification. But that's it for Iberian Supercars, at least for now, because this afternoon we'll be back with 2 more races.
Ok, muito boa tarde, telespectadores. Aqui estamos em direto de Jerez de la Frontera para a terceira corrida do Caterham 420R, um dos campeonatos mais disputados, com carros todos iguais, com as mesmas características. E isto promete, tem sido umas lutas acesas durante as duas primeiras corridas de ontem. Vamos ver como é que isto corre. Já está tudo alinhado na grelha, preparados para a volta de lançamento. Ok, aí vamos começar com a volta de lançamento. Portanto, em primeiro lugar, no primeiro lugar da grelha, do lado direito, está o inglês Mark Farmer, Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga com 77 em segundo lugar, Diogo Tavares terceiro, JJ Oliveira em quarto, Tomás Teixeira e Pedro Reis Ferreira na terceira linha, João Pedro Costa Saraivas na quinta linha, Diogo Costa, Francisco Vilar, Daniel Ferreira, André Correia, Javier Morcillo, um nome bem conhecido, já dos tempos de antigamente, quando eu corria cá em Espanha, grande piloto. Wesley Payne, Santiago Ribeiro, Tomás Lemos, Ivo Prada, Tiago Loureiro, João Galveias, Lev Krivoshane, Breno Arruda, Manuel Teixeira, Nelson Gomes, Fernando Costa, JJ Magalhães Júnior, que vai sair exatamente à frente do pai, JJ Magalhães, José Rodrigues atrás de Fernando Costa e na última linha Barry Benham e Bruno Knudsen. Estes campeonatos, sempre defendi isso, participei neste campeonato desde 2007, primeira vez que estes carros foram importados para Portugal, e isto ainda é dos poucos campeonatos que eu considero como corridas pure racing, ou seja, o volante ainda é um volante, não é um controle de televisão cheio de botões, não há trações de controle, não há ABS. Para guiar um carro destes e ser rápido e ser consistente e ganhar a corrida, tem muito que se lhe diga. Ok, como eu estava a dizer, este continua a ser e é talvez um dos melhores campeonatos em Portugal, se não mesmo o melhor. Caixa sequencial SADEV, motor de 2 litros com quase 200 cavalos, tração atrás, sem ajudas de qualquer tipo. Não há cá ABS ajustáveis, não há cá controles de tração ajustáveis. O único controle de tração que nós temos é na ponta do pé. E tem uma coisa muito particular que não existe em mais nenhum troféu. Aliás, muitas corridas de turismo vemos que é um bocado aborrecido. Vemos o arranque, os pilotos distanciam-se uns dos outros, não há ultrapassagens, não há nada. Mas estes carros, devido à aerodinâmica não muito eficiente, nós conseguimos ver que os carros são completamente cortados atrás à vertical. Portanto, quando o vento passa por cima dos carros, causa uma depressão na parte de trás, que causa os chamados cones de ar ou slipstreams. E isto é o que torna as corridas muito emocionantes do princípio ao fim. Não interessa se estamos a lutar pelos lugares do pódio, se estamos a lutar pelos quintos ou décimos lugares ou 15º, há sempre ultrapassagens. Isto basta ter uma distância de pelo menos 5, 6 metros, até talvez um bocadinho mais, começamos a ser aspirados pela sucção do carro da frente e isso torna as corridas emocionantes. E é o que deve ser. Só pure racing, pure driving. Estamos a aproximar. Vamos ver se isto vai ser uma partida limpa. Vamos ver. Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga está numa boa posição. Diogo Tavares, o meu antigo e mais aguerrido rival nos tempos dos 1600 Rover. Estamos a chegar ao gancho antes da reta da meta. Safety car já entrou. Até podemos ouvir um hino da corrida anterior. Atenção, bandeira encarnada, passou os semáforos, aí vamos nós para a partida. Começam as tentativas de ultrapassagem. Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga parece-me já está à frente. Ui, ali uma grande manobra de cruzamento. Não sei quem é. Já vou ver. Grande manobra, salvo erro. Não sei se foi Tomás Teixeira. Já vou confirmar assim que tiver a lista. Mas pelo menos partida limpa. Não há toques, não há incidentes ainda. Isto é a maravilha que é carros, 3 carros lado a lado. Isto não se vê em mais lado nenhum. Confesso que estou Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga em primeiro, Marco Farmer, JJ Oliveira. Isto ainda não é atualizado, atenção, isto não é atualizado, é as posições da largada, já vai ser atualizado assim que possível. Ok, foi JJ Oliveira que fez aquele arranque fantástico, vindo do lado esquerdo, cruzando as trajetórias e metendo-se pelo lado de dentro. Agora temos Pedro Reis Ferreira e os Saraivas ali num bom duelo, junto com Nobre da Veiga logo a seguir. Já temos aqui ou uma desistência ou uma avaria técnica. Aí está JJ Oliveira. Ok, parece que já houve aqui uns incidentes, já vejo guarda-lamas no ar, precisávamos de ver a câmara seguinte e muito possivelmente vamos ter bandeiras amarelas decididamente naquela curva. Aí está JJ Oliveira, Pedro Reis Ferreira, Saraivas, Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga em quarto. Julgo eu, ainda não conheço bem os carros. Mas já está, saídas dos cones de ar, aí começamos nós. Portanto é Diogo Tavares atrás de Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga, agora lado a lado com ele para a curva 2, vai-se tentar mandar, julgo que conseguiu. JJ Oliveira entretanto a seguir, Pedro Reis Ferreira já no alcance dele, as lutas pelo terceiro, quarto, quinto e sexto estão-se a atrasar um bocado. Convém nunca perder muito tempo para tentar não perder a cola com os da frente. Isto não só tem muita condução, mas tem muita estratégia. Pumba, lá vai mais um guarda-lama. E depois às vezes temos estes otimistas a excederem-se um bocadinho, a entusiasmarem-se demasiado e a haver sempre estes contactos. Por isso é que os guarda-lamas é uma das peças mais consumidas para além dos pneus por corrida. Olhem para isto, 4 carros lado a lado. Isto é uma coisa que não se vê em mais lado nenhum. Talvez nos karts de aluguer. Aí está André Vilar, acho eu. Pois, ok. Manel Ferreira ali com uma luta com o Francisco Vilar cá atrás. JJ Oliveira continua em primeiro. Pedro Reis Ferreira continua no seu encalço. Diogo Tavares já vai de seguir. Nobre da Veiga também. E os Saraivas de seguida. Pedro Reis Ferreira está-se a aproximar e assim esta distância já vai começar a beneficiar do do tal vácuo do cone de ar do carro da frente, do JJ Oliveira. Já está a distância, aquela distância que vocês veem de Pedro Reis Ferreira para JJ Oliveira já é o suficiente para ele se começar a aproximar. Entretanto, houve ali um peão à entrada da reta da meta. Não há controle de tração. Isto muitas vezes acontece quando uma pessoa vai com cedo mais ao pote e acelera mais do que o que deve. Isto é tudo um teste à consistência, rapidez e suavidade. Mais uma desistência ou mais uma avaria, não consigo ver o número. O Nobre da Veiga agora a fazer uma ultrapassagem a Diogo Tavares. Ok, André Correia desiste com o carro 14. Aqui comigo está Francisco Raposo Magalhães, irmão do promotor e meu amigo Tiago Raposo Magalhães, portanto vai também me ajudar aqui a identificar alguns carros que ainda não conheço de cor. Nobre da Veiga continua, Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga continua com uma luta acesa com Diogo Tavares. Deviam se concentrar mais em manter-se unidos para chegar ao grupo da frente, mas às vezes é difícil, quando uma pessoa entra em luta, é um bocado difícil pensar claramente. Começamos a agir com o coração e com a nossa entusiasmo na corrida, que é perfeitamente normal. Entretanto, aí está Pedro Reis Ferreira, está cada vez mais próximo do JJ Oliveira. Mais um concorrente aí para a boxe e aí está, Pedro Reis Ferreira já está completamente colado a JJ Oliveira e muito possivelmente vai tentar a ultrapassagem já no final da reta. Agora o cameraman podia ter ficado em primeiro. Lutas entre Saraivas e Diogo Tavares. Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga entretanto distanciou-se, vai agora no alcance vai agora no encalço de Pedro Reis Ferreira e JJ Oliveira. Pedro Reis Ferreira já concluiu a ultrapassagem, muito possivelmente no final da reta, que não foi possível ver. E agora isto não acabou. Com a história dos cones de ar, nunca ninguém se... Ui. Uma bela entrada em slide de Pedro Reis Ferreira, mas muito bem controlado, sem perder velocidade. E agora JJ Oliveira no cone de ar, vai-se fazer a ultrapassagem. E isto vai ser duas ultrapassagens ou mais por volta. Pelo menos uma na reta da meta e outra na reta interior. Isto não só exige condução, como exige uma mentalidade muito forte para manter a concentração até ao fim e estudar a melhor hipótese de fazer a ultrapassagem antes de acabar a corrida.
Tivemos também a desistência de Teixeira.
Entretanto, como eu disse, há sempre lutas animadas, desde que haja duas pessoas próximas, vai sempre andar a ver ultrapassagens. Uma das vantagens destes carros, a outra é a caixa sequencial, que torna as passagens de caixa possíveis com o acelerador completamente a fundo. Tem um corte de ignição que permite passar a caixa completamente a fundo. Aí está, vimos aqui uma linha muito boa de Pedro Reis Ferreira a abrir no início e fechar no fim, a tentar embalar, mas JJ Oliveira também saiu muito forte. Sempre. Eu nesta posição faria ir sempre junto ou tentar só ultrapassar em sítios em que os dois não perdessem tempo, que é para o terceiro e o quarto lugar não o alcançarem, mas Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga vem determinado. Já vem mais próximo Pedro Reis Ferreira e JJ Oliveira. A luta entre o Diogo Tavares e Saraivas está bastante acesa. Ok, a luta entre os 5 primeiros continua. Estamos a 10 minutos, ou seja, sensivelmente mais do que 5 voltas. Vamos ver a altura em que vão passar aqui na reta da meta. Aí está Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga, cada vez mais próximo. Isto vai dar uma luta animada entre estes 3 pilotos nas últimas voltas, para não dizer já a partida próxima.
Nota-se como indicaste há bocado, a linha do Pedro Reis Ferreira a ser particularmente diferente na última curva. E uma ultrapassagem de JJ Oliveira, Pedro Reis Ferreira no final da reta da meta, na primeira curva.
You cannot hear me? Ok, here we go. So we have temos mais ultrapassagens aqui. Isto vai ser do princípio ao fim. Vai ser do princípio ao fim. Só que o problema é que cada vez que Pedro Reis Ferreira e JJ Oliveira trocam uma posição, Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga aproxima-se cada vez mais. E esta distância que o Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga está não beneficia tanto do condar, porque o Pedro Reis Ferreira já está no condar do JJ Oliveira, mas cada vez que se tentam ultrapassar vão-se estar a perder tempo e Nobre da Veiga cada vez mais próximo. Isto é sempre a tentar o máximo recuperar as posições, mas lá está, como eu já tinha referido, isto é muito difícil para um piloto separar as emoções dos picanços diretos com o piloto e pensar na corrida. Eu tenho uma maneira de pensar diferente, que é não pensar no objetivo, mas concentrar-me no caminho para lá chegar. Mas muitas vezes dizer isto aos pilotos quando estão em lutas acesas é muito difícil. E depois há aqueles que se entusiasmam e há aqueles que se entusiasmam demais, perdem as referências e começam a originar toques nas traseiras e guarda-lamas. Fazem os chamados dive bombs a tentar ultrapassar. Vamos lá para dentro e logo se vê o que é que vai correr. 50% das vezes corre mal. Aí está Diogo Tavares com problemas de aquecimento, muito possivelmente. Muita pena, Diogo Tavares é um piloto cheio de talento. Tive grandes picanças com ele no passado, espero ainda vir a ter. Ora,
os carros que desistiram no início, o André Correia que desistiu no início, então o Tavares com problemas de aquecimento já nas boxes.
e pronto, isto é assim, cada vez que um piloto começa a defender para o outro para não ultrapassar, o outro que vem atrás a fazer as trajetórias de limpas está cada vez mais próximo. Portanto, a partir desta volta vai ser uma luta a 3 e não só a 2. Entretanto, o quarto, os Saraivas, que não sei qual dos primos está a guiar. São 2 primos, o qual eu também tive alguns duelos, só numa corrida, em 2017, exatamente neste circuito, Jerez La Frontera. Pilotos muito aguerridos, com muita experiência. Vamos ver se ainda conseguem chegar aos 3 primeiros. Ainda faltam 7 minutos e 20. E aí está. É o André Correia. O André Correia ainda lá está. É o André Correia. Portanto, temos aqui outra luta. Como eu disse, isto não é preciso andar nos primeiros lugares para haver diversão. Esta luta é uma luta aguerrida entre 5 carros. E isto vai ser ao ataque até ao fim. Estes aqui duvido que estejam a pensar em grande estratégia. Vai ser faca nos dentes até ao fim. E agora precisávamos de voltar às imagens dos pilotos da frente. André Correia a fechar esta luta de 5 pilotos entre o Daniel Ferreira, o inglês Mark Farmer, mais João Pedro Costa. Aí está André Correia a sair melhor da chicane do que Daniel Ferreira. E agora a tentar por fora a ultrapassagem, mas Daniel Ferreira no carro branco, no vosso ecrã, a defender muito bem a linha e a defender a ultrapassagem. Ora bem, 6 minutos, estão a passar estes, os da frente já devem ter passado, portanto devem ainda ter que fazer 4 voltas, devem faltar 4 voltas até ao final da corrida. Aí está, os 3 primeiros, e onde é que andam os Saraivas? Os Saraivas ainda estão longe, vamos ver como é que vai correr isto. Bocados de guarda-lamas, que é o normal, bastante comum nestas corridas ver um guarda-lama ou outro na berma da estrada. Ui, Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga a chegar-se bastante. E agora vamos ver a saída da parabólica para a reta interior. Vamos ver como é que isto... Aí está, Pedro Reis Ferreira a defender bem a linha de dentro. Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga a querer ir por fora, a fazer a sua linha ideal para tentar sair o mais rápido possível. Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga precisa passar para segundo para começar a beneficiar do Condardo da frente. E isto são corridas, 3 pilotos à cola um do outro. Isto é uma das razões que eu defendo este campeonato, ou melhor, estes carros, este Caterham desde 2007. Isto é os troféus mais divertidos, mais divertido para fazer. Este é mesmo o que temos de alta, é a modalidade mais alta que temos dentro dos Caterhams em Portugal. Agora da parte da tarde, dentro de 1 hora e pouco, vamos ter os 340. Aí está, Pedro Reis Ferreira, limpinho, todos a fazer trajetória impecável. Ligeiramente diferente a linha à saída da esquerda da chicane, vamos ver quem beneficia mais. Pedro Reis Ferreira conseguiu aqui uma pequena vantagem para entrar com segurança na curva 1. Se o Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga se cola mais ao JJ Oliveira, vai tentar uma ultrapassagem e colocar-se entre o JJ e o Pedro Reis Ferreira. E aí está, ora bem, 4 minutos, volta mais rápida é 1 minuto e 59, 2 minutos, portanto isto e 4 minutos, é possível que seja 3 voltas e não 2, é possível que isto seja 3 voltas e não 2. E vamos seguir. O Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga a pressionar JJ Oliveira e a tentar a ultrapassagem e conseguir, e ali um toque, ali um pequeno toque, agora Nobre da Veiga vai ao ataque atrás de Pedro Reis Ferreira, antigos rivais, grandes rivais na categoria 340, Pedro Reis Ferreira chegou a ser campeão da categoria 340 e depois da Gentleman de 420, Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga, que eu também conheço bastante bem, é um piloto muito aguerrido. Garanto que isto vai ser uma luta, espero que limpa até ao fim, mas por vezes os contactos estão tão rápidos. Atenção, ali lá atrás os Saraivas estão a fazer já uma ultrapassagem JJ Oliveira, portanto vamos ter lutas pela primeira e segunda posição e pela terceira e pela quarta. Pena o JJ Oliveira ter havido aquele pequeno contacto entre o Nobre da Veiga, mas Nobre da Veiga já estava por dentro a ter feito a ultrapassagem, talvez JJ Oliveira pudesse levantar um bocadinho, mas eu se estivesse na posição do Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga deixava espaço, estavam os dois lado a lado, mas pronto, ele deixou um bocadinho de espaço, mas houve ali um pequeno contacto, o toque de corrida, não houve grande maldade, não vi que o Gonçalo tivesse empurrado mesmo o JJ Oliveira para a gravilha, deixou-lhe espaço no corretor, mas aquele toque entre os dois é que forçou que o JJ Oliveira fosse para a gravilha. E aí está a JJ e um dos Saraivas que, peço desculpa, não sei qual dos primos é que está a guiar. Ok, Pedro Reis Ferreira ganhou agora uma distância a Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga. Podemos ter perdido aqui uma tentativa de ultrapassagem do Gonçalo, que o pode ter feito perder um bocadinho de tempo. Vamos ver se ainda consegue estar. Esta distância já não é ideal para o Condar, mas ainda mesmo assim esta distância ainda se consegue ter um bocadinho. Vamos ver como é que eles entram para a reta interior. E aí está, JJ Oliveira, condução muito certinha. E Saraivas ao ataque. Ok, aí está, Saraivas à cola do JJ Oliveira. E agora onde é que está primeiro e segundo? Pedro Reis Ferreira já tem uma boa vantagem entre Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga, mas faltam 40 segundos. Vamos ver se vai acabar agora ou se ainda vão dar mais uma volta, mas é possível que ainda deem mais uma volta. Depende da velocidade a que eles estejam a fazer estas voltas. estão a rodar em 1:59.2, é possível, se fosse 2 minutos era mesmo à conta, mas abaixo de 2 minutos é possível que ainda façam mais uma volta. Acabou? E aí está, Pedro Reis Ferreira, Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga agora cometeu ali um pequeno erro na entrada da curva, talvez esteja a forçar muito a tentativa de apanhar Pedro Reis Ferreira e vamos ver, é mais uma volta. Portanto, entramos agora à última volta. E a luta está bastante... Ui, lá vai mais um nariz, que também é a terceira peça mais perdida nas corridas, além dos guarda-lamas, é o nariz da frente. Por um lado é uma vantagem, é pior quando ele fica preso a roçar no chão, tapa a entrada de ar do radiador e o carro sobreaquece com muita facilidade. Quando salta fora é mais fácil. É mais fácil, quer dizer, é melhor para o motor, tem a refrigeração quadra. É vários, está ali mais um, vários guarda-lamas na berma da estrada que decidem abandonar a corrida. E aí está, Saraivas a passar JJ Oliveira. Vamos ver se ainda consegue, mas não está perto o suficiente, mas vamos ver. Talvez ainda esteja, esta distância vai começar a chegar-se cada vez mais próximo. Julgo que vai fazer um dive bomb, vamos ver. Aí vai ele. Grande dive bomb, mas muito bem controlado, a respeitar o espaço, a deixar espaço suficiente para o Saraiva. Continua lado a lado e ataca na esquerda. Brilhante esta recuperação de Saraivas. E agora só pode haver aqui duas hipóteses. A entrada da chicana é muito arriscado. Estas curvas é preciso alguém fazer um engano. E aí estamos, oi, a entrar um bocadinho com a traseira solta. Ok, good. Saraivas continuam na frente. JJ Oliveira a preparar, sair um bocadinho de lado. Perde um bocado a cola, julgo que não está próximo o suficiente. E mandar um dive bomb a esta distância é capaz de correr mal, vamos ver. Não, julgo que já não é possível. Aí está, Pedro Reis Ferreira com uma brilhante vitória. Brilhante vitória. Gonçalo Nobre da Veiga fez o possível, recuperou, veio até aos primeiros lugares. Não se percebeu o que é que terá acontecido e aí está, Saraivas, muito parabéns por esta recuperação, conseguiram apanhar também os 3 primeiros. Ficou aqui duas lutas isoladas e aqui estamos a seguir, temos Diogo Costa, Marco Farma, João Pedro Costa, Daniel Ferreira, Francisco Vilar e André Correia a fechar o top 10. Mais uma excelente corrida com mais uma tentativa de passagem em cima, esta foi mesmo em cima da linha de chegada. Isto só é possível com estes carros ou com uma saída de curva muito mais forte do que o carro da frente e é uma das melhores vantagens deste troféu, é que permite que um piloto que seja ligeiramente mais lento conseguir acompanhar um piloto mais rápido se mantiver umas linhas limpas e sempre no condar. Espero que tenham gostado. Esta foi a última corrida do fim de semana dos 420. Voltamos à 1h50, ou melhor, eu volto à 1h50. Podem acompanhar o live stream com as outras categorias. Eu volto à 1h50 com Francisco Raposo Magalhães para comentar a corrida dos 340R. Continuem a ter uma ótima tarde de domingo. Espero que esteja bom tempo, como está aqui em Jerez, lá Frontera. E já nos vemos. Até daqui a um bocado. Até já.
Round 5 of Porsche's Sprint Challenge Iberica, race 14 of an 18-race season. Hello, everybody. Welcome to this glorious autumnal day here at Circuit of Jerez, Ángel Nieto. We are getting ready to get going with the first of 2 races today. It's a sprint race coming up very, very shortly. Short, sharp, to the point, 20 minutes of door-to-door action for these wonderful cars. And then later on this afternoon, we have the endurance race featuring 2 drivers in some of the cars, a 50-minute plus 1 lap race. All that will be coming up later on, but for the time being, we are getting ready for the sprint race. And as I've already mentioned, it's the 14th race of an 18-race season, so we are very much getting to the sharp end of the championship. Yesterday, we also had a sprint race, and it was Manuel Alves who scored his 6th win of the season in Category 2, the defending champion coming home ahead of Jose Barros and Jorge Ramirez. In Category 1, we had Rui Morita, who also took his 6th win of the season. In fact, yesterday, it was all the defending champions who took wins in their various categories. So Rui Morita winning in Category 1, Manuel Alves winning in Category 2. The driver that won in class in the AMs was Jorge Ramirez, the defending AM champion. The defending Pro-Am champion, Manuel Alves, clearly winning in the Pro-Ams. The defending gentleman drivers champion, Rui Morita, winning there. And the defending female cup champion, Francisca Queiroz, winning in that category. So very much business as usual. It means that there are valuable points scored for all of these defending champions. And with us up to round 5 of this 6-round season, featuring 3 races every weekend, we are, of course, starting to think about points championships. Coming into this weekend, Manuel Alves was leading Dylan Pereira by just 2 points in the Category 2 championship. Of course, some of the drivers have had a race yesterday, others haven't, so we don't really have a clear picture of the point standings at the moment. But to keep the 2-point gap between them, Dylan Pereira will need to win this race because he is in the seat of the number 17 car. It was driven yesterday by Andre Fernandez, but today Dylan Pereira at the wheel. He's in the best possible position, though, to take the maximum points that he will, if he can get those maximum points from that pole position, he will retain that 2-point gap to Manuel Alves. Andre Fernandez sits 3rd in the overall championship of Category 2, 21 points adrift of Manuel Alves. Alves had, coming into yesterday, a clear 200 points. And then Dylan Pereira with 198, Andre Fernandez 179. As I've already mentioned, some drivers have had a stint yesterday. For the drivers that are running both of the sprint races, it will be their best finish that will count towards the championship. So clearly, Manuel Alves, having won yesterday, will take a maximum points haul in the sprints of 18 points. There are some drivers that are going solo, Manuel Alves amongst those. There are some that are in partnerships, and Dylan Pereira is in a partnership with Andre Fernandez in the number 17 car. We've got Pereira, who is a Pro-Am driver, Fernandez, who is an AM driver, so they will both score points in their individual races. And yesterday, Andre Fernandez came home in 4th points, so scored valuable points that will count towards both his and Dylan Pereira's total when it comes to the endurance race, which comes later on today. But as I've already mentioned, coming up first and foremost will be that sprint race. It's Pablo Hernandez who leads Nuno Inocencia in the Category 1 championship, and he leads by 22 points. At least he did coming into this weekend, and we'll see what that is once both of the sprint races are done and dusted. We have 2 categories in Porsche Sprint Challenge Iberica. We have Category 1, which is made up of Porsche 911 GT3 Type 991.1 and 991.2. Those are the older cars. Of course, they have ABS as well. But Category 2 are the more up-to-date cars, the Porsche 911 GT3 Type 992. Those cars feature traction control as well as ABS. We also have the Cups as well, and in the Ladies' Cup, it's Francesca Queiroz who leads Maria Sanchez by 70 points, so in a really strong position. Because after this race today, this first race, there will be 90 points available to the drivers. So certainly with one hand on the Ladies' Cup trophy. Third is Chloe Grant, who has been great to welcome Chloe to Porsche Sprint Challenge Iberica this year, but she is 104 points back from Francesca Queiroz in the Ladies' Cup. In the Pro-Am Cup, Manuel Alves leads Dylan Pereira by 2 points. And in the AM Cup is Andre Fernandez, who leads Jorge Ramirez by 20 points. Francesca Queiroz, 53 points back in third place. In the Gentlemen's Drivers, Nuno Inocencio leads the way. I say he leads the way. He's registered at the top of the points, but he is level with Daniel Garcia, both with 98 points. Asia Telleria in third with 61 points, so 37 points adrift. Lob Motorsport lead the way in the teams. They are 3 points clear of AF and V Motorsport, with GT Corsa 25 points back in third place. So that's all the parish notices in terms of championships. That is all going to change, obviously. We already have provisional results. It's a very warm looking Manuel Alves car on the grid there. You can see the smoke coming out of the tires. Nobody is panicking too much. And on the lap to the grid, clearly Manuel has been doing a fair bit of work generating the heat in the tires and in the brakes, and the smoke, certainly nothing to be concerned about. Clearly just getting the temperature in this nice early stage. We're running just a little bit behind schedule here on this Sunday, so we're a teeny bit late starting this race. So the cars have just come to the grid, but I think we're going to be getting going very, very shortly, and it gives me a good opportunity to look at the grid positions for this race. It will be race 14 of the season, and Dylan Pereira, as already mentioned, is on pole position, and he will want to get that car to the front and keep it in front to keep that 2-point gap to the man who starts alongside him. Of course, if Manuel Alves can get the jump into the first corner, that would really give him an advantage in the points championship if he could outscore his rival. Dylan Pereira, of course, the only gold-rated driver in the race in this championship. Gold-rated means that he has a lot more experience, and we know that already about Dylan Pereira because, of course, he is a former champion in Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup. All the drivers are rated by the FIA. You have the bronze-rated drivers, very much the gentleman drivers. You have the AM drivers, who are the silver-rated drivers, and the gold-rated drivers are the real professional. I mean, you have a lot of professional silver drivers as well, but the gold are very much the creme de la creme. And because of that, Dylan Pereira is required to carry an additional 23 kilograms of weight on his car. As we look at a new partnership here, there's Rui Morita and Chloe Grant. They've been racing against each other this year, but now Chloe Grant has moved across to the number 33 car and joins Rui Morita in that car. And Chloe Grant will be the driver who will be behind the wheel of that car for this sprint race. Yesterday, it was Rui Morita who did the driving of the number 33 car and, of course, brought it home in first place in category. But yes, we have bronze, silver and gold rated drivers. There are platinum drivers as well. We haven't got any of those here, but we have one gold rated driver. Dylan Pereira, though, because of that, is required to carry an extra 23 kilograms of ballast in this race, which will make a significant difference. Every kilo counts here on these cars. For the sprint race later on, because he's sharing with Andre Fernandez, who is not a gold-rated driver. He's in the AM category. It will be a reduced amount. It will be 11.5 kilos of ballast that will be on that car. But it means that Dylan Pereira is really going to have to get his elbows out if he wants to carry on at the front. Manuel Alves with that lighter car. On the next row, Borja Garcia has Jorge Ramirez for company. Then it's Sasha Hebrard and Nuno Batista. On row 4, Francisca Queiroz and Chloe Grant. It's an all-female row 4 of the grid. And it is a pole position in category 1 for Chloe Grant as well. On the next row, Felipe Carvalho and Daniel Garcia are alongside each other. Then Nuno Inocencio and Pablo Hernandez. Behind them, Brianna McDonald. Great to see her back again with Felipe Carvalho for company. And then bringing up the rear, Laura Camps in the number 36 car, who has jumped into the seat that was previously occupied by Chloe Grant. But with Chloe, she's still within Motorsport Competiciones, the same team, but now alongside Rui Morita, who has been running solo this season up until now, but now with Chloe Grant for company. So we are at Circuit of Jerez. Ángel Nieto, great to be here. Of course, we just call it Circuit Jerez, a legendary circuit, and it is 4.428 kilometers around. That equates to about 2.751 miles. There are 13 turns, 8 to the right and 5 to the left. The circuit is about 11 meters wide, so there are overtaking opportunities, but it is tricky. There are a couple of straights, about 600 meters long, one out of turn 13 and one out of turn 5, and it's the end of those where you get the best overtaking opportunities. It's a really interesting circuit because it's a variety of low, medium and high speed corners. It's a circuit that we have very much associated with motorcycle racing in the past. Of course, Formula One has been here as well. It's hosted the Formula One Spanish Grand Prix a number of times in the past. Some great stories from the Formula One history here at Jerez. But our focus very much here is for Porsche Sprint Challenge Iberica this afternoon. This wonderful, wonderful series in its 3rd season, and has been really entertaining, really growing. A series that is exclusively in the Iberian Peninsula, enjoying the glorious weather and the glorious circuits. And while it rains around the rest of the world, the sun is shining in Jerez, as we, in a few moments, will get ready to start this 14th race of the season. So that lap, very, very important part of the race, the part of the race where the drivers get the heat into the tires and into the brakes. It means that when they arrive at speed into turn 1 in just a few moments, they will have the grip and they will have the stopping power. This is sprint racing. It will be 20 minutes plus 1 lap. Short and sharp. Porsche Sprint Challenge Iberica. 5 red lights on, 5 red lights off, and we are go. And it's Dylan Pereira who steps off that pole position. Manuel Alves slotting it in, but having a little look into turn 1, just shows his nose on the inside. The rest of the cars are just filing into position. Really important to keep it all together in these opening laps. There's still heat to be generated in the tires into that windy little snaky section of turn 2 and 3. There's somebody in the background who's had a turn around, but we've got a challenge for the lead as well. Lots of places to look, but at the moment it is Dylan Pereira who leads the way. Manuel Alves looking very racy. There's 2 cars that got involved further back, so looks like they're able to rejoin, so no issues there in terms of safety cars. But look at this fight for the lead. The first 2 already breaking clear. The cars behind just weaving, looking for position. That's Borja Garcia in the background, still trying to generate heat into the tires. Jorge Ramirez as well there. Ramirez having got off the line by Garcia, but everybody has now made it around the first few corners, including those that had that little coming together. So everything all pointing in the right direction as we get ready for this short, sharp race. At the moment, Dylan Pereira has now just broken a little bit clear of Manuel Alves. And the first 2, though, well clear of the 3rd place 22 car of Borja Garcia. So into the little windy section of the chicane they come. The rest of the cars all settling down into position. So the 20-minute race, I don't have a clock in front of me at the moment that shows us how long is left as things stand at the moment. But we are already well into the 20 minutes as we complete the first lap. So across the line we come. Dylan Pereira leading the way. Right, there's the clock. 18 minutes is what I was going to guess. About 1.123 clear of Manuel Alves. Borja Garcia up into that third place. Then it's Jorge Ramirez. So there's your race leader. Pereira looks to have this just covered off at the moment. Initially was looking very vulnerable to Manuel Alves, but now has broken clear. Alves will be very, very conscious of the championship. Of course, a non-finish now would give a massive advantage to Dylan Pereira in the championship. Alves, the defending champion, so rapid in this series, really takes his racing seriously, trains, gets himself very much fit and ready for every race, and that is proven by some amazing results. Alves, who's won 6 times this season, and would dearly like, well, actually we say 7, because of course he won in the first sprint race. No, it was the 6th one this morning in the first sprint race, so looking for his 7th in either this or the endurance race later on, but that shows how good he is. In the 17 car, Dylan Pereira has won 5 times. Of course, some of those races he has won with his teammate Andre Fernandez. So Pereira leading the way. Then it's Manuel Alves. Then Borja Garcia, Jorge Ramirez, Jose Barros. Then Sasha Hebrard, Hank van Zurst. Then Daniel Garcia. A good run from Francisco Queiroz, who's come up through the pack, and then our leading Category 1 car, which is Chloe Grant in 10th place at the moment. Still very much getting to grips. That is a 991.2 car. Up until this weekend, she's been running in a 991.1 car, so an older model. So she's got more up-to-date machinery for this race. 16 minutes remaining. It's short and sharp. It's a sprint. Of course, tomorrow the cars will be required to come in for a mandatory pit stop, and in some cases a driver change as well. We'll tell you more about that. When I say tomorrow, I mean later on this afternoon. Not used to having 2 races in one day here. It's great to have in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Iberica, always providing lots of racing over the weekends. So it will be later this afternoon that we will have the endurance race, and that will involve pit stops. And even for the drivers that are solo, they will still need to exit the car during their pit stop, but more of that to come later on. Right, we're looking now at a number of challenges further back. Borja Garcia has Jorge Ramirez for company. There's Sasha Hebrard in the number 15 car. Meanwhile, Dylan Pereira looks to have it under control. The gap, well, he's opened it up to a little over a second. In this series, there are 2 sets of new tyres that are allowed for qualifying and for the race. So it's really important to look after the rubber, and that's exactly what Dylan Pereira is doing. He's opened up the gap to 1.365 to Manuel Garcia, because Garcia now suddenly to Alves, because Alves suddenly has Garcia bearing down on him. There's Pablo Hernandez who's into the pit, so clearly a problem there for the number 82 car in Category 1. But look at this, the fight for second place. Manuel Alves, having been challenging Dylan Pereira for the lead, now suddenly looking a little bit vulnerable to Borja Garcia, who's bearing down on him. Behind them is a bit of a gap back to Jorge Ramirez and Jose Barros. Then Sasha Hebrard and Henk van Zurst. And then we've got this battle coming through as well. There's Daniel Garcia, but ahead of them, Francesca Queiroz and also Chloe Grant. So Chloe Grant to the inside of Francesca Queiroz. So Chloe Grant clearly enjoying being behind the wheel of that car. Picks up a position and is up into 9th place. Second place very much up for grabs at the moment. Manuel Alves with Borja Garcia bearing down on him in the number 22 car. The quickest man on the track at the moment, unsurprisingly, is our leader, Dylan Pereira, 148.316. is his best lap time in this race. But at the moment, that fight for second place continues to rage on. The gap between second and third, well, you can see what it is on your screens, but there's also fighting going on up and down the back, further back through. There is the 33 car of Chloe Grant, now being registered on the timing screens in that 9th place. Next up ahead of her is Daniel Garcia, just a little over a 10th ahead. So Chloe Grant, really, really good. She's certainly come alive with the added performance with this better car that she's in for this weekend. Second place, Manuel Alves, now having to look in his mirrors, having been hunting for the lead. Now Borja Garcia continuing to bear down on him. Borja Garcia, who shares with Alejandro Barambio, and the two of them will be racing later on this afternoon in the endurance race. But Garcia, who was in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup at Barcelona earlier this year, has come through Spanish touring cars and also Euro NASCAR. So he's a real dab hand at different disciplines of racing. Manuel Alves, of course, very experienced, especially in this discipline. The defending champion of Porsche Sprint Challenge, Iberica, now defending his second place. He's got 12 minutes still remaining of this race to hold off the number 22 car. The 22 car just keeping himself in the mirrors. All of this while Alves is having to defend the line into the corners, allows the race leader Dylan Pereira to stretch his legs at the front. He's now doubled the gap at the front, up to 2.294, so continues to push on quickly at the front. Right, look at this, the 33 car, once again, Chloe Grant, this time on Daniel Garcia. She has really come alive at the wheel of the 33 car, now challenging to the outside of the 75 of Daniel Garcia, trying to go the long way around. The left-hander coming up around the outside she goes. What a great move from Chloe Grant up into 8th place. So that's 2 positions in 2 laps for her. Next up the road will be Hank van Zust, but he's about 6.5 seconds up the road. Make that 6.9. So Chloe clearly takes a bit of time to go round the outside of a car, but now is going to set about after that 7th place. So great stuff as they head around turn 11, then into turn 12, a 5th gear corner, taking about 215 kilometers an hour, and the end into turn 13, which will be a 180-degree corner. Turn 13, Curva Jorge Lorenzo, which will lead them out on to the pit straight in just a few moments. There's Borja Garcia still challenging for that 2nd place. At the moment, into 3rd place and holding station, Manuel Alves, who started in the front row alongside Dylan Pereira, but Pereira has now just slowly picked up that pace, a 2.895 second gap at the front. 10 minutes remaining of this sprint race. Dylan Pereira leads the way. Then it's this battle. Manuel Alves ahead of Borja Garcia. Then here is Jorge Ramirez ahead of Jose Barros and Sasha Hebrard in the number 15 car just in the background. Alves having to defend, having to get his elbows out, having to look after the tyres and the brakes. Temperature about 23 degrees centigrade here. If you overheat the tyres, if you take too much out, you're going to have nothing to defend with or attack with later on in the race. But at the moment, Alves is having to defend for all he's worth, because Garcia has a little look to the inside, then to the outside, slots in behind. Out onto the pit straight they come. Under the big UFO towards turn 1 they will come. Will there be a challenge from Borja Garcia? Ducks to the right, then back to the left, tries to sell the dummy. I think you're going to have to get up pretty early in the morning to do that on Manuel Alves. He has it covered off as they head into turn 2, a 2nd gear corner taken at about 100 kilometers an hour. Then into turn 2, taken at about 80 kilometers an hour in 2nd gear. A little quick right and a left, then into turn 3, a really fast head up in towards turn 4, where they reach about 200 kilometers an hour before the heavy braking into turn 5. Third gear corner, taken at about 140 kilometers an hour. Then we're back onto the back straight. This is a slight downhill section. Absolute full beans here. Going to reach about 235 kilometers an hour in 6th gear before the heavy braking down into 2nd gear of turn 6. Curva Dani Pedrosa. Then it's in towards turn 7, taken in 3rd or 4th gear, about 190 kilometers an hour, round to turn 8. Curva Jorge Martinez Aspar, a 4th gear corner, taken at about 150 kilometers an hour. Then it's in towards turn 9. Curva Ángel Nieto, the 3rd gear corner that is named after the person that this circuit is named after, into turn 10. And then it's around to the chicane Senna, named after Ayrton Senna. Turn 11, a 4th gear corner. Out of that, into turn 12, a 5th gear corner, taking about 250 kilometers an hour. Then we will head up towards the 180. That is turn 13, Curva Jorge Lorenzo. And then back out onto the pit straight once again. Again, Borja Garcia. Well, there's Manuel Alves flashing the lights desperately at the number 27 car, Brianna McDonald, just up ahead, saying, get out of the way. I'm trying to defend 2nd place. Can he hold on for another 7.25 minutes? Because Borja Garcia looking very rapid and very, very eager. Once again, into turns 2 and 3 they come. Manuel Alves doing a great job defending, but all of this playing into the hands of Dylan Pereira. Now 4.597 seconds clear, and certainly looking very comfortable to match Manuel Alves' score from the first race. If things finish as they are now, well, Manuel Alves, he's got to win. That will count as his point score from the 2 sprint races, as Borja Garcia tries to hang it around the outside. A gutsy move from the number 22 car for GT Corsa, but slots back in behind at the moment. Manuel Alves has a maximum point score from the sprints already as a result of that win earlier today. But he wants to hold on to that 2nd place because he wants to stop Borja Garcia from moving forwards and picking up potential points as well. Here comes Manuel Alves once again. 6 minutes remaining of this race. He's doing a sterling job holding on to that 2nd place. Dylan Pereira continues his march at the front. 5.5 seconds to the good of this battle. The battle for 2nd place. 2nd, 3rd, running together. Looking to the outside. Borja Garcia out of that final corner. Out onto the pit straight. Out of turn 13. And now the flat out section. Again, reaching speeds of about 235 kilometers. Then heavy on the brakes into turn 1. Alves has the line, but Garcia is going to try and go the long way around. Unfortunately for him, it's a right-hander coming next. So even having that outside line is not going to give him any advantage. He tries to cut back to the inside. Manuel Alves with a couple of wheels close to the white line. Now Garcia to the inside. Finally, he gets the job done. But Alves coming back at him. 5 minutes remaining of this race. It's Borja Garcia who's up into that 2nd place. Manuel Alves relegated down into 3rd place. Now can he fight back? Taking a wide line out of turn 5. Down the hill they come towards turn 6. Along the back straight into the braking of turn 6. But Borja Garcia, the number 22 driver, has got this one signed and sealed and will now set about after Dylan Pereira. But with 4 minutes and 40 seconds plus 1 lap remaining of this race, Dylan Pereira will not be at all troubled by this. So that is the fight. And there's a spinner as well. Car 88, Jorge Ramirez, who was running in 4th place, was closing in on Manuel Alves in a livery that is very identical. Calm down, all the Manuel Alves fans. It was Jorge Ramirez who had a little spin. So he's able to rejoin. He's kept it out of the gravel, kept it out of the barriers. But that 4th place is almost certainly is going to have been threatened by Jose Barros there. So 2nd place, Borja Garcia. Done a good job getting past Manuel Alves. That is quite a feat. Manuel Alves who has finished first or second in every single race this year, bar one. In Monte Blanco, he got a third place. What were you thinking? And is looking like a third place here in the second sprint race at Jerez as well. So he will equal his worst score of the season. But when you've finished every single race on the podium, you know you are having a good season. He is the defending champion. He is the championship leader. And if everything finishes as it is now, Manuel Alves and Dylan Pereira will head into the endurance race this afternoon with a 2-point gap between them to the advantage of Manuel Alves. But the points are not paid out until the checkered flag falls. Dylan Pereira certainly leading the way at the moment. Needs to be careful about track limits, as do all the cars. One wheel over the white line. The line that is closest to the track is acceptable. Two wheels over the white line is unacceptable. And we've seen it already, particularly in free practice and in quali, drivers having laps cancelled when they've ended up with two wheels over the white line. And Dylan Pereira would certainly not want to risk anything there, but he is such an experienced pilot, a multiple champion. The driver is one in category at the Nürburgring 24-hour race as well, leading the way here. Meanwhile, after that spin, Daniel Garcia all the way down in 9th place now with the 35 car, Francisco Queiroz just behind. All that's been going on. Chloe Grant has cemented her place in 8th. And that is a really good job from her. Francisco Queiroz to the inside of Daniel Garcia. Garcia thought about turning in. You saw the car snaking slightly under braking, but Francesca Queiroz had it covered off, and that is into 9th place for her. So Garcia's day going from bad to worse as he falls back through the pack. Dylan Pereira continues to lead, 6.675. That was 6.5 seconds looks like in Porsche Sprint Challenge Iberica. In the background, Borja Garcia's just come round the corner. Looks like he's got Manuel Alves covered off. So your 1, 2, 3, your podium finishers very much separated now. But of course, you've still got to keep it all together. You've got to get it home because the points are not paid out until the checkered flag. There is second, there is third. Down the hill on the exit of turn 5 they come in towards turn 6, a really sharp right-hander, second gear corner. And that is what makes this circuit at Jerez so good, because you have such a contrast of high speed and low speed corners. Really testing the drivers, testing the machines, but it's not testing Dylan Pereira. 7.140 is the gap between himself and second place of Borja Garcia. So Pereira with 50 seconds plus 1 lap remaining. So when the clock strikes 0, Pereira will finish the lap that he is on, and then he will start one more after that. So I think we're looking at about 2 more laps left on this race. Garcia looks to have got that second place well cemented. Still needs to bring it home. Manuel Alves, third place. Still get some silverware to take home. Right, out across the line comes Dylan Pereira. The team cheering on from the side. AF&V Motorsport, who do a sterling job preparing that car for both Dylan Pereira and Andre Fernandez. Of course, they got Jose Barros and Nuno Batista, as well as drivers for one of their other cars. But it's Dylan Pereira who's leading the way at the moment, just flashing the lights for no apparent reason. Out of the corner he comes. The clock has struck 0, so it'll be this lap and then one more for Dylan Pereira, and it will be a maximum point score of 18 points that will go to him and will reduce the gap back to 2 points as it was coming into this weekend between himself and Manuel Alves. Andre Fernandez in that third place in the points standing. So here comes Dylan Pereira once again, all in control, 7.5 seconds. He's got enough time to lift off, but of course, when you do let the concentration drop, when you do back out of it, that's often when the mistakes come. Dylan Pereira has done many thousands of laps of racing, and he will be very wise to all of this as we look at the green distinctive car once again coming round to complete the penultimate lap of this race. keeping it all together, pushing quite hard. You can see the back end drifting slightly as well. Dylan Pereira very much in control. Started on pole position and got in front, fended off Manuel Alves, and now comes out of turn 13 to start the final lap of the race. The blue flag being shown to the back marking car in front. And now just 4.4 kilometers of the Jerez circuit remaining. Daniel Garcia with the 35 car, Francesco Queiroz. So these two have been going wheel to wheel for a little while now. Queiroz fancies stealing that 9th place from Daniel Garcia. So he is going to be defending as hard as he can because he is about to start his final lap of the race too. The leading driver in category 1 is Chloe Grant. Has done a sterling job up to 8th place. Maybe she would have enjoyed it if this race was half an hour, because she is just 1.2 back from Henk van Zurst. But that is going to be a too big a mountain to climb, I think, with a very little time remaining in this race. We see a number of the cars into turn 11 for the penultimate time. Dylan Pereira on his final lap as we speak, completing that. He's into what will be the final parts of that lap, and in just a few moments he will be getting ready to receive that checkered flag. So there is the pit straight, and there is the 44 car of Nuno Inocencio just moving to the side. I'm wondering if there was a problem there for him. Dylan Pereira, no such issues there. In the number 17 car, he's kept it all together. He started on pole position. He was attacked by Manuel Alves at the start of the race, but he looked after the machinery, he looked after the tyres, and he brings it home to win in Sprint Race 2 here at Jerez, round 5 of Porsche Sprint Challenge Iberica, his 6th win of the season. Borja Garcia had to work hard for it, but takes the 2nd step of the podium. Manuel Alves in 3rd place. You're 1, 2, 3. Then we're going to have a bit of a gap before we wait for Jose Barros in the number 77 car to come next. It will be Barros who will cross the line to take 4th place ahead of Sasha Hebrard, who comes around turn 13 now. So out across the line comes Barros and Hebrard, and then it's going to be Jorge Ramirez after a little moment of rotation, and then we wait a while for Henk van Zurst to come next, and he will have Chloe Grant not too far behind. Having said that, Chloe Grant has dropped back about half a second from Henk van Zurst, so she's about 1.7 seconds back. We just wait for the other runners to come through. It'll be Henk van Zurst that will come next in the number 41 car for Squalo Competición, who comes around the corner very quickly there. And out across the line, he comes to receive the checkered flag. It'll be a 7th place for him. Brilliant job from Chloe Grant into 8th place. Some really good, solid racing there. And then Daniel Garcia looks like he's been able to hold off Francesco Queiroz for 9th place. Queiroz rounding out the top 10. And then, having started at the very beginning, Laura Camps, who will come in 11th place. And that will be ahead of Felipe Carvalho, Brianna McDonald, Nuno Inocencio, who looked to be having some problems in the closing stages of the race. And of course, Pablo Hernandez, who we saw pulling off into the pits with issues as a big lockup just in front there. It was Laura Camps who might have had a bit of a moment going into turn 1. But no problems there because the checkered flag is out, and it was Dylan Pereira, a dominant performance in the end despite the early defending ahead of Borja Garcia. Great job there in the number 22 car. Manuel Alves ahead of Jose Barros, Sasha Hebrard, Jorge Ramirez, then Henk van Zurst, Chloe Grant rounding out the top 8 and winning in category 1 ahead of Daniel Garcia, Francisco Queiroz, Laura Camps, Felipe Carvalho, then Brianna McDonald and Nuno Inocencio, who round out the top 15. And that concludes what has been a great Sprint Race 2. Of course, just at the bottom of the graphic there, you just briefly saw Pablo Hernandez, who had to retire from the race. But it means that going into the endurance race this afternoon, the gap returns to 2 points between Manuel Alves and Dylan Pereira in the Category 2 Championship. In the Category 1 Championship, the Pablo Hernandez retirement means that Nuno Inocencio is able to close in on that. I do hope you have enjoyed our coverage of the first sprint race as the cars come in to Parc Fermé, and in just a few moments the drivers will climb out and will head towards the podium. So the drivers now climbing from the cars, and there is Dylan Pereira, who receives the congratulations from the team, and there Andre Fernandez as well, his co-driver, the driver that he's coaching, the driver that he will be sharing that driving seat with in the endurance race this afternoon. And AF&V Motorsport, they do a fantastic job preparing that car, the distinctive green livery. And it is a real privilege to have Dylan Pereira on the grid of Porsche Sprint Challenger Iberica. Driver, as already mentioned, does an awful lot of other racing as well, number of other disciplines, and a really welcome addition here to the grid here in Porsche Sprint Challenger Iberica for round 5 at Jerez. We started in Portimao, we went to Monteblanco, Valencia, Navarra, and now at Jerez for round 5. And we saw Dylan Pereira stepping off that pole position. Manuel Alves initially looking like he was going to challenge for the lead, and showing himself to the inside into turn 1. It was not going to be such a good start for the cars on the row behind. Certainly not for the Jorge Ramirez car, because Borja Garcia was able to break clear and then challenge for the lead. Chloe Grant was doing a brilliant job in the number 33 car, moving her way forwards, picking off the positions one by one and moving up to take the win in Category 1. There was a bit of contact early on, and that would have not helped the number 22 car. That one went under the radar. Borja Garcia making contact with another car, but was then able to challenge for second place. And what a challenge it was. It made several moves. Manuel Alves had him covered off, but eventually it was to the inside. And there was this spinning number 88 car, Jorge Ramirez, pointing in the wrong direction. The battles continued, and Francesca Queiroz in the number 35 car was also trying to push forwards. Also Brianna McDonald in the number 27 car, good to have her here. But everybody pushing for points, pushing for podiums, and pushing for trophies. But Dylan Pereira didn't look to have any hassle at all, sailing through. There was Nuno Inocencio, who pulled off to the side in the closing stages of the race. That would have had some implications in the championship of Category 1, but no such issues for the Category 2 and the overall winner. It was Dylan Pereira, who was pretty dominant in the end, quite a few seconds clear of the second place Borja Garcia car. Manuel Alves bringing it home to third place. And that was a thoroughly entertaining race 2 for Porsche Sprint Challenger Iberica here at Jerez, as we have one more race this afternoon, the endurance race, and then our eyes will turn to Estoril in a couple of weeks, when we will have the season closer and our champions will be crowned. So really entertaining stuff from the Porsche Sprint Challenge Iberica. And what a great race it was. Thoroughly entertaining. So I hope you've enjoyed Porsche Sprint Challenger Iberica. We can see the Caterhams coming out onto the circuit now, which means it's time for me to exit stage left. But do join us again this afternoon, when we will have Porsche Sprint Challenger Iberica, the third race of the weekend, and it will be the endurance. I will see you then. Bye-bye.
Costa e Abílio Justo. Ok, mais uma vez, boa tarde novamente, bem-vindos a Jerez La Frontera, onde vamos acompanhar a segunda corrida do dia, ou seja, a terceira e última corrida da categoria 340R do campeonato de Caterham Motorsport Ibéria. Isto é um campeonato com provas disputadas em Portugal, Espanha e não só. Chegámos a correr em Zandvoort este ano, já se chegou a correr nos anos anteriores em Spa, em Monza, em Paul Ricard, e muitos mais circuitos estão para vir no próximo ano. Há bastantes novidades. Esta categoria em particular é uma das que eu gosto mais. Tenho andado e acompanhado bastantes pilotos, a fazer driver coach a bastantes pilotos nesta categoria. Agora estou com Abílio Justo, com Miguel do Carmo, que tem evoluído bastante. Abílio Justo ontem teve um azar com o motor, daqueles azares que nem sempre acontecem. Uma pedra furou o filtro de óleo, começou a espalhar óleo na pista, que causou alguns peões, mas o óleo não era suficiente, foi apenas um furo no filtro de óleo que estava a largar um bocadinho de óleo, parte dele era queimado no escape, a outra parte ficava na pista, começou a causar bastantes slides, mas ainda temos Abílio Justo na luta pelo título, Bernardo Belo e Ruben da Costa a darem o seu melhor, portanto isto vai ser uma corrida bastante disputada. Como eu estava a dizer, este campeonato para mim é um dos melhores porque ainda se tem que ter habilidade com a passagem de caixa, tem que se usar a embreagem para passar a caixa, é uma caixa standard em H de 5 velocidades, normalmente aqui não se usa muito a quinta, não se deve usar a quinta, talvez só em ultrapassagem, mas ainda tem a ciência de ter que reduzir, ter que fazer o ponto de embreagem, não largar a embreagem em curva. Estes carros exigem muito mais condução que os 400, não é condução, mas requer mais habilidade do que o 420, porque uma vez que comecem com caixas sequenciais em que se passa a fundo, já não se tem que fazer ponto de embreagem, já se começa a usar o pé esquerdo no travão como se estivessem a jogar PlayStation, portanto é diferente. E há muitos pilotos, infelizmente, que vão para a categoria de 420 por ser mais fácil as passagens de caixa e não ser tão arriscado partirem um motor, por meterem o chamado, conhecido como prego, que é em vez de passar a terceira para a quarta, meter uma segunda, e bem podem dizer adeus ao motor, ou pelo menos à cabeça e às válvulas e aos pistões, algo não vai correr bem. Portanto, isto é um campeonato que eu gostava de fazer, infelizmente só tenho um 420 que vai me permitir talvez regressar às corridas no final do ano. Aqui temos Abílio Justo pronto para tentar o seu melhor e compensar o mau resultado de ontem, a desistência, nunca é bom. Neste campeonato podem mandar 2 resultados fora, portanto os 2 piores resultados fora podem ser excluídos em termos de contas de campeonato. Bernardo Belo já tem 2 zeros, Ruben Costa também acho que já tem uns resultados fora, portanto ele está também numa posição em que tem que contar todos os pontos. O Abílio Justo agora com este resultado de 1-0 ontem é um resultado para mandar fora, portanto ainda continua na luta acesa pelo título. Vamos ver como é que corre esta corrida. Estes carros têm os mesmos motores do 420R, são mais limitados de potência. Os 420 têm cerca de 200 cavalos, estes rondarão à volta dos 170 cavalos, mais coisa, menos coisa. A dimensão dos pneus são iguais, são mais largos atrás do que à frente, exatamente como nos 420. Mas isto, para mim, é uma das melhores categorias de iniciação. Recordo que em 2007, quando os Caterham vieram para Portugal pela primeira vez, eram motores Rover 1600, caixa de 5 velocidades, apenas com 120 cavalos. Depois, quando a CRM pegou neste troféu, começou a subir a potência, com escapes sem catalisadores, escapes diretos, árvores de canos, centralina a fazer um bocadinho mais de rotações e subiram quase para os 140 cavalos. Estes carros é uma boa iniciação, mas quem se quiser iniciar isto é o campeonato SS600, que é com motor de mota, 600 cm3 com turbo, é um campeonato muito divertido, a velocidade é mais limitada, mas continuam a guiar um Caterham de 500 e poucos quilos e a condução é sempre a escorregar. Mais uma vez vos digo, estes carros não têm qualquer tipo de ajuda, controle de tração, nem ABS, Os volantes continuam a ser puros volantes que não têm botões, ou podem haver já alguns com botões para usar intercomunicadores para falarem com as equipas nas boxes. Portanto, isto continua a ser racing old school e os cones da ar estão sempre lá, tanto nas categorias SS600, na mais baixa, como nesta dos 340, assim como nos 420. Portanto, esperem ver aqui grandes picanços, como sempre, que é uma das coisas melhores deste troféu. Isto para mim é sempre uma situação difícil, ver os outros a correr e eu olhar para um piloto que ainda se considera ou que sinta piloto. É bastante cruel estar a ver os outros nesta diversão e eu simplesmente a dar aulas, ou ainda numa situação que não me agrada, que ainda me agrada menos, que é andar ao lado. Confesso que já apanhei grandes sustos, mas continuo a acreditar que ter um coach, não só eu, mas há várias pessoas a fazer driver coach, mas ter um coach a guiar ao lado, ou primeiro a guiar e os pilotos ao lado para aprender e sentirem o que é possível fazer com o carro, e depois inverterem os lugares e terem o próprio driver coach no lugar de passageiro, dizer-lhes em tempo real o que é que estão a fazer mal, ou para travarem cedo, ou que linha é que têm que fazer, permite uma evolução muito mais rápida. Um piloto consegue evoluir por si próprio se tiver atenção às coisas que faz e se analisar bem a telemetria após as corridas, consegue evoluir, mas a rapidez de evolução de um piloto é muito mais rápida se tiver um coach ou um professor que os indique, que lhes diga os erros, onde é que eles podem ganhar, onde é que estão a ganhar. E aqui o problema é que há muitos pilotos rápidos que em 20 minutos conseguem fazer uma volta rápida, mas andarem 20 minutos a fazer voltas rápidas não é para todos. Têm que ter uma cabeça fria, como já vos disse, têm que ser consistentes e por vezes não é fácil. Quando um piloto entra num picance com 3 ou 4 carros lado a lado, às vezes é difícil separar as emoções da capacidade mental de ter a cabeça fria, de fazer tudo como deve ser. E lá está, há fatores às vezes que são fora do nosso controle. Isto para mim é um dos melhores desportos que já fiz na minha vida e já fiz vários, mas é um desporto que pode ser muito cruel e é preciso que as pessoas saibam disso. Há fatores às vezes que estão para lá do nosso controle. Temos aqueles otimistas que fazem dive bombs e a ver se corre tudo bem e às vezes corre tudo mal, tanto para eles como às pessoas que eles estão a querer ultrapassar, e uma pessoa pode se encontrar fora da corrida e com um prejuízo um bocado chato. Mas lá está, por muito que isto que possa ser muito dispendioso, não é nada comparado com outras categorias de GTs em que os carros valem muito mais, e para recuperar um carro que leva assim uma cartuchada, como eu gosto de dizer, no chassi ou uma coisa assim, pode ser bastante dispendioso. Lá está, há seguros para compensar isso. Muito bem, aqui temos em primeiro lugar grelha invertida da classificação de ontem. Portanto, isto normalmente inverte-se a grelha da classificação, inverte-se os 10 primeiros da classificação da corrida de ontem. Portanto, temos o Gantão em primeiro lugar. Em segundo lugar, julgo que é 35. O Guilherme Antão. Portanto, temos pai e filho em primeiro e segundo lugar. Vai ser uma largada engraçada. Vamos ver se o Guilherme se vai mostrar agressivo para o pai ou se vai ter uma certa cerimónia. Em terceiro lugar, julgo que é o Miguel Carmo. Abílio Justo é o carro 84, com este carro amarelo fluorescente e verde, que vai atrás do Pedro Ramos. Salvador Poça de Andrade, outro piloto que eu fiz coach nos últimos 2 anos, tem feito uma evolução fantástica. Ontem fez uma prova que foi considerada por muitos no cimo das boxes como o Driver of the Day, veio de último até 5º lugar. Às vezes um bocadinho agressivo demais, grande contribuidor para as perdas do guarda-lamas nas bermas da estrada, mas lá está, é bumping and rubbing is racing. Portanto, às vezes há assim uns toques quando se compete assim desta maneira, tão colado, especialmente com os cones de ar. Normalmente isso acontece. Aliás, ali o Guilherme então já lhe falta o guarda-lama atrás do lado direito, possivelmente o resultado de mais uns contactos ontem. E vamos preparar Miguel Carmo em terceiro. E o Brioso, Jorge Brioso, com outro piloto da Irundo Motors. Rafael Antunes está com aquele carro amarelo fluorescente. Temos o Ruben Costa atrás dele. E aqui vamos, Salvador Pócer de Andrade com o carro verde da Mac Rente atrás do Ruben da Costa. E aí vamos nós. Vamos preparar para a largada. Semáforo encarnado. Todos alinhados, bem alinhados dentro do possível. Semáforo fechado. Partida. Jorge Brioso a querer-se mostrar a Guilherme Antão. O Gantão do lado esquerdo do vosso ecrã. Miguel Carmo a querer-se meter por dentro. Será que vai acontecer com o Miguel Carmo? Ui, quase.
E o Bernardo já está lá de frente. O Bernardo já ultrapassou muita gente.
Bernardo Bell faz sempre uns arranques muito poderosos. Vai
Isto é um
sempre.
arranque do Bernardo Bell, que já está na segunda posição, depois de partir de 10º lugar.
10º, nem com a confusão lá atrás, deve ter largado bem, aproveitou. Julgo que foi o carro que veio tudo por fora. E aí está, já lado a lado, Bernardo Bell já a mostrar-se a o Gantão e já a guiar um fosso. E aí está Miguel Carmo com uma grande evolução. Estava 6 segundos mais lento ou 7 segundos mais lento por volta quando começou no seu treino livre inicial ontem, na sexta-feira, e agora a fazer uma evolução muito boa. Aí está Rafael Antunes aí por dentro com o carro amarelo. Bernardo Bell continua a manter a liderança. O Gantão, Ruben da Costa a vir ali por fora um bocadinho largo. Rafael Antunes mantém. Rafael Antunes continua na terceira posição. Ruben na quarta. O Billy Justo a preparar a ultrapassagem a Miguel Carmo, se não estou engano. E aí está Bernardo Bell já a tentar o máximo ganhar liderança, aproveitando o facto que Ruben Costa está a passar agora para terceiro lugar, a passar por fora Rafael Antunes. E aí está a grande passagem de Abílio Justo e Salvador Pócer de Andrade. O Gantão agora, Ruben da Costa a passar o Gantão e agora a partir para o encalço do Bernardo Bell. Bem, Bernardo Bell, Ruben da Costa, o Gantão, Rafael Antunes, Pedro Ramos com o carro azul e branco e Abílio Justo já a fazer a recuperação, a apanhar já os carros da frente.
Temos Salvador e então. E ainda o Miguel Carmo e o Jorge.
Aí está, Bernardo Bell já tem uma boa distância, mas Ruben da Costa vai agora com tudo tentar alcançá-lo. Esta distância ainda não é o suficiente para o condar que Ruben Antunes tem para Bernardo Bell. Rafael Antunes a pressionar o Gantão. Pedro Ramos, Abílio Justo agora vai tentar fazer a ultrapassagem agora na reta interior. É a descer, embalados em condar. Vamos ver se passa a câmara para a travagem. E Abílio Justo a preferir vir por fora. Bom, a pôr-se por dentro de Gantão, já a passá-lo, a colar-se à traseira de Pedro Ramos para continuar a recuperar posições para chegar lá à frente. Aí está Salvador Pócer de Andrade, já não tem os dois guarda-lamas, 3. Ontem sofreu um grande toque pela parte de Nathan Corbett. E vamos ainda a Abílio Justo ali com uma luta com Pedro Ramos. Tem que tentar se despachar o mais rápido possível para tentar apanhar os da frente. Ultrapassar aqui à entrada da chicana é um bocado arriscado. Não é impossível, mas é arriscado. Pode tentar agora a ultrapassagem ou antes de entrar na reta da meta. Pode tentar
serpentear atrás de Pedro Ramos.
Exato, vai. Vamos ver se vai conseguir fazer a ultrapassagem por fora. Abílio Justo, mas Pedro Ramos está por dentro. Mas Abílio Justo a travar mais tarde e a conseguir fazer a ultrapassagem. E agora a partir para o encalço de Rafael Antunes com o carro amarelo que vocês acabaram de ver no vosso ecrã. Abílio devia ter defendido por dentro, ficou por fora. Portanto, Pedro Ramos vai aproveitar-se e passá-lo outra vez. grande.
Outra vez na frente de Billy Justo.
Recuperou, a Billy devia ter tapado ali um bocadinho para manter a posição e conseguiu agora.
E nova troca de posições.
Pedro Ramos falhou ali a travagem, a Billy Justo aproveitou muito bem.
Cá na frente temos também o Bernardo.
E aí está.
Cada vez mais perto.
Salvador Poça de Andrade a pressionar o Gantão. Salvador Poça de Andrade está a ter um excelente fim de semana em termos de performance, está bastante confiante. Estou a gostar muito de ver este piloto com quem eu comecei a dar coaching a primeira vez em 2013, depois voltou a este campeonato na categoria dos 340 há 2 anos atrás. Pedro Ramos a tentar outra vez nova ultrapassagem a Billy Justo, mas não estava em posição. A Billy Justo é mais rápido que Pedro Ramos. Pedro Ramos deve se concentrar em ir no condar dele, que é uma maneira de ser rebocado até ao grupo da frente. Lembrem-se que cada vez que efetuam ou que tentam efetuar uma ultrapassagem podem atrapalhar o vosso andamento e o carro que estão a ultrapassar, e depois o grupo que vem atrás passa-vos a todos. Portanto, é preciso usar muita cabeça neste troféu.
Já se nota alguma distância entre o Billy Justo e o Pedro Ramos.
A Billy Justo ia-se embora ali a puxar forte, e agora Salvador Poça de Andrade a aproveitar, a meter-se por dentro do Gantão. Bem.
O Gantão alargou ligeiramente.
Bem.
Salvador meteu-se por dentro imediatamente.
Salvador Poça de Andrade, aliás, a família Poça de Andrade está cada vez mais em peso no troféu Caterham, desde a categoria SS 600, 340. O pai e filha, António Poça de Andrade, pai da Mariana, que está a lutar pelo troféu Ladies Cup. Infelizmente não estão cá, porque esta prova não conta para o campeonato Ladies Cup nem da SS 600. E aí vamos nós entrar outra vez na reta da meta. Guilherme Antão à cola do pai. Será que o Guilherme Antão, que é o carro...
Carro 35.
É o carro ali encarnado, é o carro que vem atrás do azul e cor laranja. Aí está, Guilherme Antão. Oi, grande queimadela travagem. Guilherme... Guilherme Antão a passar o pai, quase a pôr-se ao lado do Salvador Poça de Andrade com o carro verde da Macorrente.
Cada vez mais perto.
E aí vem a Billy, está-se a chegar. Pedro Ramos agora, Salvador Poça de Andrade no alcance de Pedro Ramos.
Vamos ali uma luta engraçada também entre Jorge Barioso e Miguel Carmo.
Estes últimos carros, refira-se, estes últimos carros que vêm na grelha são os carros dos ingleses, salvo erro, com motores Ford Sigma, são de categoria 310, portanto são ligeiramente menos potentes.
Harry Hyro e Timothy Steele.
E aí vamos nós para a reta interior outra vez, zona do slipstream. Vamos ver quem está aí, a Billy Justo, conseguimos ver lá ao fundo, já encostado a Rafael Antunes. Aí está, Rafael Antunes com o carro amarelo, a Billy Justo com o carro amarelo e verde. E aí estamos. Guilherme Antão conseguiu passar Salvador Poça de Andrade. E continua a luta, pena não vemos a luta ali na frente. Podíamos tentar ver o que é que se está a passar entre Bernardo Belo e Ruben Costa, porque isto é Rafael Antunes e a Billy Justo.
Temos imagens da luta pelo terceiro lugar, exatamente. Rafael Antunes e a Billy.
Now we should, there we go. Aqui estamos nós, ok. Bernardo Belo e Ruben. Isto vai ser um picance da primeira a partir de agora até à última volta, portanto faltam 11 minutos e meio. Os pilotos fazem isto em 2 minutos 02, talvez 2:01. Portanto temos sensivelmente 6 voltas para acabar.
Exatamente, temos neste momento a melhor volta com 2.
E aí está, ali na parte de trás, a Billy Justo a fazer-se a Rafael Antunes, o que vai concluir a ultrapassagem.
A melhor volta desta corrida até agora, 2:02.757 de Ruben da Costa. E a luta pelo primeiro lugar aqui.
Bernardo Belo vai, continua, Bernardo Belo sempre, isto vai ser, são pilotos com um andamento muito parecido e eu só espero que o Billy Justo consiga chegar, mas ficou muito lá atrás, perdeu muito tempo a passar os atrasados. Relembro que ele saiu do último, como desistiu ontem, teve que sair mesmo da última posição. Ok, está Bernardo Belo, Ruben no condar, vamos ver, não teve, fez bem, melhor não arriscar uma ultrapassagem e perderem os 2 tempos. A Billy Justo ainda está a uma distância de quase 5 segundos, mais de 5 segundos para o grupo da frente. E aí está Guilherme Antão a fazer uma ótima pressão agora aqui a Pedro Ramos.
Muito bem, Guilherme Antão, depois do início um bocadinho mais complicado, uma má saída da partida lançada, a ir recuperar posições depois de ter perdido bastantes no início.
Aí está, Guilherme Antão já passou Pedro Ramos. Salvador Póssar de Andrade está a chegar a esse grupo. Não se sabe se o carro de Salvador Póssar de Andrade, depois do toque de ontem, foi todo alinhado, foi todo reparado, mas não se sabe se estará a 100% ou não. Relembram que ele já foi passado pelo Guilherme Antão, que já passou o Pedro Ramos, mas Salvador Póssar de Andrade cada vez mais perto. Vamos ver se vai conseguir apanhar este grupo e haver aqui mais uma luta aqui nos lugares de trás, a disputar o 5º, 6º e 7º lugar. E aí está Pedro Ramos a entrar no cone de Guilherme Antão. Salvador Póssar de Andrade a ser rebocado também para se chegar mais próximo. Vamos ver se Pedro Ramos vai fazer um move. Aí está a fazer essa ultrapassagem, já lado a lado, dar espaço e agora continuam lado a lado. Próxima curva é para a direita, a curva deverá ser de Pedro Ramos, a não ser que falhe a travagem e saia largo. Salvador cada vez a aproveitar esta luta para se chegar mais perto. Abílio Justo continua com Rafael Antunes no seu encalço. Está a recuperar muito pouco, recuperou 2 décimas para o grupo da frente desde a última volta. Faltam 9 minutos para acabar a corrida. Vai faltar pouco mais de 4 voltas.
Continuamos a ver as imagens de Pedro Ramos na luta com Guilherme Antão e Salvador Póssar de Andrade a tentar cada vez chegar-se mais perto desta luta entre os dois.
Vamos ver, é difícil porque Guilherme Antão agora está no cone de ar de Pedro Ramos, vai-se fazer a ultrapassagem também e isto é o que permite, a pessoa que está atrás, o Salvador, está a beneficiar disto tudo. Agora Guilherme Antão esticou-se um bocado na travagem, a travar para lá de Bagdá e a esticar-se um bocadinho, a falhar completamente o apex. Isto vão os dois, cada vez os dois estão a perder mais tempo e Salvador Póssar de Andrade está a esfregar as mãos com a hipótese de chegar a eles. E está Bernardo Belo, Ruben da Costa continuam na sua luta. Abílio Justo agora perdeu um bocado mais distância, ou seja, o Ruben e o Belo estão a fazer uma luta em que não estão a perder muito tempo e estão a conseguir ser mais rápidos do que o grupo que vai no seu encalço. Se conseguirem fazer uma luta limpa e aproveitarem só para fazer ultrapassagens nos cones de ar, não perdem tempo e conseguem até fazer tempos mais rápidos que quem vem atrás. E isto vai ser mais difícil porque já tiveram a 5.2 segundos, o Abílio já teve a 5.2 segundos, agora está a 6.6, vamos ver qual é que é a nova diferença quando passarem na reta da meta. E aí está Guilherme Antão, novamente no encalço de Pedro Ramos. Salvador Póssar de Andrade agora perdeu um bocado a cola. E aí está Pedro Ramos a garantir uma boa entrada na reta da meta para que Guilherme Antão não ultrapassasse no final da reta. Continuam 7 minutos, portanto os primeiros passaram aqui abaixo de 8, devem faltar 4 voltas a contar com esta. E aí vamos novamente. Rafael Antunes não larga Abílio Justo, continua praticamente à mesma distância, provavelmente está mais lento, mas está-se a concentrar em seguir no cone de ar. Como eu já tinha dito antes, um piloto ligeiramente mais lento, ou que esteja ligeiramente mais lento numa corrida, se concentrar em ir no cone de ar, consegue ser rebocado e conseguir andar mais rápido do que se andasse sozinho.
Realmente também aquilo que temos a acontecer com Rafael Antunes, que aproveita a Abílio Justo
Exato,
no encalço.
é isso exatamente que acabei de dizer, é isso que está a beneficiar, porque o Abílio Justo tem bastante experiência, apesar de nestes carros não ter, mas já tem um background em karting. A primeira vez que o vi andar, vi que era um piloto que andava muito bem, e agora é só uma questão, quanto mais treinos fizer e quanto mais experiências ou testes de afinação no carro, vai conseguir melhorar-se a ele próprio e ter um carro cada vez mais adequado à sua condução. Não há um setup específico, há pilotos que não gostam de certos setups, portanto não considero que haja um setup ideal para todos os pilotos. Já consegui pôr um setup no meu carro que eu adorava e era rapidíssimo, e pus para o meu colega de equipa e ele dizia que não conseguia guiar o carro assim. E aí está Jorge Brioso.
Miguel Carmo.
Será o inglês ou é o Gantão? Jorge Brioso passou agora ao Gantão. Jorge Brioso, que está no terceiro carro da Airundo. É o Bernardo Belo, Salvador Pócer de Andrade. E está Pedro Ramos a fazer novamente um duelo com o Guilherme Antão. Guilherme Antão, que não teve qualquer respeito pelo seu pai, ultrapassou-o, deixou-o para trás e está na sua própria luta e vai-se fazer agora a ultrapassagem de certeza. Agora digam, quantos campeonatos é que há tantas ultrapassagens por volta? Muitos pilotos dizem que isto é um campeonato de carros a brincar, mas não os vejo a porem-se aqui sentados, porque se sentam aqui, quer ver quem é que está a brincar. Provavelmente iam passar uma boa vergonha. Mas, não querendo entrar muito em detalhes, isto é a evolução do karting e da Fórmula 4. É condução pura, nem tem pneus slicks, são pneus mistos. Aí está Rafael Antunes a pressionar a Billy Justo e agora temos Ruben da Costa a fazer-se a Bernardo Belo. Estão lado a lado, quem é que vai travar, quem é que vai defender a linha. Ui, Bernardo Belo não se quer cortar. Aí está, Bernardo Belo. Piloto e pessoa que conheço há mais de 30 anos, uma pessoa impecável fora do paddock, implacável na pista. Aí está, e a fazer-se a ultrapassagem. Agora já não há pensamento nenhum. Relembro, faltam 4 minutos. Isto é o final. Assim que acabarem esta volta vai haver mais 2 voltas. Isto agora é gloves off, é tudo ou nada. E enquanto este troféu é um dos troféus que eu já vi com o melhor ambiente fora do paddock quando se está em pista, não há cá amizades. Há muito respeito, mas não há cá amizades. Aí está Ruben ali com o carro muito solto traseira. Solto traseira, o acelerador cedo demais, não dá para perceber daqui. Aí está Bernardo Belo. Não, exatamente, não arriscar a ultrapassagem aqui, preparar a ultrapassagem na reta. Preparar uma boa saída, para sair do Condar. Já saiu muito cedo, não beneficiou muito do Condar, mas saiu muito forte. Mas a tentar a ultrapassagem por fora não vai resultar. Ruben não vai deixar, quase certeza. Vai travar mais tarde e defender a linha. Ui, cortou-se. Aí está Bernardo Belo. Quem trava por fora consegue travar no sítio mais tarde, mas por dentro, se também travarem tarde, conseguem bloquear a linha.
Lembro que a corrida 2 dos 340R acabou ao milésimo de segundo no fotofinish, com uma distância de apenas 2 milésimos.
Ui, aí está, e Rafael Antunes não baixa os braços e agora decidiu passar para o ataque a Billy Justo. Rafael Antunes, um piloto que tem estado a fazer também uma grande evolução ano após ano. Está cada vez a guiar melhor e a prova disso é este duelo aqui com a Billy Justo. Está incansável, é esta volta e mais uma, senhoras e senhores. Pedro Ramos vem lá atrás, ainda com Guilherme Antão. Vamos ver quem é que vai ganhar este duelo entre Guilherme Antão e Pedro Ramos. Rafael Antunes agora a tentar por fora, muito bem defendido por Abílio Justo. E a Guilherme Antão lá atrás a fazer a sua ultrapassagem a Pedro Ramos. Vamos ver se conseguiu. E aí está, concluiu a ultrapassagem a Pedro Ramos. E Salvador Pócer de Andrade está ali com alguma dificuldade em conseguir acompanhar, mas enquanto eles estiverem a usar Condar e passa um, passa outro, conseguem ser mais rápidos do que um piloto que vai andar sozinho, desde que não percam tempo nas ultrapassagens e só se ultrapassem nos cones de ar. Está Abílio Justo, Rafael Antunes, Guilherme Antão e Pedro Ramos e Salvador Pócer de Andrade. Ok, está, ok, Bernardo Belo ainda na frente, vamos entrar para a última volta, Bernardo Belo na frente, Ruben da Costa no seu encalço, no Condar. Aí está as indicações das equipas no muro das boxes, sempre a incentivar os pilotos para andarem para a frente, para darem o máximo. Tanto os pilotos têm esta informação de quanto tempo é que falta para acabar a corrida, portanto sabem que esta é a última volta. E agora vamos acompanhar. Rafael Antunes perdeu aqui um bocado a cola, Bernardo Belo ganhou ali um bocadinho de distância, mas isto é rapidamente recuperável por causa do Condar. É possível que cheguem lá acima ao gancho ainda mais próximos. Isto é uma zona que, apesar de ser em curva, é uma curva feita a fundo. E aí está, e Ruben já está a preparar. Ruben fez uma boa preparação, vamos ver se entra bem agora na reta interior, porque isto será a última chance de ultrapassagem em Condar, a partir daí só a entrada da chicane ou na última curva no gancho. Aí está Bernardo Belo a restringir o espaço, mas Ruben aproveita, ui, vai sair largo, Bernardo Belo esticou-se na travagem, saiu largo, restringiu muito o espaço, mas não, ainda não desiste, Bernardo Belo não baixa os braços, isto vai ser uma luta animada até o fim, lado a lado.
Continuam os dois lado a lado, até a última curva.
Ui, agora Bernardo Belo ali a impor-se ali a sua posição por dentro. Aí está, Ruben na cola dele, está em ótima posição, não para a chicane, mas para a outra.
Por dentro novamente.
Aí está, curva de segunda para a terceira. E agora temos a entrada para a chicane. Ruben vai tentar preparar a saída da chicane para sair melhor que Bernardo Belo. Relembro que Ruben Costa já ganhou uma corrida a ultrapassar na última curva no chicane. Aí está, Ruben a sair muito bem da variante, ou da chicane. Vamos ver o que é que vai fazer, a cruzar a linha. Vamos ter outra vez a mesma ultrapassagem. Vamos ver se Bernardo Belo desta vez defende a linha por dentro ou se Ruben vai cruzar a linha outra vez. Oi, aí está, e Ruben outra vez, Ruben Costa outra vez. Como é que é possível, Bernardo? Grande Ruben, muitos parabéns, sim senhor. Atenção, quase outro fotofinish. Grande demonstração do que estes carros são capazes. Isto são as corridas mais... Ruben Costa está de parabéns, fazer 2 vezes o mesmo move na última curva, na última volta, brutal, sim senhor. Portanto, Ruben Costa, grande driver of the weekend, com estas 2 ultrapassagens que lhe valeram 2 vitórias, 5 estrelas, 5 estrelas. Perdeu a outra em fotofinish porque o Bernardo Belo saiu-lhe do Condar na segunda corrida de ontem, sim senhor. Grandes corridas. Abílio Justo conseguiu manter a terceira posição, Rafael Antunes a terminar à cola de Abílio Justo, Pedro Ramos voltou a passar Guilherme Antão, Salvador Poça de Andrade manteve a posição e Jorge Brioso, Hugo Antão e Harry Heyer, Timothy Steele e Miguel Carmo. Miguel Carmo ficou uma volta, possivelmente terá tido aí algum problema técnico, nas imagens não conseguimos seguir, mas isto, se vocês querem corridas que se divirtam e corridas equilibradas, este é o campeonato a fazer. Tem 3 categorias para onde escolher. O SS600, que é corridas de endurance, podem dividir com de 2 até 4 pilotos. É o que eu defendo mais, porque é o mais parecido com o que apareceu em 2007, apesar de ser ligeiramente menos potente. São uns carros muito divertidos de guiar, 7 tração atrás, exige muita condução, não vai colado ao chão, não há ajudas nenhumas de qualquer tipo. Quem quiser andar com carros rápidos e tiver orçamento para isso, vão correr em GTs. Quem quiser corridas à séria, equilibradas e com um espírito familiar como nunca vi igual, é vir para aqui. Já ando a defender isto desde 2007, antes da CRM pegar no troféu. Voltei a correr graças ao Tiago Raposo Magalhães me ter arrancado de casa para voltar a correr, quando eu pensei que já não tinha jeito para correr. Foi um jejum muito forte de ficar anos sem correr. E graças a Deus voltei e ainda voltei outra vez nos 420 e tenho ainda os meus 2 caterhams para poder fazer corridas ao track days, porque é dos carros mais divertidos e menos dispendiosos para ter. Não me admiro nada que as grelhas continuam a crescer. Mais uma categoria de iniciação que, insisto, SS600 é uma ótima categoria. Fazem isso a meias, dividem os custos entre 2 a 4 pilotos, é ótimo, é ótimo. E os 340 é o que vocês acabaram de ver, continua a ser condução old school, pé na embreagem, usar a embreagem, caixa em H, têm que fazer reduções, se são brutos a reduzir ou a passar a caixa e passam mal, podem partir o motor, portanto exige muito mais pilotagem. Os 420 são muito mais agressivos, com o autoblocante, é um carro mais difícil de guiar. Mas lá está, já não há aquela ciência, qualquer pessoa reduz aquilo de qualquer maneira, é só empurrar a caixa de velocidades para baixo, começar a metê-las, portanto quase que até a minha mãe andava de 420, talvez não tão rápido, mas andava de certeza. É só empurrar a caixa, é quase caixa automática, não se precisa de levantar o pé, claro, em termos de emoção e comparados com os GTs todos, já hoje em dia é tudo assim, mas quer dizer... E mais uma vez me despeço, espero que tenham apreciado estas corridas de Caterham.
Obrigado e boa tarde.
Da minha parte e do Francisco Raposo Magalhães, um grande abraço, beijos e abraços a todos em casa e um resto de bom fim de semana e continuem a acompanhar o live stream para as outras categorias. Até breve e até ao Estoril.
Our second races of the day are upon us in the Iberian supercars. We have sunshine now at the Ángel Nieto circuit. We are in Jerez in Andalusia for what is a thrilling weekend of racing, a thrilling day of racing for the Iberian supercars. We have the GTC and the TC cars coming out for their race in just a few moments. That encompasses the TCR, the Cup, the GTX and the TC cars all sharing a grid, and the reason the GT4s aren't with them is because there would simply be too many cars. We have so many cars on this year's Iberian Supercars grid that we have to make some concessions, and that concession is 4 races instead of 2. I think that's totally fine, don't you? Great to have even more action to bring you today here at the Jerez circuit. Some great racing that we saw earlier on in this division, in the GTCs and the TCs, have slightly changed the prospects in the championship standings. And as we can see, or as we have seen from the first race, of course, there was a little bit of team orders. Daniel Teixeira took the overall win, and then 2 of the Chevo Sport Ligiers decided they'd swap their positions for championship reasons, for the reasons of championship prosperity. And what that has done, therefore, is change things significantly in the Supercars España Championship, which is concluding in this race now. The duo that won the GTX class, Ángel Santos and Alejandro Iribas, they now have 112 points. That gives them the lead in the GTX division. As we go into the final race of that season, I think it also puts them up the standings in terms of the Iberian Supercars, the main championship. Of course, this is the penultimate round of that season as well. And now critically, in the GTC class, which is both the GTX cars, which is old GT4s and Ligiers, Ginettas, things like that, and the Cup class, the Porsche 997s, the Ferrari Challenge cars, in the combined classification for all of those, which is called GTC, again, Santos and Iribas are now leading on 105 points to Rui Marita's 102, and that is a significant surprise to many. That is certainly not quite what we expected. Let's take a look then at how they will line up for this one. It is going to be...
Here we are for the second race of Supercars Endurance in Jerez, the category GTC and Touring cars. So it will be the race that will decide all the championships this afternoon. The cars are coming to the grid and we are waiting for them to make some interviews. In the first race it was the Ligier won the race in GTX, and the driver from Daniel Teixeira won the race in the touring cars and overall. And Daniel will start again from the last place. He had some problems yesterday with the brake, and the problem is not completely solved. He still has some issues, but he's starting again from last, and for sure he will try to repeat the result from the first race. Let's try to get some interviews with drivers. At the meantime, we don't have anybody here. But let's try again to see if we find someone. Here we have a Ginetta from Talk with Motorsports. Let's talk with Gemma.
That's bad.
Gemma, it was a hard race for you in the morning.
Tough race for Tom and Antonio, definitely, especially when we were leading overall and leading in class. We managed to pit before the safety car, and that saved us our lap. Unfortunately, Gracie and Luca got stuck within the safety car, so we lost a lap under safety car. Still a strong finish for them, staying with our championship fight. So we're still P2 in the championship with 128. So looking forward to race 2, seeing what Tom and Gracie can do at the start. We know we're quick. So it's just a case of keeping on top of the Ligiers really for now.
Is this a circuit that is a good circuit for the Gineta?
A fast circuit for the Ginettas. We always know we've never had the straight line speed, but we've always had good cornering, good car, good drivers beneath us. So, like I say, looking forward to race 2 really.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's try to find some more drivers. Here we have Thomas Roche. Thomas, what's your goal for this race?
Well, try and win as always. We had unfortunately some gearbox problems in the first race. It was looking good. So yeah, hope for some better luck this time and a good race.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck. Then let's try now one of the Ligiers here. It's Imar Acosta. It's a driver who debuted here in the series this weekend. Sorry, may I? Puedo? Aqui, there we have Gabriel Cassoio. Gabriel, a primeira corrida vocês mostraram um andamento muito forte, podiam ter ganho a GTX, mas vocês sacrificaram o vosso resultado para que a vossa equipa possa ter o máximo de possibilidades de ganhar o título da GTX. Qual é o objetivo para a próxima prova?
É dar o nosso melhor e tentar ganhar. Vai ser complicado porque temos aqui o Porsche ao nosso lado, está rápido e acabou por não fazer uma grande parte da corrida, então vai ter pneus bons e também o carro TCR é muito rápido, mas vamos sempre dar o nosso melhor. Agora a pista está seca, já sabemos como é que é andar nestas condições, portanto vamos ver o que é que conseguimos fazer. O objetivo é ganhar a geral agora.
Okay. Boa sorte. So Gabriel was telling us that the goal is to try to fight for the win. He knows that he has some tough competitors alongside him, as the Porsche from André Fernandes and the TCR from Daniel Teixeira. So it will be hard, but he will fight for it with his teammate Imar Acosta. Now we have André Fernandes. André, foi uma corrida desapontante, digamos, na primeira prova, uma vez que estavas no comando da corrida e acabaste por ter um deslize.
Foi o carro 992, eu estou habituado com o outro carro, é um bocadinho diferente dos pontos de referência, o carro é mais rápido em curva e eu pensei que se aguentava no sítio, não me aguentei, estava molhada a pista de manhã, estava tipo orvalho e perdi o controle de tração do carro. E fui traseira para a gravilha.
Mas agora para a segunda corrida, já mais adaptado aqui ao Porsche 997, o objetivo será vencer?
O objetivo será sair na frente, andar na frente e treinar os pontos de referência para a minha segunda corrida agora da tarde, mas vencer, vamos ver se o carro se aguenta até o final com a pressão do pessoal que vem atrás de mim, vamos ver se aguentamos.
Ok, muito bem. Boa sorte. So André was telling us that the first race the track was very difficult with it was a bit wet and really cold, and so he was caught by that and he spun. Anyway, for the second race is better. The circuit conditions are much better, and we will try to win the race. Even though he knows that he has tough competitors behind him, and we'll try to get him and win the race. Let's try to find Rui Mirita. Rui Mirita is very close of winning the championship. Rui, a primeira corrida foi um bocadinho complicada, com um safety car que provavelmente não te ajudou. Agora para a segunda corrida, o objetivo é ganhar?
Vou tentar ver se não há safety car e se houver que não sejam por minha causa, está tudo bem, vamos a ver.
E consideras que estas condições, com pista completamente seca, um bocadinho mais quente, será melhor para o teu carro?
Sem dúvida que sim. Na primeira corrida ali a curva 8 e 9 teve que ser a defesa, mas sim, vamos agora arriscar mais um bocadinho.
Muito bem, boa sorte. So Rui thinks that in the first race it was a bit hard for him because the track was a bit damp. But now with the dry conditions, he will try to get the first place. That's his goal, and try to have some more luck, because in the first race there was some problems with the safety car that wasn't very good for him. So that's it. And now back to studio as the race will start.
Absolutely, we are just moments away from getting this race started, and it's another Porsche versus Ligier front row of the grid, this time with Andre Fernandez on pole position. He's going to be interesting to see if anyone can beat him, because earlier on in the early stages of that race this morning, he was insurmountable when it came to race pace, but he was clearly pushing, ultimately pushed too hard and ended up in a spin, unfortunately, at this tricky little circuit that is the Circuito de Jerez, the Ángel Nieto circuit, which is celebrating its 40th anniversary this year, has of course held all of the highest levels of motorsport. And it's always a highlight of the Iberian Supercars calendar. It's also the closer for the Supercars Hispana. It's going to be Andre Fernandez that leads the 2x2 rolling start down to the first corner. It's going to be Gabriel Cazuelo, who of course yielded to his teammates earlier on in the day to try and help the team through the championship, rather admirably of course that he did that. He lines up second position. Rui Morita is third on the grid for Montelos Competicios, the Porsche 991 Cup car. There you see it in third place. Then it's the first of the Ginettas from Topwith Motorsport, Tom Roche, fourth on the grid. He could be one to watch from there, as could Gracie Mitchell in fifth. Marcus Fothergill in his Porsche, also from Topwith, in sixth position. Pompeo Simoes only seventh on the grid for the Speedy Motorsport Porsche Cayman Club Sport. Let's see if he can move up from there. He's alongside Alejandro Iribas, who comes into this race along with his co-driver in the pound seat, in the lead in the championship for the Hispana division of supercars in both the GTC class, the overall classification, and within the GTX classification too. Chloe Grant is ninth on the grid in the Montelos Competitivo BMW, alongside Jonathan Ellsworth in his Topwith Ginetta. Maximio Varela is next in his Petrogold Checo Sport Ligier. Then it's the two McLarens from SMC Motorsport. Alba Vasquez 12th on the grid, Jaime Sanchez 13th. Fernando Suarez is 14th alongside Pedro P. Raposo in 15th, Vitor Costa in 16th position, although I should say Fernando Suarez in that number 700 Aston Martin not taking the start after the big hits that car took earlier on in the day. João Faria, the first of the TC class drivers, he's alongside Tomas Gomez. Rodrigo Vilaza rounds out the 19 cars on the published grid, but as you can see at the back of the grid there, we also have Daniel Teixeira, who'll be looking to go from last to first, just as he did earlier on in the day. So in that TC division, it is a very close championship battle as well. We'll talk you through that a little bit later on in the race. For now, it is all about what's going on at the front. Deep in the pack on row 4 of the grid is Alejandro Irabas in his blue and white Ligier. That is the car that leads the championship, but at the front for the race lead, it's Andre Fernandez on pole position. What can Gabriel Cazuelo do in return? Not much. He got a really poor start there. He got caught napping massively, and Andre Fernandez storms into an early race lead. Rui Morita follows him in second position. That was a really poor start to the race from Gabriel Cazuelo in his Ligier JS2R. That is not the start he'd have wanted or envisioned going into this one. Up to third place there, I believe, has gone Marcus Fothergill in the number 69 Porsche from Team Topwith. Yes, indeed, and it's a Topwith third and fourth place as well, because following him through is Tom Roche in fifth place. Then is Cazuelo And then I think 6th position is Gracie Mitchell, yes. So a big fall through the order for Gabriel Cathoilo in the Chefo Sport Ligier that started on the front row of the grid. That's a bitter disappointment, and already knocking on the door of an overall top 10. Never mind knocking on the door, he's up to 9th place. Daniel Teixeira already into the overall top 10 in that Hyundai, or Hyundai as I should say. Incredible performance out of that car, the front-wheel drive touring car. Every bit as quick as a GT4, even quicker sometimes. And so on this grid here, in amongst the GTX machines, in amongst the previous generation GT4s, it certainly has a leg up, but it doesn't hurt that Daniel Teixeira is a vastly talented driver in his own right. You see there the Ferrari of Pedro Raposo in amongst the TC cars further back, but here's your most intriguing battle of all for now. 3rd, 4th and 5th position. Gabriel Cathoilo trying to retaliate, trying to reaffirm his hold over the podium positions at the very least. When you start on the front row, you expect a podium. Right now he's running 5th place at the end of lap 1, and you see there up to 7th already is that Hyundai. The Hyundai is the car to watch because it is storming through the field. Daniel Teixeira is having a mighty run. In fact, he's up to 6th position now. Is it even? Not quite. This incredible driving this early on in the race, already up into 5th place from the back of the grid. Yes, I suspect the car has a little bit more pace than some of those around him, but his driving cannot be underestimated as part of this equation. Here he is now on the back of Cathoilo for 5th position. Teixeira has been streaming through the pack so far, and look at that tussle at the front of the field as well. Andre Fernandez is under increasing scrutiny from Rui Mauritia in the Porsche Cup battle that's going on up at the front. Daniel Teixeira to the inside of Cathoilo. That's going to be 5th position for him, surely out of the corner. That Hyundai seems to pick up so well out of the turns, and sure enough, yes, he is up to 5th place. His next target, therefore, is Tom Roche. Of course, as he gets further up the field, it's only going to get harder, but he's making light work of it to this point. The 3 Porsche Cup cars lead the way then, the 2 991 Cup cars being shown a clean pair of heels right now, at least by the 997 of Andre Fernandez, but he was wide there at the penultimate corner. Rui Mauritia gets a bit of a better run as a result of it. And there goes the Hyundai up into 4th position. Tom Roche watches Daniel Teixeira disappear past him. Teixeira has gone in 2 laps from last to first, 20th to 4th. Plus 16 so far in this race from the driver of the Hyundai Elantra. The top 3, though, a couple of seconds clear. There'll be a moment before he can challenge for an overall podium in this race. For now, it's Andre Fernandez who leads that trio of Porsches at the front. The older 997 Cup car. It is a 997.2 Cup car, so it was specifically built somewhere in the early 2010s, I would make it. But a really impressive machine, and a machine that he's been using well so far this weekend. Had an off, of course, in the first race early on, but will be delighted to have started this one from pole and to have held the lead early doors. Meanwhile, Tom Roche there has lost out to Gabriel Cathoilo, so Cathoilo is back up to 5th position at the expense of the leading Ginetta. So a switch of positions there, and we can see that now confirmed on screen. But while that's going on, already Teixeira has arrived on the back of Marcus Fothergill, and Marcus Fothergill absolutely no slouch. He's a very good driver, a driver that knows his way around this car specifically. But these Porsche Cup cars rather handicapped in order to balance them with the Ginettas, with the Ligiers, with the older GT4s, and that means that the TCR machine of Teixeira, which is running to standard TCR BOP by my understanding, may have the edge. But it does seem as though Teixeira's pace has slightly, well, not dropped off so much, but is being better matched by those Porsches. All the same, he was over a second quicker than all three of the cars ahead of him on the previous lap, so Fothergill is going to have to get the elbows out here, quite frankly. There you see in the back of shot as well, that was Gracie Mitchell, I believe, getting the better of the Simoes-driven Porsche Cayman it was. So the Speedy Motorsport car has been dropped down courtesy of Gracie aboard the 128 car. Of course, Lucas Ticini will take that one over later on. There you see that the position has changed hands. However, it's the positions at the front that are in the most immediate danger, let's say, with Teixeira now on the back of those Porsches. Fothergill will race him hard, but he will race him fair. He's not going to do anything silly to try and keep a car that's out of his class behind him. But to this point, as we see them go through shot, they have stayed in the same order. So Teixeira equally, he's not wanting to risk the car on a silly move. We've not seen him in this class since Portimao, so he hasn't got a championship to fight for. Here comes your top two for Rui Morita. It is critical that he has a good race here because, as we said, Santos and Arribas took that championship lead in the GTX division and the GTC division. And in GTC, there is only 3 points between them. So as it stands, Rui Morita, if he were to finish in second place as he is now, he would end up winning the GTC championship, which is the overall encompassing class of all of these GT cars on this grid. And that will be a big deal for Rui Morita and Montelos Competicios, who are both part of the framework, really, in terms of Iberian Porsche racing. Oh, Fernandez left the door open, an iota there, and you don't need to ask Rui twice, but Rui got held up there, and here comes Fothergill, here comes Teixeira. Is it going to be 3 wide down into the braking zone? I think it might just be, but Fothergill has negotiated himself to the inside line, and second place beckons for the Tocqueville Porsche driver. It is Fothergill to second place. It was Andre Fernandez's mistake. He went wide. That gave Rui Morita really no choice but to look up the inside line. He got his nose cut off. He lifted off the throttle, and that's cost him 2 positions. He will be most disappointed with how that one stacked up. And while these 4 are all racing each other, look who's back up to P5. Cazzuelo is having a very good couple of laps in a row there. He was the quickest driver on the circuit last time by. And the 164 Ligier is now fighting for the top 5 once again. And look at how close the 5 of them are. Great racing involving Porsches, 2-litre touring cars, and a super lightweight Ligier. Up to second now goes Teixeira. Fothergill's drifted out wide. That's going to give Rui Morita an opportunity as well. Fothergill's going to have the inside line, but Rui has the momentum. Who will be in third place by the time they get to the corner? Quite clearly it's Rui Morita, and quite clearly Fothergill has a problem. Oh, Marcus Fothergill slowing down. And it looks to me as if something has just gone awry with that Porsche 991 Cup car, and what a shame it is. Fothergill limping back. He has dropped out of the battle. Rui Morita back up to third position then, trying to cling on to Teixeira here. Fernandez is going to be watching the mirrors going, I don't like the look of that TCR car. Looks as if something was rubbing there on the Hyundai a little bit as well. I wonder if maybe there was some contact between Teixeira and Fothergill that we didn't see. Doesn't necessarily look like Teixeira has all of the pace that he had earlier on, which again lends me to wonder whether something has happened there that we didn't spot, that Teixeira is limping a little bit, because he's really having to work to keep Rui Morita behind him. It might even just be that he's taken too much out of the tyres, trying to sprint up the field as he has. Of course, front-wheel drive, the front tyres are doing the steering, they're doing the throttle. You're asking a lot of the rubber. I just wonder if that's the situation here. While that's going on, you see there Cazzuelo all over the rear of Rui Morita. It's funny, Cazzuelo dropped way off the pace in the first few moments, didn't he? Fell back to the 5th, 6th position spot from the front row of the grid, and yet his pace is looking pretty darn impressive right now. Last time by was the fastest lap of the race from anybody from our race leader, Fernandez. So Fernandez is now showing greater pace than Teixeira has shown at any point. And so as Teixeira starts to maybe fall off a bit, Fernandez is turning up the taps. Fernandez doesn't have any handicap to consider or anything like that either, because obviously he was a DNF in the previous race. And a radiator is leaking on a Porsche. That typically means there's been some contact at the front of the car. Now, I speculated that Teixeira didn't look like he quite had the same level of performance anymore. And I have to wonder if the two things are connected. It does also look to me like the rear suspension isn't quite aligned properly anymore on Teixeira's car either. That might just be the fleet of my imagination, but that's what I see at least. Either way, Fothergill is quite easy to diagnose. That radiator is completely busted on the number 69 car. So Fernandez making good his escape. Rui Morita only wishes he could escape from the clutches of Cazzuelo here. Cazzuelo setting himself up nicely here for an attempt potentially into the last corner. That was a great run out of the chicane, but the Porsche with that straight line speed advantage gets to the turn first. Really interesting scrap here between three cars of completely different philosophies. No one in the design room for any of these three cars would have ever envisioned any of the three racing against one another. While we're positing theories and playing crime scene. Oh, Teixeira! Daniel Teixeira slows. Daniel Teixeira stops. We thought he was slow, and evidently there is a problem with the number 59 Hyundai Elantra. The driver who went from last to first in the race earlier on today is one of the first to come to a halt in this race. And he's not going anywhere quickly. What might be going somewhere quickly is the safety car onto the track as Teixeira abandoned ship. That's big news for this race. He's clearly not going anywhere, so we may as well keep an eye on the racing while it's happening, but he is stopped, he is abandoned, and he's going no further. We're going to go downstairs while this is happening.
So here we are with Marcus Fothergill, who was involved in a great fight for the podium positions. Marcus, you were in a great fight, but in the end you came up a bit with trouble.
Yeah, we were. It was a real close battle. Three Porsches at the front. Me and Rui were sort of like working a bit as a team to try and catch the green car because it was quicker. And then I saw the opportunity to get past Rui. Got past him and then I was gone, chasing the green car down, but unfortunately in the chicane the green car just went in a little bit too hot and he must have lifted, and I was that far off his bumper, so I had nowhere to go. I just tapped him on the bump. He's fine, but we just broke a radiator, so sad, because it was going to be even more battles like that.
Yeah, it was really bad luck. So now you just have to go and focus on the next event at the Surreal.
Exactly, yeah. We're focusing on next year now. We're looking at doing some more racing next year here, and then also maybe adding another car to it as well for my son to come and race. So we're focusing more on next year. But this year's pretty much done for us. But we've still got Estoril, obviously, but there's no championship for us anymore.
Okay. Sad to hear that, but anyway, good luck for the next one. So back to studio.
Thank you very much. As you'd expect, we are under safety car conditions to recover Daniel Teixeira, but great to hear that Marcus Fothergill has his eyes on being back here next year. He's one of many drivers down the years who has taken to racing in Iberia from the UK. Historically, that used to happen with the likes of Sean Balfe and his Mosler used to come and race in Spanish GT back in the day. It's long been a pattern for certain drivers from the UK to come along to Spain, do their racing here and in Portugal, of course, as well. And that's exactly what we're seeing with all of those top-width entries. British team, largely British drivers, but really enjoying their time at the fabulous circuits and the fabulous weather that we so often have here for the Iberian Supercars events. So, safety car conditions bring a little bit of stasis to what has been a very active race so far. It will also potentially delay the pit window, which was set to open in 2.5 minutes time. We have 32 minutes and 22 seconds left in the race right now. We're going to get a look now at what happened with Marcus Fothergill. I think it'll be on corner exit. Yes, okay, yeah, so Fernandez just slightly off the pace through that second apex, and as insignificant as that looks on replay, it doesn't take much to bust a radiator on the Porsche 911. It's long been its vice going back certainly all of my lifetime and long before. With some of the newer cars, it's starting to become less of an issue, but still that is the weak point of a Porsche 911. And unfortunately, Marcus Fothergill has found that one out the hard way. He's driven Porsches for a long time. He knew already, but sometimes it just happens in racing. So Fernandez, your race leader, Morita in second place. Acosta and Coelho in third place. It is Coelho in third position right now. Tom Rush in fourth place. Gracie Mitchell in fifth place. And it is Samoes in sixth. Ribas currently leading the championship in seventh position, but being there in seventh really isn't enough right now, with Rui Morita there in second place for the GTC championship in this year's Supercars Hispana classification, which concludes in this race. In terms of the GTX class, which is what that Ligier sits in as a subclass of the GTC category, with them sat there in P7 and with their closest competition, Vasquez and Colomina, in second in the standings, 11 points off. Right now, they will win that championship. They'll win the GTX subclass, but the GTC title is what they're focusing on in this race. Confirmation of engine issues for Daniel Teixeira, which is unfortunate. Evidently, from what we saw, there wasn't a collision with the Fothergill Porsche, but all the same, the car was off the pace. So then, the safety car is about to come in. We have had the bulletin that the safety car is going to be in this lap, and Andre Fernandez once again assumes control over the field. The pit window will be open next time by as well, and it will be open for 10 minutes, so that's going to be something to bear in mind. It'll be open effectively from the moment they pass this pit entry now until the 19 minutes to go mark, there or thereabouts. But we are back to green flag racing. Andre Fernandez is your race leader in his Porsche 997 Cup car, and once again he's got a very good launch. He's managed that well. Rui Morita has not been able to stick with him. There's a move on further back in the pack. That's going to be one of the McLarens. That's the 22 car, I believe, having a go, having a fight there with the Ellsworth Ginetta, and I think Ellsworth has fought back there. Yes, he has. Ellsworth holds on there to 9th position. Of course, for the driver of that 22 McLaren that we just saw, as one of the Porsches comes into the pits, that's Alba Vasquez at the wheel, and she's desperate to move that machine up the order to try and score points over the Ligier that sits in 7th place of the championship standings. Apparently that Porsche that came into the pits looked like it had damage. That was the 73 of Costa, which is a shame. It was running fairly strongly up to this point, but damage on the left rear, we believe, on that one. Meanwhile, Gracie Mitchell right on the back now of Tom Roche for 4th position, so Mitchell looking to hand the car over to Luca Staccini in the best position possible. Mitchell, who's long been a promising young talent, still only 18 years of age, and she has really grown to understand and get the best out of this Ginetta this year. Look at this side-by-side stuff. That's Chloe Grant defending from Alba Vasquez. So Chloe getting the better of that for now, but into the pits they all come. 2 cars, 3 cars, 4 cars into the pit lane, including our champion-elect at this stage. Santos and Uribas have come in. So the 133 Ligier is into the pit lane. Right now they lead the championship, but right now they also know they're not doing enough to retain that championship lead with Rui Morita in 2nd place. So for that 133 team, they're going to be bolting in their 2nd driver, and they're going to be giving the mother and father of all motivational speeches to say, let's do this, let's go position hunting. Fernandez, of course, a solo driver, so he's going to be in this car all race long, and so is Rui Morita, which, yes, from a fatigue standpoint, especially for Rui Morita, who's also racing a different Porsche grid today, I'm sure it is more than a little bit of an endurance test. However, they are well-versed, very experienced, and of course they don't have that kind of cold brain phenomenon. They don't get out of the car and let the pressure build or let the tiredness fester. They can just focus forward and keep driving, and that's hugely important. But all eyes for the second half of this race really have to be on Angel Santos in the 133 Ligier. We'll keep an eye on his progress because he was given that car just now. 7th is where it was. He will have a pit stop handicap as well that might drop him back further, but frankly he needs to move forward on this grid to have any shot of the championship. The championship rival, Rui Morita, is into the pit lane. Morita in that 33 car, who, if he finishes in 2nd where he's been for most of this race, will win the championship. That's a very important pit stop coming up there for the Monteloth Competición car. There's the other Ligier, the car that started on the front row of the grid. That's the 164 machine. Just a couple of cars behind, though, is the blue and white car, the other Ligier from the Chefo Sport camp, and that is the one that's in the championship hunt. So 5 minutes or so left of the window, so only a couple of opportunities for these teams to pull their drivers in. Of course, they need to be wary of that. They can't push it too far. There's the car that came into this race as the championship leader, now with Ángel Santos in the hot seat. As it stands, if they were to finish in the 7th position that they were holding prior to the pit stop, with Rui Morita in 2nd place, they will lose that GTC title in the Supercars Hispana Championship, of which this is the season finale. So all eyes, all pressure on that man to try and make up some positions and try, potentially in vain, to hold on. Oh, we've got a puncture for the car that was already in early on of Costa. Costa was in the pits with damage, has been sent back out there and has a puncture. That's quite strange. I have to assume that maybe they bolted another tyre on and something's gone wrong with that too, which is terrible luck if so. I can't imagine they sent the car out with the tyre hanging on by a thread like that. But let's hope he can at least park it up in a safe place and not cause a safety car. We saw what happened with a safety car splitting the field in the GT4 race earlier on today. We don't want a repeat of that if we can possibly avoid it. There are the two cars ahead of Ángel Santos. Into the pits as well has come Gracie Mitchell. I'm getting confirmation that the 73 team, that Porsche that we saw with the puncture, they'd had a puncture already. They pulled it in to change the tyre, and it's punctured again. So something has clearly upset the racing gods in relation to the 73 machine. And it's pulled up almost exactly where Daniel Teixeira did earlier on, and unfortunately, that really only goes one way from there, doesn't it? I think there's an escape road just behind your timing tower on the graphics there. If he could just get the car across the road to... There it is. You see there is an escape road there. If he could just do us the courtesy of driving it 100 yards and then hooking a right, we'd be okay. But I suspect we're going to have a safety car. In all fairness, it's very difficult to get that car turned into an escape road with a puncture. So I do understand why he's abandoned ship, but it may end up costing us some battles, or at least making things a bit more complicated if this pit window is split by a safety car as the one was earlier on. While that battle's going on, where is the number 17 car of Fernandez? I believe he's already served his pit stop. He might be coming onto the main straight now, our race leader from prior to the pit stops. Fernandez in the 17, the green Porsche 997 Cup car. Either that or he's in pit lane. Difficult to tell on my timing screen. In fact, no, it's not. He is in pit lane. I can tell by our live timing. Simoes comes by the pit lane. You see in the background there Gracie Mitchell's car now in the hands of Lucas Ticini heading out onto the circuit. Now, Simoes has pitted, I understand, and handed over to Camelo, who will now be driving up in 2nd place. Tom Roche is now into the pit lane. Everyone who owed us a stop, I think, at the front has now done so. And we just saw there the 17 of Fernandez, who'll now be heading up to turn number 5. That was our former race leader, the green Porsche. There it is. So he's back out onto the circuit. And we'll have to work out where he's stacked up. He shouldn't have had a penalty or anything, so you'd kind of expect him to retain his lead, but things don't always work out like that, of course. Momentary delays in the pits can cost you, and that might be what we're seeing there. Meanwhile, we see some moving and shaking among the lower positions, and that is Colomina getting past Steve Curtin. So Colomina up to 8th place and is now trying to close in on that BMW just ahead that was, of course, being driven by Chloe Grant, has now been taken over, the 47 car, by Enrique Oliveira. And who's that in the gravel? It's one of the Ligiers. It's not the championship car, but it is the car that started on the front row. It's the 164 machine. Himar Acosta is unfortunately ending this race beached in the gravel and smoking. Something has gone badly wrong with that Ligier. Meanwhile, we watch on as Rui Morita and Fernandez have found each other on the circuit. However, I think they found each other behind Luca Staccini. Yes, this is for position. This is for third, fourth and fifth place. Up at the front of the field, your race leader is the 125 car of Almeida and Tom Roche, as far as we can tell. I believe, in fact, no, he's second position. Almeida has moved into second place. The safety car is being readied for scrambling to try and collect that stricken Porsche. I think we tried to just get to the end of the pit window there, which is probably some wise race direction. But the situation now is that Duarte Carmelo is leading the race. He's ahead of Antonio Almeida, and then this is the battle for third place. Staccini, followed by Morita, followed by Fernandez, and I think they've just got the bulletin that the safety car is out on the track, have they? Because it looked like they were starting to slow down, but now I'm not so sure. But the safety car is out on the track, so the safety car flags will fly. They'll be looking for the number 2 Speedy Motorsport Porsche Cayman, which will just be going through the chicane at the moment towards the last couple of corners. So the Cupra is going to have to wait a little while to catch its car. But it is Duarte Carmelo who has come out of the pit cycle in the lead. That number 2 car will be just coming through the final corner now. And unfortunately, it will very soon have the rest of the field on its bumper, because this Ligier and indeed the Porsche that pulled up previously both need to be collected. There is your race leader after the pit cycle. No penalties, no problems for Simoes and Carmelo. And Duarte Carmelo takes the race lead then for this second half. He would have been hoping for not just a race lead, but also a buffer with which to try and retain a race lead. But that's not going to happen, unfortunately. Almeida, Staccini, Morita, Fernandez, Oliveira will all be on the bumper. And while I feel deeply for Carmelo that he's not going to have the potentially easier run to the checkered flag that he thought, I am salivating at the prospect of that top half dozen or so, and you can go back further and add yet more intrigue. Colomina in 7th position, the first of those McLarens. Then Angel Santos, P8, looking to move up the field and gain himself enough points over Rui Morita to try and win the GTC Championship. And being brought back into consideration like this is exactly what he needed. He'll be able to now see Morita's car up the queue. He'll be able to see exactly what he needs to do from 8th position. I think if Morita were to sit there in 4th position as he currently is, and Santos was able to get himself to P5, that would be the championship for Santos. But he needs to be right on the bumper of Morita to have any hope, and if they both work their way up the order, he'll need to beat Morita as more points exchange the further up the queue you go. Just going to have a quick look here at the standings again, just refresh my memory a bit, because can anybody else intervene on that battle? I don't think so in the GTC class. No, Vasquez and Colomina aren't a million miles back, but they can't do anything in GTC. In GTX, though, they could if Alfonso Colomina can work his way past Angel Santos and build a good cushion, then there's a chance they can claim the GTX title in Supercar de España here in the final race of that season. 11 points is the deficit, so they'd need, frankly, something to happen, I think, for, against Angel Santos. See the flags flying over the circuits, the Circuito de Jerez. Ángel Nieto, named of course after a motorcycle racing icon, has hosted famed moments on 2 and 4 wheels heading into this corner, the last turn of the lap. Gibernau versus Rossi, side by side into the last corner. Neither man made the turn. Rossi claimed the win. Are we going to see anything like that here on 4 wheels in the Iberian supercars, or dare we say anything like Schumacher and Villeneuve in '97 down in that braking zone following the back straight? Let's certainly hope that doesn't happen. A circuit with so much history, with so much appeal as well. We're going to go down to pit lane while this safety car continues.
Hola, hi Alejandro. Yeah, we are with Alejandro Rivas, driver that is fighting for the GT Division Championship. You are in a good position now to win the championship. What's your goals for the? What do you have to do to get it done?
So right now our goal is to be in front of the McLaren. We have 11 points of advantage, so we just need to finish in front of the McLaren and we will be claimed champions.
Yeah, how was your stint in the first? You did the first stint of the race. How was it? How it was?
So it was a little bit difficult because in the turns going left, we had little vibrations on rear front, rear left and front left. It was a little bit tricky, but we managed to bring the car so Angel could jump.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck for the remaining race.
Thank you.
Okay, back to studio.
Thank you very much for your efforts down there as always. Have we got any confirmation as to when this safety car may be departing? It's building a gap over the pack right now, which makes me think we might have... Yes, the bulletin has come through just now. Safety car in this lap. So we are going to go back to racing conditions. Everyone, strap in. This is going to be a very compelling battle at the front. All shapes and sizes of GT car are about to go head-to-head in a battle, and it's going to be a barnstormer. It is Duarte Carmelo in the both highly desired and deeply unenviable position of leading this huge train of cars. Can he hold on in the Cayman, the Club Sport Spec car? He's got Almeida, he's got Stecchini immediately behind him in the pair of top-width Ginettas. And then Rui Morita in 4th place, Andre Fernandez in 5th place. We are back to racing. Rui Morita in 4th place and the 7th place Ligier of Angel Santos, the ones to watch from a championship perspective, as Stecchini makes light work there of his teammate, dives immediately to the inside of Almeida for 2nd place, and Rui Morita and Fernandez both try and follow him through as well. Morita succeeds, Fernandez also all around the outside. Is he going to hold on? He has to lift out of it a little bit, but he gets up there to 4th position. Almeida dropping through the field, unfortunately, and that is going to leave Stecchini now investigating the rear of Duarte Carmelo. Stecchini spent many years racing at club level in the UK, despite the Italian nationality and the Italian surname, and he has learnt wheel-to-wheel combat in his time in Hyundai Coupe Cup racing and much more besides, so we can expect him to be a force if he can get to the rear of Duarte Carmelo. Carmelo, who certainly is familiar with wheel-to-wheel action himself as a former rallycross driver. Meanwhile, there's a move there on the car of Angel Santos. Santos is going the wrong way. He needs to climb up the order. He's falling down the order. That was at the expense, or rather it was performed there by Alfonso Colomina. Alfonso just drove by. And that is not what Santos needs to see. The back of a McLaren 570S GT4. A lovely sight, but not a welcome sight for the driver of the Ligier. The Ligier always looks like such a small car, but actually up against the McLaren, not as much as I thought. Andre Fernandez there was having a look to the inside for 3rd position. Oh, and that was a big lunge, a huge lunge from Ángel Santos. How was there no contact? How was there no contact? That was ambitious, and again, reminded me of Rossi and Gibernau. Thankfully, there was no contact. And it was only thanks to the heads-up driving there of Colomina, who took the lock out of the wheel and avoided that Ligier. Incredible racing further back, and now incredible racing towards the front of the field as well. And I must say, Duarte Camelo has done everything right so far. He's outpacing Stachini and those behind him. We heard Sarah Moore talking about how the Ginetta maybe hasn't got it in a straight line, and there you see an example. The Porsche just fires past there as if the Ginetta wasn't even there. Stachini has the nimbleness on his side in that Ginetta G55. It's carrying a lot less weight, and I think it has slightly better aero than a 997 Cup car as well, but the consequence to balance the cars together is a nerfing of the power in a straight line. Not that it has acres of power to begin with. The Porsche will be a naturally more powerful car. And Stachini falls back a position to third place. Rui Morita will be investigating what he can do to get past the Italian as well. But what about Fernandez? Fernandez has been very fast all day long. Can he hunt down Duarte Camelo? Meanwhile, can Ángel Santos try and right the wrongs and get himself past Alfonso Colomina? Sorry, getting myself all excited. Colomina is once again going to be watching the mirrors warily as Santos again looks to the inside, but Colomina is baited into very late braking that he somehow made work. I felt certain he was spearing straight on, but no, he manages to get the car stopped and turned in by a fraction of a meter, I'm sure. Santos knows the importance of this race, but right now he's on course to win the GTX subclass. The GTC Championship, though, looks like it's going to go the way of Rui Morita, unless that Ligier, the second car in shot, can do something really special. In the GTX Championship, that McLaren is the closest rival of Santos in the Ligier, but Colomino would have to work his way up the field well beyond Santos to try and switch the championship lead to the McLaren driver's favour. And I think in many ways that's why Santos is racing him so hard, so that he doesn't just clear off and start making places and threatening that championship. Meanwhile, we need to look at the lead because it's about to change hands if it hasn't already. Fernandez is right there with Camelo at the moment, 0.1 of a second at the last sector. He's through. There's been a change of lead. Fernandez is into the race lead. Camelo has lost out there to the charging 997 Cup car. Fernandez has had a sensational race when it comes to pace. Well, he's had sensational pace in both races, to be more accurate. Of course, he put a foot wrong in race one, ended up in the gravel. He'd have always felt that this one was a race that he deserved to win. And right now he is doing so. We've also had a switch for third place in the back of shot as well. Rui Morita is ahead of Luca Stachini, unsurprisingly. Given we saw Stachini struggling in a straight line versus those Porsches, and Rui Morita has taken advantage. Third position for the driver that's currently on course to win the GTC Championship here in the Iberian Supercars Series. There's a battle further back between another Schaeffo Sport Ligier and another SMC McLaren, but it's not this one. It's not the title leading car of Santos, but to be honest with you, this is an immaterial fight for the Ligier driver as it pertains to the championship, because as long as he's stuck there behind the McLaren, as long as he's not making up places, Rui Morita in third place is going to win this championship. So what we're seeing here really is the championship seeping away from Santos. It doesn't matter if he passes the McLaren, it doesn't matter if he passes the 2 cars ahead of the McLaren. It's too far gone right now unless something happens to Morita. And Rui Morita is an experienced driver who's seen it all, done it all, and won it all here in Iberian Supercars. He's currently on the way to the GTC Championship. Let's not forget the other titles, though, at play here. We've hardly seen anything of the TC class Ginettas, but we are currently, of course, deciding the Supercars Hispana TC class as well. And the 102 car of Castro and Faria are the class leaders at the moment. And I believe that will give João Faria the championship in the TC class if he can just stay there in 13th overall. They will be heading up to the top of the circuit now around the start of the final sector, where we had that Supra hit the wall earlier on. And Castro and Faria currently, at least for Faria, on course for the championship. Those two haven't shared the car all season, so it will be for the... There it is. There is João Faria's car. Not with Faria at the wheel anymore, I might add, but this is our TC class leading Ginetta. And it's important that we see this. Yes, it's kind of on its own island and a bit away from the big stuff at the front, but this is the TC Championship in Supercars Hispana, currently falling the way of Faria. The car behind of Martin Gomez is the car that is relevant to the championship battle, but they'd need to finish ahead for the championship to change hands in favour of Thomas Martins. João Faria currently in position to win that title. You see there the desperate attempts still ongoing from Ángel Santos to make it work. And again, he'd need to do so much overtaking in what is just a couple of laps of racing now. And I'll tell you what, Duarte Camelo, he was 3 seconds back a moment ago. Fernandez has made a mistake out there on the circuit, and Fernandez is now under significant pressure from Duarte Camelo. That's very interesting. The 997 Cup car leads the way. It will be the final lap of the race that we've just started, incidentally, with the drivers doing 1 minute 53s, 1 minute 54s. And last time by, Rui Morita was 1.2 seconds quicker than Camelo and 5 seconds quicker than Fernandez, who clearly made a mistake. Rui Morita may not settle for third place here. He will know he's on course to win a championship, and so maybe he won't take too much risk. But while Fernandez has great pace, he just seems to be constantly at war with his own car. He's fighting it. He can get great pace out of it, but it's a fine margin between sheer speed and a clumsy lap from Fernandez, and now he's feeling the pressure from Camelo, from Morita. Porsche versus Porsche versus Porsche. A pair of 911s up against a Cayman. Fernandez looks like he's got the control of the lead once again, but he's going to be driving on tenterhooks. He's made a couple of errors today. He made an error at the corner he's approaching now, earlier on in the day, and it cost him a victory potentially in that race. This will be the last lap by a matter of seconds. They're not quite going to break the beam for a new lap in time. Fernandez is on course for a race win. Morita is on course for a GTC championship in Supercars Hispana. The Iberian Supercars, the main championship, will continue into Estoril. Oh no! Fernandez doesn't know it's the last lap! Fernandez has come in suspecting, I'm guessing, a technical issue, and that's going to hand the win and the checkered flag to Camelo. Oh no, 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 that is so cruel. Oh dearie oh me, that is not what you want to see in the slightest. Fernandez is going to find out what's happened there, and he's going to kick himself. But Rui Morita in the second place car, the number 33 Porsche, is the champion. There's the scene down at the AF&V team where Fernandez will find out that maybe if he just held on, he would have claimed a win. But let's have a look at that 33 around the circuit, because that car is our new GTC champion in Supercars de España. The race win has fallen by the wayside at the expense of Fernandez there. Morita, however, is champion in GTC. In the GTX class, the Ligier of Ángel Santos has done enough. So Santos and Arribas will be GTX class champions, I should say. So they'll win the GTX class for out of homologation GT4s and other light GT cars. But in terms of the overall GTC classification that pairs those machines with the Cup cars, Rui Morita has done the job in Supercars España, and he's put himself a long way towards doing the same job in the Iberian Supercars when we get to Estoril as well. I've never seen a race finish quite like that one. Camelo and Simoes take the race win. Rui Morita taking second position ahead of Stacchini and Mitchell in third place. Oliveira and Grant taking fourth in their BMW. Almeida and Roche take fifth position. Sixth place going to Santos and Ilibas. Seventh place going to Colomina and Vasquez. Eighth position to Nogue and Varela. Vent and Sanchez taking ninth place. Fawcett and Raposo rounding out the top 10 in that Ferrari 430 Challenge car. Just needed to see there the GT or the TC class order to confirm that, but it will be Faria, the 102, who finished I think 14th ultimately, that will take the 12th place ultimately, that will take the win there. I think the order will shuffle a bit more because Fernandez should be classified as a finisher even though he crossed the line in the pits, but the timing and scoring hasn't caught up to that yet. Here's the celebrations though. Camelo and Simoes celebrate their win. Delight for both parties, but Morita, the GTC champion this year in Supercars España, he'll be delighted as well. What celebrations though from Camelo. I bet he could scarcely believe what we saw. And let's take in these scenes and let's get ready to hear from our winning drivers.
Let's do it. Se quiser juntar aqui ao carro. Pompeu, foi fim de corrida extremamente inesperado.
Sem dúvida. Sem dúvida que sim, foi emocionante. Pá, merecemos a vitória. Na primeira corrida a vitória também deveria ser nossa, só que tivemos um handicap de 10 segundos, foi isso que nos tirou a vitória. E agora que sem handicap conseguimos, pá, e à geral então foi a cereja no topo do bolo.
É uma boa forma de terminar este fim de semana aqui em Jerez.
Sem dúvida, vamos com barriga cheia para casa, com mais pontos emmelhados no campeonato, que era o nosso objetivo, e pá, saímos daqui em grande.
Estás a falar, portanto, no respeito ao Iberian Supercars e ao Campeonato de Portugal de Velocidade?
Sim, estamos em primeiro, já estávamos em primeiro, mas agora ainda reforçamos mais a liderança, com esta vitória e com o quarto lugar da primeira corrida, estamos a reforçar, portanto acho que estamos bem encaminhados para que no Estoril tudo corra normal e sermos campeões.
Obrigado. So, Pompeu Simões was telling us that it was a race where they had a strong pace, and it was important to add some more points for the Iberian Supercars and the Campeonato de Portugal de Velocidade, so that they can arrive to Estoril with some margin to be champions in GTX. Let's try now to speak with Duarte. Duarte, foi final de corrida entusiasmante.
Sim, sem dúvida foi um fim de semana de corrida entusiasmante e o final também. Tivemos, não posso negar, o safety car ajudou-nos e depois eu consegui manter um ritmo muito forte, sem baixar, e permitiu-me chegar à vitória.
No final estavas a lutar com o André Fernandes. O André Fernandes acabou por abandonar. Achas que a pressão que lhe colocaste foi determinante para isso?
É uma pergunta um bocado complexa, porque eu não sei o que é que o obrigou a abandonar, mas sei que estava com ritmo para ir, para me aproximar dele e começar a fazer alguma pressão.
Muito obrigado e parabéns. So, Duarte Camilo was told us that the car has a strong pace, but even nevertheless he had some good luck with safety car that came up, and it was a good way to end the day. And next weekend, race weekend, he will try to repeat it. Let's try now to speak with Luca. You were third, right?
Yes.
So, Luca, strong race.
Yeah, it was alright. Gracie's done amazing today. The whole team has done an amazing job. Car balance was fine. The only problem was me. I felt like I was sat in a sauna. I was dying out there, but we survived. Anyways, car felt amazing. Gracie has done a really strong first stint and a second stint before. I tried to bring it home. I didn't feel quite comfortable with the condition of the tires and throughout the end, so I just backed off and I tried to keep the car where I was. So absolutely loved it. Great work for the team and can't wait to jump in a shower right now. Ciao, mamma.
Gracie, great race.
Yeah, it was really good. I think I got a good start. Obviously, we had a pretty strong qualifying yesterday, which obviously set us up on the inside row. Just obviously, like I say, look ahead, get the start over and done with. Got a nice gap actually. Was in a nice, comfortable position, catching the one ahead, leaving the one behind. Unfortunately, obviously, safety car brought everyone back into it, but had a good restart, had a good rest of the race. Handed over to Luca. He did a great job. A huge thank you to Rob, Nigel, the whole Talk With Motorsports team, and everyone out there at home supporting me. But really enjoyed it and really looking forward to the season finale.
Okay, thank you very much and congratulations. So back to the studio.
Okay, well, I think Rui Morita was too busy celebrating his championship. We couldn't find him, but great to hear from our race winners and from our podium finishers there. It was a thrilling race, and it was a thrilling race that started with an early lead for Fernandez aboard his Porsche 997 Cup car that looked more like a rocket ship at times in today's race. Had an early lead over proceedings, and further back in the field it was a dice for positions, and we saw the car that started on pole, the 164 machine, having to try and fight back, rather, I suspect, unexpectedly for Gabriel Cazuelo, who started initially on the first row and had to then fight from outside the top five. We also, of course, had Teixeira working his way forward. He started at the very back of the pack, and here he is up in fourth place in the Hyundai Elantra, moving up and past Rui Morita, following the Topwith car through. But then there was this moment, just the slightest glancing blow between Fernandez and Fothergill, but it was enough to damage the notoriously fragile radiator on that front end of a Porsche 911. And Fothergill unfortunately withdrawing from the race. What could have been for the Topwith Motorsport team and that Porsche, we'll never know. Teixeira would then ground to a halt a couple of laps later, and that would cause this safety car. We went back to racing conditions just ahead of the pit window. Fernandez set about trying to build his advantage back up for the pit stop. Chloe Grant was in amongst the fights there with one of the other Ginettas. I think that's the Almeida car falling through the order at that juncture. Chloe Grant and Alba Vasquez were fighting it out as well, an all-female fight between two of our GTX competitors. Oh, that's an uncomfortable ride through the gravel. And then a rather sensational moment as two consecutive rear punctures for Vitor Costa in his Porsche 997. Just wasn't to be for him today. Lots of fighting all through the field during this pit window phase, where obviously everything is a little bit uncertain. And towards the end of the window, we had Vitor Costa in the Porsche pulled up. Then the Ligier expired as well underneath Himara Costa. That brought out the safety car. That brought the race back under control and back to green flag a little bit later. Duarte Camelo into the lead And then up into second place, we saw Stacchini going into the first corner, moving up to second place. He wouldn't retain that second for long, though. Meanwhile, Ángel Santos was trying to work his way through the pack. Instead, though, he was losing out. He tried desperately to get the better of Alfonso Colomina to try and move up the standings and try and salvage the GTC championship from that man, Rui Morita. However, it simply wasn't to be. We had some great racing up and down the field, as we always have in Iberian supercars. Fernandez got himself to the front, but then on the very last lap of the race, he pulled in with a mechanical issue. And Carmelo crossed the line to win the race, an inherited win in the most bizarre of circumstances. Fernandez was slowing, and then he stopped. Unfortunately, he came in at the exact wrong moment. Rui Morita finishing second on the road, and indeed winning the GTC championship. No one was happier, though, than Duarte Carmelo, celebrating that race win for he and Simoes. What a celebration that was. What a race that was. Congratulations to Rui Morita, the champion in the GTC class and the GTX class. Santos and Iribas won that championship. We can recap that all later. For now, it's time to focus in on the GT4s.
So here we are for in the grid for the second race of the weekend for the category GT4. The race where everything will be decided. There are some titles to decide in this race, the Supercar España. Let's speak with Lourenço Monteiro, who is not in the championship fight, but he will be in the mix. Let's try to speak with him. Lourenço. Very good position for the start, and you are in the middle of some cars who are fighting for the championship. Does that will have an impact on the way you are driving?
I mean, of course, they have something to lose and I don't. I only want to win. So yeah, really good qualifying. We are here up front first time. Everything is going super well. Let's try to keep it that way and fight for an overall finish.
So the McLaren is very good here at Jerez.
Yes. We weren't expecting to have this pace, but finally we are in a position where we feel confident and comfortable with the car, and the pace has been great all weekend long, so let's keep it that way.
Okay, thank you and good luck. Let's try to speak also with Francisco Mora, who is on the pole position. Francisco, you are starting from the pole. You won the first race. You're both Franciscos, but you have a handicap. And you are still in the hunt for the championship in GT4 Pro. Do you think that, in spite of the handicap, you'll be able to win the race?
It's tough, very hard, of course, because despite the fact that I'm faster than the Aston, Enrique.
Looks like we may have lost our connection down there to the grid. We'll go back as soon as we can if we get that signal back. But we were hearing there from Francisco on the grid there, on pole position. The best possible place here for this to unfold for him. I was just in the middle of getting my paperwork aligned, unfortunately, so I'm now trying to do 2 or 3 things at once, but I think they are now having to withdraw from the grid anyway. In fact, yes, I can see our crew walking away, so I will simply have to multitask here for a second. But yes, it was a interesting race earlier on, and as alluded to down there, we do now have the second race with the handicaps based on the first race results to consider, and that car on pole position is the one with the biggest handicap, 130 seconds of pit stop. That's 10 seconds of handicap time. The number 4 Speedy Motorsport Toyota of Cesar Machado and Adrian Ferrer with 5 seconds of handicap time. Matthew Martins and Enrique Oliveira with 3 seconds worth of handicap time. That's in the Pro Division, the SMC McLaren number 11, the car we're looking at. That's one of the cars with some handicap time. He's got 10 seconds for winning the Bronze Division earlier on today. And then the sister car also has a 10-second handicap for winning the Pro Bronze class, which is effectively Pro-Am. So a lot of drivers with looming issues in regard to the pit stop window. They've just got to hope that, I think firstly, that we run green flag until we get to the pit window so that they can at least try and build their gaps and gain a cushion. And they will be rolling here in just a matter of seconds. So everyone has to make way. We are about to go racing, the 97. One of the NM Racing team cars, of course, of which there are several. NM Racing, always a big supporter of the Iberian supercars and have long been the force, one of the forces, if not the force, on the grid. So for this grid form, we qualified yesterday. We had quite a few drivers dipping below that 1 minute 50 barrier. It was a 1:49.469 from Francisco Mora that determined pole earlier. Lorenzo Montero in second, Adrian Ferrer. Those are the three drivers that dipped below a 1 minute 50. For Enrique Oliveira there in fourth place, there's a good bit of pressure to perform in this race. So then let's run through that grid as best we can during this formation lap. Francisco Mora on pole position, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Central Portugal team. Lorenzo Montero for McLaren Barcelona, second on the grid in the 23 car. Then Adrian Ferrer, as we referred to, the Speedy Motorsport Toyota in third. Racar Motorsports Enrique Oliveira in fourth place. Then it's Thomas Guedes for Speedy Motorsport in P5, ahead of the first of the Gianfranco Motorsport Toyotas, Alexandra Aria. Philip Varver for NM Racing team in 7th place. That's a good starting position for the 36 team. Let's see what they can do from there. Orlando Batina starting from 8th place. In 9th place, João Agua Branco in the Speedy Racing Porsche, ahead of Alvaro Libera. McLaren Barcelona rounding out the top 10. He's followed by Mark Kastelich, the Lemma Racing Mercedes in 11th place. Jose de los Milagros for Promotion Motorsport, the big BMW in P12. In 13th, Vasco Oliveira for Racar Motorsport. In 14th, Andres Prieto in the 97. 14th, Patrick Kuna, 15th in the 888 Porsche. And then Max Huber brings us down to the end of row 8 in that NM Racing Team Mercedes. That car running long on its first stint of the race earlier on is what caused quite a jumbled situation with the safety car, where effectively everyone from 4th place down ended up trapped down a lap, and it caused quite a lot of confusion and quite a few issues for our front runners. But the net result was a race win for Mora and Abreu, the Franciscos, in their Toyota that you see at the front of the grid here. This is the season finale again for Supercars Hispana, and in the Pro Division there is just 2 points in it at the front. Matthew Martins and Enrique Oliveira, the Aston Martin on row 2. It's Martins who leads that point standings by just 2 points over the Franciscos in the Toyota. So in the Pro Division, that's the battle. They've more or less sewn up the overall title, but the Pro title is a lot more up for debate at this stage. It is the decider. We'll talk you through as many permutations as we can. We only had a brief moment to do so before this race, but the important thing for now is the race start, and Francisco Mora gets the best of them. Francisco Mora leads on the run to the first corner. Some squeezing going on from Lorenzo Montero to try and retain his second place. Has he succeeded at doing so? He was having to muscle out Adrian Ferrer there. 2-3 wide, of course, as they run between the first couple of corners of the lap. And it is still second place for Lorenzo Montero. He did quite a good job of weathering that storm. It looks like Ferrer's held on to third position. Then in fourth place, it's one of the NM Mercedes. That must be Philip Varver, who's got a very good start indeed. There is the Mercedes. That's a solid start to the race for them. Everyone else funneling through. But Francisco Mora doing the important work early. One driver who didn't want to fall back through the field, Enrique Oliveira. He's there in 6th place, the blue and grey Aston in the centre of shot. He's in the unenviable position where his teammate's been in the car all year and his teammate is fighting for a championship. So while he can't win the championship, he can sure lose the championship for his teammate. And there's only 2 points in it in the Pro Division. He runs 6th. The car that they're just ahead of is the race leader. So at the moment, Mora and Abreu, the Franciscos and the Toyota Gazoo Racing entry, would do enough to win the championship, but we're a long way from home just yet. There's a long, long journey ahead of us to that point. In the overall championship, I believe that it's not quite sealed, but we have effectively done enough for Matthew Martins to win that championship, so long as they get to the flag and score a couple of points in this race, which they should be able to do, all going well. Look at that, some running out wide there from parties at the hairpin. It's a 24-point advantage between, in the overall championship at least, between Matthew Martins and the Franciscos. With 25 points on the line, yes, just scoring something will do for Matthew Martins. They run in 6th place. Martins, or the car of Martins, in the hands of Enrique Oliveira. At the front, it's Francisco Mora. Lorenzo Montero holding on to 2nd in the early stages, ahead of Adrian Ferrer. Then in 4th place, it's the fast-starting Philip Varver. They could be a force in this race because Varver's very quick and Guillermo Eso is a very capable driver in his own right. They are a pro bronze entry, so a professional driver and an amateur driver, but I wouldn't mind betting they'll be quick all the same. Guillermo Eso has been known to be quite the scrappy driver. He won't let a position fall by the wayside easily. In our other classes, the GT4 Pro Bronze Championship, Guillermo Eso and Philip Varver are in prime position to try and win the championship, and certainly they're doing enough to do just that right now as we watch them on the back of the 3rd place car. Going for 3rd overall is Philip Varver at the moment. And then in the GT4 Bronze class, Ricardo Costa currently in position there by 13 points. In GT4 AM, Smurg and Javier Mathiaf currently lead that classification. However, I'm not entirely convinced they're going to hold on to that because they're not here in this weekend. So that could be, in fact no, Smurg is there, sorry, 23rd on the grid. So hopefully they can get to the flag and do what they need to do there. So 3rd and 4th position, the main point of interest right now, just in terms of closeness, although look at that scrum heading through turn 2 and 3 now. One of the SMC McLarens is involved in that. So I think that's the battle for 11th back, effectively, or 10th back, all in one scrum there. There's your 10th place car, the number 6 of Tavares. Well, actually, at the moment, is Aguirre Branco leading that huge train of machinery. There you see Jose de los Milagros to the inside there of that McLaren and leaning with the rather imposing frame of that BMW M4 on the little mid-engine McLaren, which looks practically diminutive next to the BMW. And McLaren losing out there as well to the Mercedes AMG of Max Huber, the hybrid, modern and historic racer, just as comfortable in AC Cobra as he is in AMG GT4. I suppose there are parallels, but look at that from De Los Milagros. He's making very quick progress here, just muscling out Oliveira in the green Aston Martin. Jose De Los Milagros is taking people's lunch money and not really giving it a second thought. Up to 11th place goes the Promotion Motorsport BMW driver then, down to P12. There goes the Aston, or was that even P13? No, P12 for the Aston. Driven by Vasco Oliveira, who will be rather, I think, aggrieved with the slight contact between the two of them. There was a little bit of a nudge there, I think, but I suppose no harm, no foul. And it's always good to see De Los Milagros with the bit between his teeth. Of course, he'll be handing over to Nerea Marti a bit later on in the big BMW. Further up the field, we see Philip Varda still in the Merc, pressuring the Toyota of Ferrer. This is for third position at the front of the field. This is a stunning drive already from Montero. 3.3 seconds. The gap at the last sector split between our leader and the McLaren of Montero. That's no easy going. By no means is Lorenzo Montero a slouch. He is the silver driver in that Pro Bronze entry, the McLaren that runs second overall. He's a quick competitor, but my goodness, we're seeing some pace out of Francisco Mora here. A challenge on there from the driver of the number 5. Door left open a little bit by Vava there. Guedes then looking for an opportunity. Here comes Thomas Guedes trying to now switch sides to maybe have the inside line for the first corner. Will he be allowed it? Surprisingly, yes, he is allowed the inside line, and Vava's going to really kind of roll over there and allow him the position. I thought there was going to be a bit more of a fight than that, but no, Vava decides to allow the Supra by, maybe recognizing that it was only going to lead to skirmishes and lost time, and potentially Enrique Oliveira behind, scuttling past both of them. From that perspective, I can understand it, but in a way, I'd have quite liked to have seen a bit more of a scrap there. Again for Oliveira. Oh, goodness me, the Gianfranco number 44 car there, running very wide indeed. Alexandra Aria there, now trying to hold his position. Up against the 119 car, still side by side, almost going through that left-hander. The 119, in fact, sorry, that's the 16 car, the Battina Racing machine, with Orlando Battina at the wheel for now. So the orange and blue Supra trying to retaliate against Aria, who's gotten past on this lap. There's Abreu and Mora, just briefly saw them going through the hairpin up at the front of the field. We've got 40 minutes and a few seconds left in the race. When we get to 30 minutes and no seconds left in the race, that's when the pit window is scheduled to open, though it may be delayed by a safety car if we have one before that point. There's the car with Enrique Oliveira at the wheel again. Oliveira fighting for Matthew Martin's championship, even though he won't share in it. He will hand the car over to Matthew Martins. I suspect he'd be quite keen to hand the car over as quickly as possible so that Matthew can try and fight for his own title, as it were. When the handicaps come in, that is going to help out Matthew Martins a little bit. The handicap will also affect Martins, but nowhere near as much as his rivals here. Martins will have to hold for 3 additional seconds in the pits, whereas the race leading car has a 10-second penalty, so potentially Martins can get most of that advantage back. But again, in order to win the GT4 Pro title, realistically he needs to finish ahead of the Franciscos, Abreu and Mora in the leading car, and that is going to be a hard task in this race by the looks of that 4.5 second lead that is already built at the front of the field. It's Toyota's 1, 3, 4 at the moment. The Toyota Supra Evo 2, very popular in this part of the world. We've got obviously the TGR team itself. We've got and that car is run incidentally by the Sports and New organisation, of course. Speedy Motorsport, as we can see 2 of their cars there running in tandem, the yellow, black and white machines. And then of course you've got Gianfranco Motorsport and Bettina Racing. A lot of Toyotas on this grid, most of them in the Evo 2 specification, the latest and greatest development of the Supra, probably the last as well, given that the Supra is now ceasing production. Yes, already. Like that long ago that it was launched, but it was over 5, in fact over 6 years ago now that the current generation A90 Supra was released into the marketplace. There's the Aston Martin, car number 79 of Oliveira, who we saw getting muscled around a little bit earlier on, is now under pressure from driver of the 97, that's Andres Prieto at the wheel of that car. And look at that again, the Aston losing out to possibly 2 NM Racing Mercedes. Is that Max Huber now on the back of him? I believe that would be the case. Indeed, Prieto is through, and that means that it's the 10 car of Huber now on the back of the Aston. So Max Huber looking to try and move up here to 15th place at the expense of Oliveira in the latest Aston Martin. Of course, the Enrique Oliveira and Matthew Martin's car, which is a teammate to this green machine, is actually the older spec car that's running further up the field. This is the newest machine that we've got here, the current generation Aston Martin Vantage GT4, and certainly Max Huber doesn't care what generation of Aston it is, as long as it's eventually in his rear view mirrors, and that's what he's trying to accomplish at the moment. Having a little bit of a look to the inside, isn't going to be close enough on that occasion. But he is going to get a good run out of turn 1, if anything slightly too good, because he had to lift off the throttle, and that scrubbed his momentum for the run to turn 2. But right on the rear bumper, and making himself very well known to Oliveira in the 79. Vasco Oliveira has spent most of this race either being bullied or driving through the mirrors. Drifts out a little bit wide there, and that's going to give the opportunity to Max Huber. Oliveira manages to salvage a good run out of the corner, but now Huber's going to potentially try and strike the inside here, thinks better of it, claims the outside line to try and get a good run out of the corner, tries the cutback, gets the run. He's going to be on the outside though for the following corner, and is quite promptly run out of room there. Exciting stuff from both parties, and good racecraft from both parties as well, defending without being too offensive and attacking without barging into anybody. Great driving from both parties. It's what we like to see. Merck again just teasing the inside into the chicane, but you don't see many successful, certainly contact-free moves work through there. Huber clearly has more pace. It's just a matter of finding the way through. Is it going to beckon to the inside at the hairpin? He certainly thinks so. Max Huber goes for it up the inside line. Going to get the traction now out of the corner. And Vasco Oliveira has to make do, although he's trying to retaliate. Huber has a problem. Huber has a problem. Oh, Max Huber. It was very sudden and very strange after showing some great pace there over the last couple of laps and getting into the battle. Looks to me like the toe is out there on the rear wheel. Something's gone awry there. Meanwhile, Enrique Oliveira under pressure now from Alexandra Aria, trying to go all the way around the outside. And pushing the limits there. How he didn't hit the gravel, I don't know, but this is for 6th position. Matthew Martins will be watching on with bated breath. His championship hangs in the balance of Enrique Oliveira's performance for the time being. In terms of the overall GT4 championship, he should be okay, but it's a GT4 Pro battle that is much less secure, with just 2 points over race leaders Abreu and Mora. If things finish as they are, the overall championship will go to Matthew Martins, but the championship in GT4 Pro, that's a big hit. That was coming out of turn 6. And which of the BMWs was that? I think that's the promotion AM car, and that could have an effect on the AM championship. We continue to watch Alexandra Aria in his fight, but indeed, I think that we just saw the AM leading car of Smurg and Mathiath in trouble, and that could hand a significant advantage to Vaquinas and Pedro Bastos to try and win the AM Championship this year. I think that will definitively swing things in the favour of Vaquinas and Bastos Resende in the championship. I think we've also got safety car lights being displayed, have we? I saw a yellow on the top of that gantry. Yeah, safety car lights are out there, aren't they? And therefore, the race will be neutralised. It will be neutralised just before the pit window opens, although maybe I'm seeing things, because certainly Alexandra Aria is still racing. Just local yellow flags for the time being, I'm being told. That car, I guess, in a particularly dangerous place, but I'd be surprised if they left it there. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, if they do it now, they can hold off the pit window, whereas if they wait, they can't. Alexandra Aria looking to the outside here of Enrique Oliveira, trying to hold his ground on the inside line. Who's going to come out ahead? It's just about going to be Oliveira, but Aria still has the inside line for the following corner. He's going to get a nose ahead. You can see the shadow disappearing from the front of the car from the Aston Martin on the Supra. And look at that, Enrique Oliveira tries to hold it around the outside. A bit of hopping there from Aria, and I'm really surprised to say it, but Oliveira has held on. I thought for sure that he was going to lose the position there, but great driving from Enrique Oliveira, and I reckon that got a standing ovation down in the garage for Racar Motorsport, because that was very good racing. I felt quite sure that that battle was going to end only one way, and it was with Oliveira down to 7th, and ooh, that's a nasty hit as well. Just not the right angle. Not that there is a right angle to hit the wall like that. Pit window is about to open, so if they do scramble a safety car now, it's going to make things complicated. Let's see. Maybe they will just contain it with local yellows, but either way, that's a big swing in the AM Championship, losing Smurg and Macias from the race like that. Triple 7 entry, therefore in strong position. The Gianfranco Motorsport Aston Martin of Aquinas and Bastos Resende. Here comes Alexandra Aria again. Oh, smart maybe from Enrique Oliveira. He says, nope, pit window's open. I'm done with this one, frankly. You have the position. Also in there, by the looks of it, is that Varda, I think it would be, in the number 36 car it is. We've also got Abreu and Mora into the pit lane as well. So a significant number of pit stops ongoing here, including the race leader, including the driver vying for a championship in Matthew Martins. In fact, Mora, no, sorry, this is the Gianfranco 44 car. This is the car that's assumed the race lead. So the top 6 all came in at the first possible opportunity, and I think that was because of the looming prospect of a safety car with the local yellows that we have at the moment down here at turn 6. So everyone electing to get it done early, but you can see there they're actually trying to crane that car away under local yellows, and it does actually look like they're succeeding. So this could be handled very efficiently indeed by the Jerez marshals, and a round of applause to them for trying to sort that out without neutralising the race fully. So this is your top 3 on the road for now, but the real leaders, of course, are in the pit lane doing their stops at the moment. You see the Lemma Racing Mercedes there of Jerez and Kastelich trying to close in there on Orlando Batina, and Kastelich decides to join the pit lane as well. So a lot of drivers deciding to pit early, and now we see the effect of the handicap, because Francisco Abreu comes out behind one of the Speedy Motorsports Toyotas. So the 10-second handicap for the race leader has once again, well, acted exactly as it's supposed to. Francisco Abreu rejoins the race behind it. Oh, Orlando Batina! Orlando Batina spun at turn 2. He's now just getting back underway, but Batina there over-rotated the rear, and that's dropped him down. And oh, Abreu into the gravel. That's a huge moment. That's a huge moment. Is there a problem? He was indicating there. He's now checking the car. I think he may have turned on the indicator, just trying to save the car there. Something came off on the run down to turn 6, but that's a huge hair-raising moment for Francisco Abreu. He's the driver that needs to bring this home for he and Francisco Mora to win the GT4 Pro title. The overall GT championship in Supercars de España is probably a bridge too far, but my goodness, are we flirting with disaster there. Full commitment through the corner, beyond full commitment through the corner, quite frankly, and it very nearly cost the Toyota Gazoo Racing Catano Portugal team dearly. Was a hair raiser if ever I've seen one. We're only halfway through the pit window as well, but of course all the front runners have made their stop. There's the car that will come out as the leader, I think, once all things shake out. That's the, well, we'll focus on that in a minute, because Guillermo Eso is in the midst of battle. having a look to the inside there, but not able to make a position up for the time being. But the number 5 car of Jerez and Jerez is the leader. The number 5 Speedy Motorsport machine has taken over the race lead, at least in terms of those that have already pitted. And we saw there the 36 in the scrap. That was Guillermo Eso, I think, losing out to Mercado in the number 4 entry from Speedy Motorsport. We've got a couple of more cars into the pits now, but no one from the new leaders, Afonso and Alexander Araya, who leads the race. Alexander Araya has continued on in the lead. Bettina, of course, had his issue, and that's dropped him back 6 seconds from the lead, as Matthew Martins there trying to get himself around Castellish. This is for, at the moment, 14th place. And it's a move for 14th place from Matthew Martins. Of course, once the pit stops end, that'll be a position well within the top 10. I think it will be first, second, third, fourth. That'd be for 5th place, I make it, once the pit stop cycle is through. Although I could be a little bit off with that, with how the penalties have affected things, the pit stop handicaps. Through the chicane they go. The SMC McLaren looking to the inside here of Guillermo Eso, and that's going to be a move. Nicely executed there, just leaning a little bit on the Mercedes. That was number 23 of Lorenzo Montero moving up a position. So we've got more cars into the pits. We still haven't seen our current leaders into the pits. They're extending to the end of the window, it seems. Macedo has pitted on this lap, so the 38 car is in. Veloso Motorsport entry, but it's these cars that are the outright leaders once the pit stops are served, or at least the outright top 10. There's Nerea Marti, currently on the rear of Jerez, who's taken over that 119 car from Le Mans Racing stable. Marti trying to go around the outside, tries to put the power down, has the inside for the following corner, and that was nicely executed there by Nerea Marti. There wasn't really much that Bruno Jerez could do in retaliation. That's going to move Nerea up to, I think, about 12th place for the time being, but it's going to be higher than that by the time the safety car, or by the time the pit window, sorry, comes to its end. That was for 12th place exactly. But it will be, I think, 7th or 8th place once everything shakes out, and Matthew Martins there on the curbs got a little bit shaky. He's gone around Guillermo Eso there for what is currently 10th position. Into the pits goes Orlando Bettina. And also in there was De Los Milagros, actually. Okay, so De Los Milagros has not pitted yet, so he's now just handing over to Nerea Marti, and Orlando Bettina also coming in. So sorry, Nerea Marti hasn't taken the wheel just yet, but they converged, of course, with the pit stops being 2 minutes long and the circuit being about 1 minute 53 at the moment. There was actually a bit of a convergence there between those who have pitted and those who have not, so that explains that one. Also in is the 44 car, so Alexandra Araya, our erstwhile race leader, is in, and that's going to put the impetus now on the number 5 car of Jerez and Jerez, who will be, I think, somewhere around turn 6, turn 7, where the BMW was being winched earlier on. Maybe even 8 or 9 by this point, but the number 5 car is the heir apparent to the overall race lead as the first of those that have made a pit stop. The black, yellow and white Toyota Supra from the Speedy Motorsport stable. This is some battling further back, but is going to be those Toyotas at the front that are the point of interest. Of course, we saw so much pace from Alexander Aria in that. There's the leading car. So Aria has handed over to Afonso. It'll be interesting to see how he performs, seeing how well the 44 Gianfranco car was doing. But this is the race leader. Who's going to be in second? It is going to be the Francisco Abreu Toyota in second place. Abreu was 6.2 back at the line and about 3/10 faster, so Abreu has some work to do. There is Francisco Abreu in second place. There is your last pit stoppers exiting the pits. The pit window, of course, is now closed with 20 minutes of the race, or within 20 minutes of the checkered flag, the end of this race. So we are now okay. I seem to have pictures again now, so apologies for the silence there, but I lost all sight of what was going on there for a good minute or so. I believe I heard the director say I was back there, but we are 17 minutes and 40 seconds away from the flag, and let's take stock of the order then. So Pires and Guedes lead the way at the moment. The driver at the helm now, of course, is Jose Carlos Pires in the race lead. Francisco Abreu a half dozen seconds back in second overall. Then it's Machado and Ferrer in third position in the other Speedy Motorsport Toyota, the other black, white and yellow car. In fourth place is the number 23 of Jose Cautela, but he's under pressure, as we can see here, from Matthew Martins. Matthew flashing the headlights here and letting him know I'm not far back. Of course, wanting to move up the field as best he can here, because if he can get to the back of Francisco Abreu, that is the story of the GT4 Pro Championship. Unfortunately, it's about 20 seconds between Abreu and the Aston that we see on screen there. To reiterate the situation as it stands with the championship, currently Matthew Martins is doing enough to win the overall Supercars Hispana GT Championship for this year. So the car you're seeing on screen, Matthew Martins at the wheel, that will be the champion, Matthew Martins, as it stands for the overall classification. However, in the GT4 Pro class, with how things stack up there with that specific class, it would actually currently be going the way of the Franciscos Abreu and Mora. We have so many competitive cars in the Pro Bronze class, for example, which is the class that the car currently giving Matthew Martins a headache comes from. That being the number 23, prepared by SMC Motorsport. And that's an easy move, ultimately. The bronze driver in this equation, Jose Cautela, not wanting to do anything too risky, and allows Matthew Martins through into fourth place. So Martins up to fourth, and that still leaves him scoring 6 less points than Abreu and Mora. In the GT4 Pro division, so in fact it's 8 points, sorry, less than Abreu and Mora in the GT4 Pro division, so that's unfortunately still not quite going to be enough. At first thought, best thought, it is 6 because all 4 cars in the top 4 are in the GT4 Pro class, but all the same, it's not enough for Matthew Martins to win the Pro class. It is enough to win the overall championship, rather paradoxically, but the overall championship would be best accompanied with a Pro title. That might be a step too far, though, for Matthew Martins, as talented as he is. We saw there some moving and shaking further back, and this is the number 44 car of Afonso being pursued there rather unrelentingly so by Bruno Perez. Perez, who has taken that car over and been a house of fire for Lemma Racing. Here, meanwhile, is the number 6 of Luis Tavares, getting to the inside there of Guillermo Eso for 8th position. So Tavares moves up to P9, well, sorry, P8 from P9. We saw him, of course, running at the sharp end of the field in the race earlier on. We know he's got the pace to fight at the front. Tavares, the silver driver in that equation. And they are both silvers, Tavares and Branco, but it does seem like Tavares has the edge in terms of pace today. There is Matthew Martins, not really dropping Cautela particularly, with over 17 seconds between himself and the next car. 4th place is really the best he can hope for the time being. Therefore, that battle for 6th. Whoa, we've got a car off the circuit at turn number 5 by the looks of it. That's the sweeping, slightly off camber right-hander that leads onto the back straight, and that was the 79 Racar Aston of Francisco Carvalho, unfortunately, off the circuit and in the firing line and beach pretty deep, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to need an intervention. Look at this, at the head of the queue, the 44 machine of Nuno Alfonso. Nuno has been under a significant amount of pressure now for several laps from Perez and now from Tavares as well. Guillermo Eso is involved in that one as well. And we're now going to go down to the pit lane.
So we are with Philippe Bava, who with his teammates Guillermo Azo are very near of the championship this year of the supercars, España, GT4 Pro Bronze. It was a big fight in your stint.
Yeah, I think I just had to do my job. I just tried to create the biggest gap possible for Guillermo, considering we had a 5-second handicap from race 1 for finishing second. And yeah, we just had a great start. There was a bit of a touch. Luckily, no damage to the car. I continued to just push with the other pro leaders, try not to get into trouble and just trying to, yes, create that gap. And for now, Guillermo is in a position where we could win the championship if nothing goes wrong.
So we saw that in a fight with Aston Martin, Guillermo didn't fight very hard. That's the goal, to keep clean and bring the car back.
Yes, we just had to keep clean. At the minute, we're just behind a couple of Pro Bronze cars. We're in 4th, but that's enough to secure us the title, and we just need to stay there and avoid any misfortunes from happening.
Okay, thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you.
So, back to the studio.
And back to the safety car, which awaits the field, unfortunately. We are back under safety car conditions. Unsurprisingly, just to circle to the point that was made there in that interview, yes, Pro Bronze Championship currently set to go the way of Varva and Guillermo Eso in the Pro Bronze Championship in Supercars Hispana. Again, if you're joining us for the first time, there are several different classifications on the line every weekend in Supercars Endurance. So we have the Iberian Supercars Championship, which is on the line here today, or rather there are points being scored for it here today. That decider, the championship finale, of course, will be in Estoril later in the month, but the Supercars Hispana Championship, the Spanish classification, ends here today at Jerez. So when we're talking about championships being won, it's strictly in relation to the Supercars Hispana Championship. We'll look at the permutations of the Iberian Supercars in the days following, leading into the finale at Estoril, where of course the FPAC Championship, the Portuguese series, will also be under contest. There'll be 2 championships on the line there, which means an awful lot of juggling, but we'll get to that when we get to it. For now, though, this is a compelling situation that the safety car has created, because I was talking to you throughout the last few minutes about Matthew Martins kind of hitting a wall, that he wasn't going to get any further up there because there was a 16-second gap between himself and the car in 3rd place. Well, I mean, you can see as well as I can, that gap is gone. And Matthew Martins is now right on the back of the number 4 car, on the back of Cesar Machado, and that is going to be an explosive conclusion, because if he can get past Machado, if he can then get past the 26 of Francisco Abreu, that would be not just the overall GT4 championship in Supercars Hispana for Matthew Martins, it would also be the championship in the pro class specifically, so that is a big deal. 2 championships always sweeter than 1. In a way, Matthew Martins is in what is nearly a no-lose situation, because he's almost certainly got the championship so long as he takes the flag with points on the board. He's almost certainly got the overall title, that the pro title is still up for debate. In the GT4 bronze class, I believe Ricardo Costa is doing enough here to secure that championship, is he, in the number 97 car? Let's just check that. Yes, at the moment Costa running 12th overall at the helm of the car right now, so he's doing plenty to hold on to that. And then the next big question would be the AM class, the bronze, yes, the AM class, of which I think we are going to see Ruben Viquinas and Pedro Bastos Resende take it at the death, because obviously we saw the GT4 AM championship leading. The black and white BMW hit the wall earlier on coming out of turn 6, and that has ended their day and their chances of scoring points. So to my understanding, I think that would lead to Viquinas and Resende in the 777 entry taking the win there in the AM division for the year in Supercar Hispana. And as we heard from Philip Varva down in the pits a minute ago, he and Guillermo Eso are currently on course to win the title in the Pro Bronze category. And we're going to go, while this safety car continues, we're going to go back down to the pits.
So Neil, you are in a good position in this race, as you can be champion with 2 cars, one in the GT Pro Bronze and another one in GT4 Bronze.
Yes, we're super happy with the performance of our drivers. They maximized the performance here in Jerez with the BOP that we had. We are fighting now for P1 Bronze and P3 Pro Bronze in this race, so it's very important points for claiming the Spanish championship.
So the goal now is to bring back the cars. But do you think that with the safety car will be harder?
Yes, now for sure with the safety car will be very challenging because we have to stay on this position with Guillermo. If we want to be champions, I think he will stay, but he have to make a big effort till the end of the race. And Ricardo, is important also that we try P1 bronze because he's also counting points for Iberian and Portuguese. So it's very important to keep both positions.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Back to studio, Dan.
Okay, well, you can see the pace picking up behind the safety car, and that typically means we're going to go back to racing. Has there been a bulletin? Yes, there has in the last few seconds to declare that we are back to racing conditions at the end of this lap. We are going to have 5 minutes, less than that. It'll be 4 minutes of racing left by the time they take this green flag once again. I have a wry smile on my face. That's going to be a little bit hairy and a little bit interesting, isn't it? So then, Perez in the lead of the race. He will have control. Looks like he's almost already gone there, but he then backs out of it, which all catches out a few, including his own teammate, actually. Mercado almost was the victim of that surprise there. When will the pin be pulled then by Perez? Will he leave it until they're out onto the main straight? It looks like he might wait until at least they turn into the corner, but let's keep an eye on what he does. There he goes. He did a very good job there. Managed to catch out Francisco Abreu, and Abreu is now under some pressure now from Cesar Machado. And then just behind, of course, Matthew Martins for the Pro Championship. Francisco Abreu hasn't got the start he wanted. Matthew Martins in the Aston Martin is licking his chops. The Racar Motorsport driver is watching with interest, with bated breath, to see if he can get any chance to overtake Francisco Abreu. Your race leader has mastered that start. Jose Carlos Perez did everything right there. Francisco Abreu is under significant pressure from both Cesar Machado and the number 77 Aston Martin of Matthew Martins. As a reminder, Matthew Martins is on course to win the overall championship in Supercar Hispana. The Pro Championship, if things finish as they are right now, will go to the driver of the red, white and black factory liveried Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal Toyota Supra of Francisco Abreu and Francisco Mora, his co-driver. However, if Martins can get by, then that will change hands. The Pro Class title is certainly the main issue of contest here, as well as the race victory, as Francisco Abreu has now closed up to Jose Carlos Perez. That's a big lunge! That's a big lunge, and that's surely going to be damage on Francisco Abreu. Matthew Martins goes past Abreu. Oh, that was a very reckless lunge, I have to say, from Francisco Abreu. It was low percentage, and it has backfired for the number 26 Toyota team. Last lap of the race will be next time by. They should have 2 more laps to run here. That was clumsy stuff. It's left the race leader still as Jose Carlos Perez. He still leads from Mercado in second, but now running in third place, and with a hand and 4 fingers on the Pro Class Championship, it is Matthew Martins, who co-drove before this weekend with Roberto Faria. Faria, who definitely deserves his credits and a shout. I think budget issues preventing him this weekend from joining us, but he is here in the paddock supporting all the same. Faria's had a huge role to play in the championship to this point. I'm sure Matthew Martins will kind of share in that glory with him. But right now, Martins is doing enough to not only win the overall championship, but to also win the Pro Championship. And what a day it would be. Your top 3 with another lap still in the books. Looking at the timer, we'll keep an eye just in case they scramble the checkered flag a couple of seconds early. But this should be the penultimate lap of the race, just about. It's going to be close, but it will just about be one more lap of racing if they run the clock down to 0. And that's going to be one more lap for Jose Carlos Perez to hold off the pressure. You see him there fighting for grip at the final hairpin. By no means is this race win secure between the two drivers from Speedy Motorsport. Clock ticks down to 3 seconds before we cross the line. We have one more lap of racing. We have one more challenge to come for Jose Carlos Perez for his own teammate Cesar Mercado from Matthew Martins, who is champion-elect in both the overall and the GT4 Pro title fight. The two Speedy Motorsport Toyotas running in tandem. It's worth noting to you that the 26 car didn't cross the line again. I think Abreu brought it back into the pits ultimately after that issue, or after that contact I should say. He may have taken the car back out now, but there was contact and there was a visit to the pit lane. And so it leaves Matthew Martins in the strongest position. As much as he'd love to try and fight these two Speedy Motorsport cars for the race win, I think his eyes are focused forward on the championship. He'll let this play out between the two Speedy Motorsport Toyotas. Jose Carlos Perez wants this win. He's lucky the car's still pointing straight and narrow after that collision a few moments ago. There's the 26 stopped, but here is, side by side for the lead, the two Speedy Motorsport Toyotas. Matthew Martins is tempted. He has a look to the inside. 3 cars fighting it out, and it's going to be Perez that just about holds on. Mercado might lose out here to Matthew Martins. Martins on the back of the boot lid of the number 4 car. But the number 5 of Jose Carlos Perez is going to take the win. It's going to be a 1-2 for Speedy Motorsport, but it's going to be a championship. 2 championships for Matthew Martins. Perez wins it. Matthew Martins is your overall champion in Supercars Hispana. He is the pro champion in Supercars Hispana. What a moment for the driver of the number 77. Elsewhere on the grid, Guillermo Eso and Philip Vava will have taken the Pro Bronze Championship. The championship in the AM classification will go to the 777 team of Vaquinas and Resende for Gianfranco Motorsport in their Aston Martin. We saw them across the line just moments ago to win the AM championship. In the All Bronze Championship, it will go the way of Ricardo Costa and Vasco Oliveira. And in Pro Bronze, as we said, Eso and Vava. But your overall champion, your GT4 Pro champion, going to Matthew Martins. Let's go to Racar Motorsport. They're going to be thrilled.
Estamos com o Eduardo, o chefe de equipa da Racar Motorsport, que depois de uma corrida extremamente intensa e dramática, acabou por ver o Matthew Martins e o Matthew Martins ser campeão da GT4 Pro e da GT4, da categoria GT4. Eduardo, foi uma corrida extremamente difícil.
Não há palavras. Foi complicadíssimo, foi um azar do Mora e do Abreu. Foram excelentes adversários, queremos dar os parabéns. E era como eu disse de manhã, o campeonato acabava ao final do dia. E felizmente calhou para o nosso lado, podia calhar para o lado deles, calhou para o nosso. Estamos muito felizes, foi em primeiro lugar desde o primeiro evento. A equipa é excelente, devemos isto toda a equipa, os pilotos. Sem palavras neste momento. Queremos ir festejar e pensar já no Estoril, porque há mais 2 campeonatos. Então, porque estamos a lutar.
Okay. Muito bem, obrigado. Parabéns e obrigado. So Eduardo told us that it was a very hard race for them, as they had some troubles in the beginning. But in the end, a situation between Abreu, a bit of unluck for Abreu and Mora gave us that championship, and now they are celebrating, of course, but they are heading already for the Estoril race weekend, where everything else will be decided. So get back to the studio and we'll start to the interviews on the podium.
Yeah, absolutely right. Let's run you through the field. That's correct, except for the number 5 car that was the winner. Perez and Guedes winning the race, but in second place was Machado and Ferrer in the sister Speedy Motorsport Toyota. Matthew Martins and Enrique Oliveira taking third place. Matthew Martins winning the Supercars Hispana Pro Championship and overall championship for this year, which will serve him well fighting for the Iberian and the Portuguese championships next time out in Estoril. Cautela and Montero taking 4th place, Tavares and Aguirre Branco taking 5th position, Perez and Castellich in 6th, and we'll just scroll down the rest of the field there to see all of our finishers. The race is concluded. Let's go down there to see the podium celebrations, and we'll catch our podium drivers.
Okay, we are already live. We have here the champion of Supercars Spain, GT4 Pro and GT. Matthew, you can rest a bit. It was a dramatic race for you with everything decided in the last moment. So you are entitled to have a breathe a bit. Matthew, it was a very tense race for you.
Yeah, of course. The Enrique did a good start, but it was complicated at the beginning. I tried to do the best result. I overtake I don't know how many cars, but I'm very happy to be champion. And yeah, now I need to focus about the Iberian.
So now, does this victory here in the champion give you more motivation for the Iberian and keeping up with Velocidade?
Motivation I have from the beginning of the season, so it's always the same thing to do the best job possible to win this championship.
Okay, thank you and congratulations, and you have the hat for the podium. Let's try to interview someone else. The winner is José Carlos Pires and Tomás Guedes. We will try to get them. Let's see, here they are. José Carlos, can we make an interview? José Carlos, can it be in English?
Yeah.
It was a very tough race for you, with a kind of an happening in the end of the race. How did you see everything?
Well, we had with a 7-second margin over the second driver, so it was okay. When the safety car came in, I saw I was going to be in trouble. Not going to be easy. But what happened was Francisco just caught me, and he just, let's say, tried to dunk on the chicane, and then he put my car a little bit unbalanced. So with the right wheel from one side, left wheel to another, and in the last two laps, I need to defend a lot from the other guy. So it was a crazy race.
So it was your first victory, Tomás. Can you come here?
Tomás, yes.
Your first victory this year. It was very pleasant, I would say.
Yeah, it was a nice victory. We had the victory in Villarreal in the CPV, but in this one with Tomás, not yet. So this is the first one. He did an amazing first stint, so that's why we also could keep with this. So it was amazing.
So, Tomás, can you explain us how it was your stint and also how it was to leave everything on the side with everything that happened to José Carlos today?
Yeah, the first thing was just push, try to keep the car stable for the end. Had a lot of fun, and then yeah, he did the end. He finished it. He's the hero.
Okay, and does this give you more motivation for the next round?
Of course. Next round, let's go for it.
Okay. Thank you very much, and congratulations for the win. So now we are going back to studio. Everybody has already gone to the podium.
Okay, well, how great it was there to hear from some of our winning drivers and Matthew Martins, the new overall and pro champion. Let's take a look back at a thrilling race in Iberian Supercars. It was Francisco Mora with an early race lead at the start of this one, and it was a really solid drive. At the start of the race, he built a huge advantage, while further back in the field there was a lot of battling to be had. A lot of it seemed to be directly affecting the number 79 car being driven by Vasco Oliveira, who was getting somewhat nudged around a bit by all of his adversaries, but the shiny new current spec Aston Martin pictures there briefly, my apologies, but we saw there Max Huber's issues slowing down, and then also slam into the wall from the Promotion Motorsport number 40, the other promotion car, the number 19 of Matthias and Smurg, having their issue. Meanwhile, Matthew Martin's teammate Enrique having a very, very solid run in his stint. A lot of pressure on Enrique Oliveira to kind of defend Matthew's championship and try and win the championship along with Matthew, even though he wouldn't win it directly. It was very hard run stuff. This was a pivotal moment after the pit window cycle. Francisco Abreu there with a little bit of damage, or a little bit of something coming loose from the car, running across the gravel on his outlap after taking the car over, and perhaps that was a forebearer of things to come. We had a lot of exciting racing going on. Matthew Martins getting himself here past the 119 car of Bruno Perez, and we'd see some more squabbles further back. Perez was under scrutiny from several people. That was actually Jose de los Milagros unlapping himself at one point during the pit cycle. And of course, this was the pivotal moment in the latter half of the race. The 777 car into the gravel. That would trigger a safety car period, and it would calm down all of the action that was going on further back, but only briefly. It was a speedy motorsport car in the lead. Jose Carlos Perez in the lead. Francisco Abreu under scrutiny from Cesar Machado for second place. Abreu sensed an opportunity, though, to go for the lead and secure the GT4 Pro Championship. Instead, he damaged his car, ended his race, and lost the GT4 Pro title to Matthew Martins, who was already on course to win the overall championship. More collisions down at the hairpin. That was Bruno Perez getting into it, and he had damage to his car. Abreu had damage as well. Both parties limping home, not able to see the flag. Wasn't sure whether to pit or not, bless him. Francisco Abreu wanted to try and reach the flag in the vain hope of glory, but it wasn't to be. Jose Carlos Perez defending from Cesar Machado to take the win in the race. Meanwhile, the driver of the number 77 across the line, third in the race, but a champion in both pro and the overall fight. It was glory for Matthew Martins, for Racar Motorsport, and there will be a big celebration down in that tent. The focus will now turn to the Portuguese Championship, the Campeonato de Velocidade for Portugal, and the main Iberian Supercars title. That will be defended on the last weekend of November at the famed Circuito Estoril. But here from Jerez, we say congratulations to our Supercars Hispana champions, and we look forward to seeing the battles continue in Estoril for the other two titles.
Welcome back to Circuit of Jerez. Ángel Nieto. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. We are getting ready for the third race of the weekend for Porsche Sprint Challenge Iberica. As you can see, cars currently heading out towards the grid as we get ready for the penultimate endurance race of the season. There will be this race this afternoon and then 3 more races. They will take place in Estoril at the end of November, about a couple of weeks' time. Well, not quite the end, 3rd week of November in a couple of weeks' time. And that is where we will find out the identity of our champions for Porsche Sprint Challenge Iberica. What a great season it has been. We've absolutely loved the racing that we've had this year, and it's Manuel Alves in the #1 car, who is the defending champion, the overall champion and the Pro-Am champion. You can see from your pictures on the screen there that Manuel Alves will be starting from pole position for this race. So he is very much in the box seats here to defend his title. He's currently 2 points clear of that car there. Certainly Dylan Pereira at the wheels in the Category 2 of this series. There's Dylan there with a headset on, just stood up looking in at his teammate Andre Fernandez, who will be doing the first stint in that car. But Dylan himself is 2nd in the Category 2 points. His co-driver Andre Fernandez is 3rd. But courtesy of 1 win each, Manuel Alves and Dylan Pereira are just 2 points apart at the top of the Category 2 standings. There's a lot of other drivers around, though, who would dearly love to take some silverware home this weekend. There's always lots of silverware in a Porsche Sprint Challenge Iberica event, because not only do we have Category 1 and Category 2, but we also have the female trophy. And there is Francisca Queiroz, the defending Ladies' Cup champion, to give it its official title, the Ladies' Cup champion. And she is leading the way in the Ladies' Cup at the moment. We have a Pro-Am Cup, we have an Am Cup, we have the gentleman drivers, we have the team championship. So lots of drivers very much gunning for it. There's one of the gentleman drivers, Daniel Garcia, in the number 75 car. He's had a couple of 8th places in the 2 sprint races, one yesterday and one today. So all these drivers all looking to score points, but very much our attention will be on Manuel Alves, Dylan Pereira and Andre Fernandez. And you can see from your picture there that Fernandez is starting on the 2nd row of the grid. So a bit of work to do from there. So this is a bit different to what we've had already as we look at Felipe Carvalho and Hank van Zust in the number 41 car. What we've had so far been a couple of 20-minute sprint races. This is something altogether longer, a 50-minute plus 1 lap race with a mandatory pit stop. The pit window will open 10 minutes into, will open for 10 minutes, 20 minutes into the race. So at the 20th minute, for 10 minutes, the pit window will open. Every car will need to come in for a mandatory stop. In the case where it's a solo driver, the driver will need to exit the car, run around the car, and then get back into it again. As far as the cars that have 2 drivers, then there will be a driver change that will need to take place. So every driver will need to exit the car, even if they are solo drivers. We have minimum pit stop times. A minimum pit stop time of 120 seconds from pit entry to pit exit, but a number of the drivers have additional handicaps. We have a success handicap system here, so that and the driver, if they win, they get an additional minimum pit stop time of 10 seconds next time around. So we have the handicaps that are hanging over, so to speak, from the Navarra round, which took place back in September. So it's an additional 10 seconds for 1st in category, an additional 5 seconds for 2nd in category, and additional 3 seconds for 3rd in category. What it means is that Nuno Inocencio, who was the category winner in Class 1 last time out, will have a minimum pit stop time of 130 seconds. And Manuel Alves will also have a minimum pit stop time of 130 seconds. That's the 120 plus the 10 seconds success handicap, we can call it that. His main competitor in the championship, though, is Andre Fernandez, Dylan Pereira. They have a minimum pit stop time which is 123 seconds, so it means that they will effectively gain 7 seconds through the pit stop sequence. So let's quickly bring you the grid here. It is the number 1 car that starts on pole position. That's Manuel Alves. The number 77 car alongside, that is the car that has Jose Barros and Nuno Batista at the wheel. Then it's Alessandro Barambio and Borja Garcia, who share car 22. They are next up. And then it is the number 77 car of Jose Barros and Nuno Batista, who come up next. So the cars maybe a little bit out of sequence here in terms of what we're expecting for the championship. Manuel Alves, starting from the very, very front, will be looking to try and break clear as soon as possible and get clear particularly of the number 17 car, which has Andre Fernandez at the wheel for the first stint. Dylan Pereira will be taking over after the pit stop sequence. Unlike the races earlier on today, which were standing starts, this race is a rolling start. So as you can see, the cars are behind the safety car at the moment, which now disappears off into the distance as we get ready to go here at the Circuit Jerez. It is a 4.428 kilometer circuit, 13 turns, 8 to the right and 5 to the left. It's a track that is quite tricky for overtaking, so these grid positions are very, very important. But now the cars coming out onto the pit straight, we're waiting for those 5 red lights to go off, and when they go off, we will be ready to go racing, and off they go. And that's the 41 car onto the grass there, taking a very wide line out towards turn 1. But Manuel Alves stepping off that pole position. Car 77 in second place, challenging for that lead. So that's a car with 2 drivers, remember, the 77 car, but very lively for the number 41 car. So Manuel Alves, the solo pilot, stepping off that pole position and into the lead of the race. Remember, he is going to have a longer pit stop than many of the cars around him, so he is going to want to make hay while the sun shines. He's going to want to break clear. The rest of the cars just settling in behind the 41 car. Certainly that wild moment on the grass doesn't look to have done any damage, but look at this, a challenge further back, and that is onto Andre Fernandez, the number 88 car, Jorge Ramirez, to the inside of Andre Fernandez. So the car that is currently running second and third in category 2, getting relegated to position early doors. Now this is an endurance race, not a sprint race, so they've got to go the distance, which are not paid out until the absolute end. But losing positions early on, never great when you are fighting for a championship with just 1 round to go. Manuel Alves had a bit of pressure starting off, but that seems to have settled down now, and Alves now leading the way. So he breaks clear of the 77 car, the car that is driven by Jose Barros and Nuno Batista. I believe it is Barros that is at the wheel of the car for the first stint. So those first 2 cars just breaking clear of the 3rd place car, the number 22 car, which has Alejandro Barambio and Borja Garcia at the wheel. So there across the line goes Manuel Alves to complete the first lap of the race. And the Jose Barros car just behind, keeping him within sight. So everybody now just settling down a bit. This is a long race. It will be 50 minutes plus 1 lap. So when the clock strikes 0, it will be an additional lap after the lap that the drivers are on at the time. There's some challenges for position further back. They look like the 15 car to me, with Sasha Hebrard and Asia Gorostiza at the wheel, that was fighting for position. So everybody just settling down a bit there. There we are. There are the cars that are fighting, and that is Andre Fernandez that is coming under pressure from the 27 car, and that is Joao Macedo at the wheel of the 27th car. So Joao Macedo putting the pressure onto Andre Fernandez. So Fernandez would have scored points in the sprint race that he was in. His co-driver, Dylan Pereira, would have scored points for himself on the sprint race that he was in. Both drivers will score the points where that car finishes at the end of the endurance race, because both drivers will be taking a time at the wheel. So Dylan Pereira will be in the garage cheering on like mad, because he knows that his championship is also in the hands of Andre Fernandez. Dylan Pereira, a gold-rated driver by the FIA, very experienced, a championship winner in many mainstream categories, very much coaching Andre Fernandez in the number 17 car, Fernandez in the AM category, and his co-driver Dylan Pereira in the Pro-Am category. But at the moment, coming under a lot of pressure from Joao Macedo in the number 27 car. It's turn one, they come. So, having to very much focus on what's ahead and not be worrying too much about what is behind. That, I'm told, is the key to good racing. Well, that's easier said than done. And at the moment, Andre Fernandez will be aware that that car is breathing down his neck. Meanwhile, Manuel Alves is able to break clear up the road and leave the fights behind him. He has a clear track in front of him. I don't have a clock on my timing screen at the moment. In fact, I don't actually have a timing screen at the moment. Oh, there we do. There we go. As if by magic, we can see there the gap. 2 seconds. Make that 2.4 seconds between first and second. Manuel Alves doing very much what he did in the first sprint race, and that is just getting in front and opening up some space to the cars behind. 2.455 is the gap back to the Barros Batista car, the 77 car, then Barambio and Garcia in third place. Then Jorge Ramirez is ahead of the next car. Then it's the 27 car. In fact, the one that's registered as saying as number 6 on your timing screen is, in fact, Andre Fernandez. So Andre Fernandez in the 17 car. Not number 6, as it says on the graphic, in 5th place at the moment, but being monstered all the way by Joao Macedo in the 27 car. Macedo, who scored a podium, a 3rd place on his opening race of the season back in Portimao, albeit in a different car. So very much a quick pilot and looking very dialed in here this weekend. Got a 7th place in his sprint race yesterday. Andre Fernandez in the number 17 car got a 5th place in his sprint race yesterday. Of course, his co-driver Dylan Pereira taking the win in the 2nd sprint earlier on today. That car carrying a little bit more weight than the cars around it, because Dylan Pereira is a gold-rated driver by the FIA. Well, poor old Andre Fernandez is carrying a bit of punishment for that, because there's an extra 11.5 kilos on board to make up for that. There was 23 kilos of ballast on board that car when Dylan Pereira was driving it solo in the sprint race, but because they're sharing it, that ballast has been halved. It means that extra weight is going to really force him to think hard, because it makes all the difference. It makes the difference to braking, to acceleration, to direction change. So Andre Fernandez in that 5th place doing a great job holding off Joao Macedo. Meanwhile, while all that is going on, already with about 7 minutes of this race gone, Manuel Alves has opened up the gap at the front, knocking on the door of 4.5 seconds. So a really sterling job from the defending champion, who has been looking really classy here this weekend. He had a fairly difficult time in the 2nd sprint race earlier, finished in 3rd place. Unbelievably, that 3rd place was his worst finish of the season, his joint worst finish of the season, because Manuel Alves has been finishing 1st and 2nd in all bar 2 races this season. A phenomenal record in a series that is competitive with so many good drivers. Manuel Alves, the defending champion, and looking to make it a back-to-back title in the third season of Porsche Sprint Challenge Iberica. Looking there at the number 88 car, Jorge Ramirez, and Jorge in fourth place. So sterling job there, doing a very, very solid job. Got a third place in the sprint race yesterday. Has had a second, and that was in Navarra, and a third place in the endurance at Valencia. So Jorge Ramirez, very much a driver on the ascendancy, as hard to say, last year, and currently the 992 AM champ, so the 2024 AM champ, and he is the defending champion, Jorge Ramirez, in the number 88 car, and he is still very much in contention coming into this weekend, 20 points behind Andre Fernandez in the AM Championship. So a bit of work to do there, particularly with Andre Fernandez just behind. So this is going to be significant in the AM Championship. He'll want to keep the number 17 car behind him. And as you can see, he's doing a good job because there's a fair old gap there back to Andre Fernandez, who has all of his attention taken up with Joao Macedo bearing down on him in the red and white Porsche. Meanwhile, Manuel Alves continues to stretch his legs at the front. For those who like this kind of information, a 1:48.705 is his best lap time, so looking very quick, and with an open track in front of him, not having to deal with traffic or indeed challenges, he opens up that lead to now 6 seconds, and he'll want to do that because remember that his main championship rival, Dylan Pereira, will have a minimum pit stop time which is 7 seconds less than him. So if he can get that gap up to 7 seconds or above, by the time we get to the pit window, then he will have neutralized that disadvantage to his main championship rival. And his main championship rival has Andre Fernandez at the wheel of the car at the moment, fending off the sixth place Joao Macedo car, the 27 car that is prepared by Monteros Competiciones, and bearing down on the AF&V Motorsport, the green car with Andre Fernandez at the wheel. We've got still another 9 3/4 minutes until the pit window opens, and the teams will be strategizing. So they will want the drivers who they perceive to be the quickest in terms of the two driver pairings. They'll want to get them into the pits late if they perceive them to be quickest and they're out on track at the moment. If the slower of the two drivers is out on track, they may want to get them in early in the pit window. And with Dylan Pereira way more experienced than Andre Fernandez. I mean, Fernandez, a driver that we've seen going from strength to strength. We've seen him over the winter in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Southern Europe. He may, though, want to hand over to Dylan Pereira as soon as possible. There is the 36 car, and that has Maria Sanchez and Laura Camp, who are doing the driving on that. I believe that is Sanchez, who's at the wheel at the moment of that car. But giving her a lot of attention at the moment is Pablo Hernandez in the number 82 car for Phoenix Racing. Pablo Hernandez will want to try and get past. Got a second place in the first sprint race this weekend, but earlier today, this morning, in the second sprint race, had a torrid time and came home in last place in category 1. In fact, didn't make it to the end at all. So we'll want to be making up points as the number 36 car in front continues to circulate in that 12th place. So the 82 car just putting the pressure on. Pablo Hernandez, coming into this weekend, was leading the Category 1 Championship. Now finds the route past the 36 car of Maria Sanchez and comes sailing through to get that position pass. Sanchez flashing the lights. Come on, distract him into turn 1. That's what she says, but that's not happening. So the 82 car moving forwards. Pablo Hernandez. Remember, there are 2 categories here. So Pablo Hernandez moving up in Category 1. The Category 1 cars are the Porsche 911 GT3 Type 991.1 and 991.2. They have ABS. There are Category 2 cars, and they are the more up-to-date cars, and they are the 911 Type 992, the later, wider, more aggressive looking cars. So we've got the Category 1 and the Category 2 cars all racing in the same race, but fighting for their own individual championships. So Pablo Hernandez, coming into this weekend, was leading Nuno Inocencio in the number 44 car by 24 points. Alexandra Fonseca was third, but Fonseca is some 70 points back in the Category 1 championship. So really important for Pablo Hernandez to try and move forwards as quickly as possible. Inocencio in the 44 car, in second in the championship, but not showing up on the timing screen. So I think Nuno Inocencio, we saw him slowing suddenly in the sprint race earlier on today, and I believe that Inocencio has got a problem that has not allowed him to start this race, which is fairly disastrous in terms of a championship challenge for the number 44 car. Meanwhile, it looks like the battle has been fought for the time being and has been fended off as being the number 27 car of Joao Macedo, because Andre Fernandez has now managed to open up a bit of a gap. So fifth place looking a little bit more comfortable now, still a little way back from Jorge Ramirez in that fourth place. At the moment, Manuel Alves continues to lead the way. 8.846 is the gap between first and second. So it means that when Manuel Alves comes in for his pit stop, as long as there is no safety car, he will be able to get out, and the additional success time that has been added will be neutralized. Of course, the safety car would change all of that, as we see a challenge here from the 41 car, Henk van Soest, I beg your pardon, and the number 15 car, Sascha Hebrard, and also Asia Gorostiza, and I believe it's Gorostiza who is at the wheel. Having said that, looking at the 41 car, yeah, Henk van Soest, looking certainly the quicker of the two in that 8th place, challenging for that position. The 15 car defending for all their worth. But back to the pit window, I would expect that when the pit window opens in about 4.5 minutes, that Manuel Alves will want to get in and get out quickly in case there is a safety car, because of course if there was a safety car that came out, that 9.4 second gap would be reduced to nothing, and suddenly that extended pit stop that he's going to have to endure compared to the cars around him will suddenly really, really hurt. Whereas if he's got the pit stop out of the way, then clearly the extended pit stop is not an issue if he's managed to get in and get out. Still got 4 minutes before that happens, so Manuel Alves very much in control at the moment. In second place, it's the 77 car, Jose Barros, who is sharing with Nuno Batista. In third place, the 22 car has been such a potent combination this year. It is Alejandro Barambio, very, very quick driver who's come out of karting into Porsche Sprint Challenge Iberica, and he is sharing that with Borja Garcia. Good crowd here, enjoying the autumn sunshine here in Jerez. This wonderful series. It started in Portugal, it will end in Portugal, but all the rounds in between have been on these Spanish tracks. We are very enjoying this Spanish sunshine here at Jerez as the Porsche Sprint Challenge Iberica continues with 33 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. We continue to focus on the battle for 7th place, the number 15 car with Asia Gorostiza at the wheel. The car behind is the 41 car, Henk van Soest. Both drivers, Henk van Soest from Spain, and he really pushing as hard as he can, and Gorostiza also from Spain. Both drivers, the Spanish drivers, going wheel to wheel as they try and fight for that 7th place. Out down the hill they come. That's out of turn 5 along the back stretch one of the fastest parts of the circuit here, up to about 235 kilometers an hour. Then the braking into the second gear, turn 6, taking at about 80 kilometers an hour. And then round into turn 7 they come. The sun quite low in the sky in the driver's eyes, so keeping the concentration, hitting the braking points, getting it right, really, really critical and a real challenge. So in this 50-minute race, remember, on the 20th minute, the pit window will open. So that is going to be in less than 2 minutes. That is when the strategy is going to come into play. So Manuel Alves will have a minimum pit stop time of 130 seconds. Andre Fernandez, Dylan Pereira will have a minimum pit stop time of 123 seconds. Alejandro Barambio and Borja Garcia will have a minimum pit stop time of 125 seconds as Henk van Zurst goes very deep into the corner. Rui Morita and Chloe Grant, it'll be a minimum of 123 seconds. That was also the case for Maria Sanchez, beg your pardon. 130 seconds for Nuno Inocencio, but of course he's not running in this race, and 125 seconds for Pablo Hernandez. Everybody else is 120 seconds. The time is measured from pit entry to pit exit, and you cannot go below that minimum pit stop time. If you do, there will be a sizable penalty incoming. The penalty is a deterrent for you not to go below the minimum pit stop time, but the drivers will want to cut it as close as possible because, of course, every thousandth of a second spent in the pits unnecessarily is time lost out on track. And look how hard under braking Asia Gorostiza is. You can see the sun in his eyes as well as he came along the straight. You can see it shining in his face. These cars have the Perspex windscreens, and the sun quite low in the sky can make it really difficult to see where you're going late in the afternoon. And this is quite late in the afternoon in terms of daylight starting to fade, the shadows getting long, the headlights on these cars. But the 15 car is doing a good job, hitting all the braking points, getting everything exactly as it should be. That's Asia Gorostiza at the wheel of the number 15 GT Corsa car. Behind, still pushing all the way, Henk van Zurst in the number 41 car for Squalo Competition. You can see there's been a change in the graphics, because while we've been looking at that, we've had a change for 5th place. So Andre Fernandez has been relegated a position. He had got comfortable, but you can see, and now he looks like he has dropped back another one. So has there been a problem for the number 17 car? Yes, there has. He's dropping down the order. You can see that on your timing screen. I haven't seen any visual confirmation of that, but according to the timing screen, the number 27 car, Joao Macedo, has moved up to 5th place. The 15 car, the 41 car. Now, is that something that's happened out on track? Yes, he's into the pit. So it is because the pit window is open. So we thought there might be an issue, but the pit window is open. So that is why we thought he might come in early. That really is early. So he's come in as soon as the pit window opens. So stand by your beds. Don't panic. It wasn't a problem for Andre Fernandez. He was peeling off into the pits to hand over to Dylan Pereira. So remember, there is that minimum pit stop time, 123 seconds. So getting the pain out of the way nice and early. Dylan Pereira, who is the gold-rated driver, remember that he is the quicker of the two, and Andre Fernandez will not consider it an insult to say that, because Dylan Pereira, the more experienced, wants to get behind the wheel as quickly as possible. Right, this is a driver getting out of the car, Manuel Alves. We thought he'd want to get it done quickly in case of a safety car. That is a great demonstration of a driver going for a walk on an autumn afternoon here at Jerez, and that's exactly what Manuel Alves has done. Out from the lead of the race, he's come into the pits. He's jumped out of the car, he's done the 360, he's got back in. The idea being is it simulates a driver getting out and another driver getting in. Here comes Dylan Pereira at the wheel of the number 17 car. So out of the pit lane, he will come. So everybody starting to get the strategy very much into action. At the moment, it means the 77 car takes the lead temporarily. Jorge Ramirez doing his loop of the cars. A great way of getting your step count up. Back into the number 82 RGB Racing Team Porsche. Here comes Dylan Pereira giving it full beans. He's got an open track in front of him now, so he will be wanting to try and do the undercut on the cars around him. So there are cars that will be pitting, those that have pitted, those that are pitting, and those that will pit. So an element of confusion at the moment, but as things stand, Jose Barros leading the way. Nuno Batista, who only does the endurance races on these weekends, and he allows Jose Barros to do the sprint races. So Batista will be getting behind the wheel of the 77 car. And I get a feeling that they might bring the 77 car in quite late in the pit window because I think Jose Barros, probably the quicker of the two and with an open track in front of him, will want to maximize that space in front. Dylan Pereira giving it the large, bumping across the curves, hitting the apexes, getting it up onto two wheels. Up ahead is the 27 car. So Joao Macedo, Brianna McDonald will be the person who takes over the 27 car. At the moment, up into third place is the 27 car. We've got lapped cars, we've got unlapped cars, everybody all mixed in together. But at the moment, it's the 77 and the 88. But Jorge Ramirez saying, what's the hurry? Oh, he breaks into a slight trot. Few high fives on the way round. Now that is how you style out a pit stop. Great stuff from Jorge Ramirez. He has time to walk, to wave, to high five, and back into the seat of the number 88 car. So that'll be his pit stop done and dusted. At the moment, Pereira trying to work his way past lap traffic, trying to push his way forward. So he's dispatched Joao Macedo in the 27 car. Remember, these are cars that are on different laps to each other because some have pitted and some haven't. But in about 5 minutes, it will all become clear. At the moment, the 77 car stays out. The 27 car in second place. Having seen Dylan Pereira getting a lap back, then it's the 15 car, then the 88 car with the stylish pit stop, and then 35, Francisca Queros in 5th place. But all this will change once all the pit stops are done and dusted. We've still got about 4 3/4 minutes remaining, but Dylan Pereira knows that when the cars around him are coming into the pits, when they come out, we're all going to be kind of on the same bit of real estate, really. So we're going to be, he's going to want to make up as much space as possible. If he can get those hot laps in now, then that's a less that he may have to pass on the track. Right, in comes the next car. That's was a little bit of a Mamma Mia moment going on there. Hands in the air. I believe that was Daniel Garcia who was into the pits in the 75 car. So out comes Mr. Cool in the 88 car, Jorge Ramirez. Out he comes, just working past the 11 car, Alexandra Fonseca and Helder Moura at the wheel of the number 11 car. In fact, it's saying Carvalho on the screen, so maybe there's been a driver change on that one. TBC, who's at the wheel of the number 11 car, but currently not troubling the front runners, so that is not so much of an issue. Out of turn 5, down the hill, along the back straight, Jorge Ramirez. Pit stop's done and dusted. You can see the sun shining in his eyes as he heads towards the second gear, 80-kilometer turn 6. And remember, just coming into that corner, one of the fastest points of the track, around over 230 kilometers an hour. Having to hit your braking points, getting it right. You can see there, those gravel traps do what they are meant to do, and that is stop the cars if you run off the circuit. They're deep. You do not want to be getting into those. So hitting the braking points, really important here, despite the sun in the eyes of the drivers. 3 minutes of the pit window still remaining. Once the pit window closes, then we've got what is effectively a sprint race all the way to the flag. The number 77 car, Jose Barros, still remaining out on track at the moment. The 27 car in second place, the 15 car in third. Manuel Alves has stopped, the first of the stoppers, now up to second place because 27 is into the pits. So it will be Brianna McDonald who will jump behind the wheel of the 27 car. So Manuel Alves now the leading stopper, the driver that leads the way, is going to have to come in the next 2 minutes and 20 seconds. The 77 car. There is the number 88, Jorge Ramirez, after the stylish pit stop, back out on track in 4th place at the moment, but in the net 3rd place in terms of the stoppers. Down the hill we come. Manuel Alves. He will know that Dylan Pereira will be throwing caution to the wind as he tries to push forwards. Pereira currently in 5th place. I think that's going to be a 4th place by the time the 77 car comes in for a stop. So Alves giving it everything, pushing forwards, ready to try and take the win. The 77 car up in front. So Manuel Alves getting ready to re-inherit the lead of this race. 90 seconds of the pit window remaining. There is the 77 car. Jose Barros with Nuno Batista sharing the driving duties. The 77 car. Currently, Jose Barros in 5th place in the championship for Category 2. Manuel Alves leading the way. Right, here we go. So, into the pits comes the 77 car. So, the lead handed back to Manuel Alves. Out across the line, he will come. So, now, with the 77 car into the pits, we will get an indication of what the gaps are going to be like. So, the 22 car into 2nd place. So, the 22 car, I believe that's Borja Garcia. I don't have confirmation of which drivers are doing the 1st and the 2nd stints, but I believe it is Borja Garcia who is at the wheel of that car. We know it's Jorge Ramirez in the 88 car, currently in 4th place, but of course, these cars are all going to come round and get that lap back on the 77 car, which is currently in the pits, with Nuno Batista getting ready to jump behind the wheel. Nuno, who has a big CV in GT and Legends racing, I do believe, and he will enjoy getting behind the wheel for the first and indeed last time this weekend in a racing situation, because it has been Jose Barros who's done the 2 sprint races. So here comes Dylan Pereira, up ahead of him, the 88 car, Jorge Ramirez. So this is going to be important. He's still got a lot of work to do, because Manuel Alves up ahead is going to outscore him in points. Pereira will want to get up behind Jorge Ramirez as quickly as possible and dispatch him, get those valuable points. Next up then, it will be the Barambio Garcia car, the number 22 car, which I believe will have Borja Garcia at the wheel now. And then the main rival, Manuel Alves. We'll see what that is in a minute as the cars continue. Right, Pereira closing in on Jorge Ramirez at a rate of knots. 5th place at the moment. Now Alves takes the lead, having gone past the pits, relegating the 77 car. Now it is the 22 car up. The 77 car will be coming out of the pits very shortly. Pereira's already caught up with Jorge Ramirez, so this will be for 4th place. And in front of them has come the 77 car, I think. Yeah, so that's a back-marking car that'll want to get out of the way. Pereira is impatient. He's only got 18.5 minutes left in this race to put all of his immense skill and talent to good use to try and catch up with Manuel Alves. But Alves has a clear track in front of him, and he's some 5.2 seconds clear of the 22 car. So Pereira gets the job done, sorts out a back marker at the same time as well. The back marker being Daniel Garcia, and moves his way forwards. So out we come. It is Pereira who picks up a position, continues to move forwards. Manuel Alves leading the 22 car by over 5 seconds, looking to extend his championship lead. So Alves currently with an open track in front of him. looking comfortable. Still has the fastest lap of the race, a 1:48.705. Dylan Pereira throwing caution to the wind, giving it everything that he can to try and close in on the car in front. Currently in 4th place, so the 77 car, Batista, is 1.7 seconds ahead of him. So 1.7 seconds, that is what it looks like heading into turn 1. So that'll be the next step forwards for Pereira, trying to get through to a podium position, but he doesn't want a podium, he doesn't want second, he really only wants 1st place. So the gap last time across the line was 1.7 seconds. The Nuno Batista is about 0.266 behind the 22 car of Borja Garcia. So potential certainly to get up to 2nd place for Dylan Pereira with the pace that he's showing, but can he get up with Manuel Alves? At the moment, Alves 1.246 clear of the 22 car. So there, Dylan Pereira giving it all that he can in the number 17 car, trying to close in on the 77 car. How much further can he go? How many points can he get? Remember, coming into this event, it was 2 points separating Manuel Alves and Dylan Pereira in the Category 2 Championship. That was also the case in the Pro-Am Championship as well, the Pro-Am Cup. Alves leading by 2 points on both of those. Look how quickly Pereira has closed in on Nuno Batista. He's going to want to dispatch him as quickly as possible. This will be for a podium position. So to the inside, then to the outside. Doesn't hang about. He knows time is running out. 15.5 minutes remaining of this, the final race of the weekend for Porsche Sprint Challenge Iberica here in Jerez. And along past the start-finish line, they come in towards turn 1. Pereira through into 3rd place. Next up is the 22 car. He'll need to try and close in as quickly as possible on Borja Garcia. So now Dylan Pereira will be giving it qualifying laps all the way. Remember, he has got additional weight on that car on account of being a gold-rated driver. He sails past the Carvalho 41 car with relative ease. Certainly the blue flags being obeyed here. I think no one wants to stand in the way of Dylan Pereira, man on a mission, as he fights his way forwards with less than 15 minutes of this race remaining. Manuel Alves leading the way. So Alves is the leader, ahead of car 22. Borja Garcia. Then is Dylan Pereira in the number 17 car. Then Nuno Batista being rapidly left behind by the number 17 car. Then Jorge Ramirez in 5th place. In the number 15 car, Sasha Hebrard is in 6th place, ahead of Francesca Queiroz, the leading Ladies Cup driver. And a mention to Chloe Grant, who, along with Rui Morita in the number 33 car, has been reborn in that car this weekend, was looking so rapid, currently in 9th place. And there is Chloe Grant, and there is Manuel Alves about to come round and put a lap on her. The 27 car stepping aside as well, with Brianna McDonald at the wheel, not wanting to get involved in someone else's battle. The 22 car, 1.283 seconds back from the race leader. Has been looking so rapid. It's a combination of Alejandro Barambio and Borja Garcia. The two drivers have worked together and have been so strong, and they just feel like they've been gaining momentum as this season has progressed and really looking like a formidable force. You can see how quickly they're closing in on Manuel Alves, and I'm thinking Manuel Alves, once he got out in front, was not anticipating a challenge from the number 22 car. Well, it happened in the second sprint race, which was earlier on this afternoon, because the 22 car went wheel to wheel with and indeed passed Manuel Alves for a podium position. And now it feels like a bit of an action replay because the 22 car is now closing in at the rate of knots on the race leader. Manuel Alves will have a sense of deja vu. The driver who's finished first and second, or first or second in every race bar 2 this season, and in those 2 he's finished third. That means that Manuel Alves, the defending champion, has finished on the podium in every single race this season. He cannot afford a non-finish, and Borja Garcia will be aware of that. He'll be aware that he can take a more aggressive stance in trying to get past the number 1 car, because Alves will be thinking about that championship hunt. A non-finish now would be catastrophic for a championship challenge. So Manuel Alves will want to win this race, but he'll know the absolute worst case scenario, he must finish in second place. He needs to finish in front of his main rival, and Dylan Pereira is a little way back. Now, according to the timing screens, 14.232 in third place. So Pereira, without a safety car, is going to struggle to get up with the second place car, whether that is Garcia or whether that is Alves. You can see again the sun shining in the eyes as they head into turn 6 and then round into turn 7. The corner that's taken in third and fourth gear, about 190k, and then the sweeping turn 8, 150k. This circuit, which is made up of low, medium and high speed corners, really challenging every discipline that the driver has. Keep an eye on the time that's coming down between Pereira and second place Garcia. So Dylan Pereira in that third place, just doing it all, closing in. At the moment, Manuel Alves leading the way, 1.241. Looks like he's responded a little to the challenge of Borja Garcia. Garcia looking deadly, hitting all the apexes, hitting all the braking points. Out onto the pit straight we come once again. Manuel Alves first, second, running together. It was 1.241 last time across the line. This time 1.4. So Alves has responded by 0.2 of a second, but he's got to keep this up for another 10 minutes plus 1 lap. What are the tyres like on this car? Remember, there are no tyre changes. Whatever tyres you start this race on have to go the distance. And although the Michelin tyres are great, they are pushed to the limits to get to the end in one of these races. A lot of Porsche Cup racing, not normally, more than 30 minutes. This is a 50-minute race, certainly putting additional pressures on the tyres. So drivers who take too much out early on can often find themselves without any grip, without any ability to turn and stop as the race winds down. As Manuel Alves got plenty in his back pocket, Garcia closes the gap down again, 1.167. Borja Garcia, man on a mission. Dylan Pereira still 14.5 seconds back. So, not really making inroads into this battle at the moment. Well, I've just said that. It's just refreshed at 12.8. So Pereira, maybe he is making inroads, but the clock is starting to tick down. Jorge Ramirez in fourth place. The 77 car of Nuno Batista is next in fifth place. Then is Sasha Hebrard in the 15 car. Then it is Francesca Queiroz. Then the leading Category 1 car once again. It's Chloe Grant and Rui Morita as Manuel Alves works his way past the back-marking 82 car, Pablo Hernandez. He is in Category 1. He's not interested in fighting with Manuel Alves. So Alves putting those back-marker cars in the way, trying to get them between himself and the 22 car as well. Something of a buffer, maybe as a rear gunner. Here comes Dylan Pereira once again out across the line. He's taking time out of second place, but not really enough to do anything about moving up the step on the podium. It's 12.614, but time now starting to run out. We've already had 42 minutes of this race. We now only have 8 minutes remaining. Manuel Alves with all the pressure, but not from Dylan Pereira. The pressure is coming from Borja Garcia. Garcia very much has him in his sights. And if Sprint Race 2 this morning is anything to go by, then we know that Garcia will not give up, that he's going to maybe back off, allow things to cool down a bit, then he's going to launch his attack. At one point today, it looked like Manuel Alves had a second place covered off, but then the 22 car came back with a vengeance and found the route past. So Manuel Alves has got to hold on. It was about 7 minutes remaining, if I remember rightly, this morning. So Alves will be aware of that, because there are 7.25 minutes remaining of this race 15 of an 18 race season for Porsche Sprint Challenge Iberica 2025. This is your race leader, the orange and black car, Manuel Alves for Lob Motorsport. Second place, the silver car, the number 22, Alejandro Barambio did the first stint. Now Borja Garcia, both drivers from Spain in the GT Corsa car in second place. Closing in, the gap is down to less than 9/10 of a second. Out across the line they come. Manuel Alves will need to use all of his skill, all of his experience to focus on what's ahead, to not focus on what's behind. But another 0.3 of a second coming out of the lead, the 22 car. Garcia putting the pressure on. Into the corner they come. Turns 2, turns 3, out towards turns 4 and 5. It'll be on the exit of turn 5, where Borja Garcia will get an opportunity to potentially pick up a slipstream. Will he try and sell the dummy? Will he try and make a pass? We are about to find out. Manuel Alves leading the way. Here we go then, out of turn 5, in towards turn 6. The car's full tilt here, up to 235 kilometers an hour into the sunshine. Then the heavy braking. Alves has this covered off at the moment. A little over half a second between them, but Garcia has not given up. Into turn 6 they come, and to turn 7. This is going to be a tense last 5.75 minutes of this race. Manuel Alves holding on for all he's worth. Dylan Pereira looks like he's out of ideas in third place. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to close in to this lead duo, but the identity of the winner of this race very much up for grabs as the light starts to fade here at Circuit of Jerez. Ángel Nieto, and it's Manuel Alves who still leads the way at the moment into the center chicane. Out into turn 12. Now Garcia looking close. He's picking up a slipstream. He looks to the inside. Manuel Alves defending for all he's worth. Into turn 13 they will come out onto the pit straight. It's still Alves at the moment. He's weaving, but he can't change direction under braking. We're going to get a challenge on the outside into turn 1. Garcia is going to try and go the long way around. Deja vu from the sprint race this morning, but Alves is wise to that. He tries to give him the squeeze as much as he dare. He's still got a nose in front. This is for the lead of the race. The two cars bounce off each other, but it's Garcia who gets a nose in front. Now Manuel Alves tried to come back. He hasn't looked to the outside. Remember, he cannot afford a non-finish in this race, but he wants those points. He goes to the inside of Garcia, but still Garcia in the lead. Has it held off? 4.25 minutes remaining. Out of turn 5 they come once again. Fantastic stuff here at Jerez. Alves to the inside into turn 6. Garcia has this covered off at the moment. Pereira still too far back to get involved in this battle. This is the fight for the lead. Is the back marking car in front going to do something that will affect the lead? Oh, we've got a car into the barriers. This may well bring out a caution or a safety car. So a car that is into the barriers. So what is going to happen here? 3.75 minutes remaining. I've got one eye on the screen to see whether we get any kind of caution, because a safety car could turn this race on its head. At the moment, it's Garcia who leads the way from Manuel Alves. It looks as though things are carrying on under green flag for the time being. At the moment, Garcia has broken clear. Borja Garcia, having worked so hard to get past Manuel Alves, now working through the back marking traffic. 3.25 minutes remaining. Under braking once again out onto the pit straight. They will come on the exit of turn 13. Your race leader, the number 22, Borja Garcia, sharing the driving duties with Alejandro Barambio. Flashing the lights, alerting the back marking cars up ahead that he is coming through. Less than 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining of this race. Can Manuel Alves do anything to get back into the lead of this race. It looks like it's going to be just a little bit too much, but the points for Manuel Alves will extend his gap at the top of Category 2 Championship, because Dylan Pereira is some 10.5 seconds back in that third place and not in a position to challenge. 2.5 minutes remaining. It looks like the car that had the problem is out of harm's way, so we're going to be green flag, it looks like, all the way to the end of the race. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. We're up with the back marking traffic. This could be very critical. Francesca in the car steps out of the way. Beg your pardon, Francesca Queiroz steps out of the way, doesn't get involved in the lead fight, and the leader is able to sail through with 2 minutes remaining of this race. Remember, also the leader in Category 1 is the 33 car of Rui Morita and Chloe Grant, looking very rapid in the Category 1 race, but our eyes very much on Category 2 and the overall race. It is still Garcia who leads the way with a little over 90 seconds plus 1 lap remaining. Manuel Alves did all that he could. He had his elbows out. He made that car as wide as possible, but the 22 car was all about coming through. They took an endurance win at Valencia. That was Alejandro Barambio and Borja Garcia, and they're looking for their second endurance win of this year. They are a little over 1 minute plus 1 lap away from that, so it's going to be what remains of this lap, and then it'll be one more, because I don't think they're going to get back to the start-finish line before the clock strikes 0. There is your race leader, the number 22, Borja Garcia. Bided his time, waited for the right moment, didn't do anything dramatic, nothing drastic, and then, as he did in the sprint race this morning, pounced on Manuel Alves and stole away his dreams of the top step of the podium. But second place for Manuel Alves will put him in such a strong position as we head into the final round of the championship in Estoril at the end of November. At the moment, second place looks to be as far as he's going to be able to get. The clock at 15 seconds. Our race leader, if he doesn't get back to the start-finish line when the clock strikes 0, it will be what remains of this lap and then one more. The clock currently strikes 0, so we're heading into the Senna chicane. It will be just over 1 lap, just over 4.4 kilometers to take a well-earned victory. But Manuel Alves will stretch his lead in the championship. Dylan Pereira, 8.6 seconds back, so he has been taking chunks out of that second place, but he's not going to make up 8.6 seconds in 1 lap unless Manuel Alves has a problem. And I beg your pardon, the checkered flag is out, so looks like the checkered flag has come out before the +1 lap, so it is already a win for car 22. So victory in the endurance race for Alejandro Barambio and Borja Garcia. That caught us napping because the clock had struck 0 on the previous lap, but whichever way, I don't think it was ever going to change anyway. It is a victory for car 22. Alejandro Barambio and Borja Garcia. Manuel Alves did all that he could to hold on to the lead of that race. Second place, well, he might be disappointed it's not a win, but he has extended his lead over Dylan Pereira in the championship, who comes home in 3rd place along with Andre Fernandez. Jorge Ramirez in car 88 comes home in 4th place ahead of the 77 of Nuno Batista and Jose Barros. Then it is the 15 car that comes next, Sasha Hebrard and Asia Gorostiza, and then it is Francisca Queiroz who comes home in 7th place. In 8th place, leading the way in the Category 1, that is Chloe Grant and Rui Morita. So, what a great race that turned out to be. It was a slow burner, but it certainly proved to be very exciting. And in the end, what a fight we had for the lead. The headline from Jerez, It's a second endurance win of the season for car 22, Alejandro Barambio and Borja Garcia. So as the sun comes down, we've just about got it in before it starts to get dark. What great racing under the building that is nicknamed the UFO. I wonder why. Over the top of the start-finish line here at Circuit of Jerez Ángel Nieto. Of course, the circuit that has hosted the Spanish Grand Prix in the past. And named in honor of a 13 times world champion motorcyclist, Ángel Nieto. And what a great circuit it is. And there is the congratulations being offered by Alejandro Barambio. Such a great driver. Both Barambio and Garcia, lovely people and really talented drivers. And taking the win in the endurance race. Here we go. The outpouring of emotions. And there in the t-shirt, that's Alejandro Barambio. You can feel like he really meant that, don't you? And Borja Garcia with the helmet. Manuel Alves, he surely will be happy with that. Although it wasn't a win, it's extended his position at the top of the point standings, because the green car, his main rival in the championship, is behind him. And there is Dylan Pereira with helmet. With hands on the hips is Andre Fernandez. Another great driver who has just been getting quicker and quicker. And of course, Dylan Pereira, as a gold-rated driver, coaching Andre Fernandez as well. He removes the helmet, knows they've got a lot of work to do in Estoril on the 22nd and the 23rd of November when this championship is concluded. So silence falls over the circuit as race 15 of an 18 race season comes to a close. And what a race it has proven to be. Porsche Sprint Challenge Iberica 2025. We were thoroughly entertained as the race got going, and it was Manuel Alves who had it all under control at the very, very start. A lot of drivers pushing for position in those opening laps, but the one that was going to be important for the championship, Andre Fernandez, getting caught up in the traffic, and it was Jorge Ramirez who sailed past, relegated him down the order, and Ramirez made his way further forwards. There were fights up and down the pack. The 36 and the 82 car are both in category 1, so they were both looking for points in their respective championships. Some wild and exciting action going on in the racing in the evening sunshine. It all shook up. It was an early pit stop for Andre Fernandez pretty well as soon as the pit window opened. Caught us all napping, that one did. Dylan Pereira behind the wheel of that car. He knew he had to pull the pin. He had to get it on. Jorge Ramirez just doing it all in style. High five on the way round. Had a time to stop for a cup of tea as well. Then back into the seat he came and continued on his way to eventually bring the car home in 4th place. A good, solid drive. Bit of drifting going on. And Jose Barros was one of the drivers into the pits, of course, sharing with Nuno Batista. Great to have Nuno back behind the wheel of the car for the endurance race. The man on a mission, Dylan Pereira, was throwing caution to the wind. He was working his way past placemen. He was working his way past lapped cars as he tried to set about moving forwards. Well, he dispatched Jose Barros and Nuno Batista with some gusto, but Manuel Alves was leading the way, but he was being closed down by Borja Garcia. And this was all going to come to a head in the closing stages of the race, while Pereira continued to fight his way forwards to try and put the pressure on at the front. The pressure was on Manuel Alves, and what an attack from Borja Garcia. Eventually, he emulated what he'd done in the sprint race earlier today, challenging into turn one, going the long way around. Manuel tried to give him as much of a squeeze as he dared, but he gave him enough room. Robin is racing, and the 22 car got into the lead. Alves, though, was fighting hard to try and come back. Then we had that car into the barrier. I think that was Brianna McDonald. Didn't recognise it from the back, and that's who went into the barrier. Didn't cause us any cautions. We had what felt like a slightly premature checkered flag, but it turned out to be a win for Alejandro Barambio. Borja Garcia, second, Manuel Alves. And then rocking up in the background, you can see Dylan Pereira, who was to be greeted by Andre Fernandez for the third step of the podium. It was an action-packed race. It was spectacular. It was the penultimate endurance race of 2025. And now our attention will turn from Spain. We're going to be heading back to Portugal very, very soon. 3 weeks' time, to be precise, is when we will be back. And we are going to be heading to Estoril. That legendary circuit in Portugal is where this season is going to come to a close. The 22nd to the 23rd of November. As has been the case all season long, we will have race 1 on the Saturday, race 2 on the Sunday. Both of those will be 20-minute sprint races. And then gloves off for one last time this season. Race 3 will be the endurance race. And it will be at the end of that we will discover the identity of this year's championships. Will it be Manuel Alves who will win once again the overall and the Pro-Am Championship? Will it be Rui Morita who will win the Gentleman Drivers Championship? Will it be Jorge Ramirez who can win the AM Championship? Francisco Queiroz will be looking to defend the Ladies' Cup Championship. And Lob Motorsport will be looking to defend the Team's Championship. It's all to play for. We have 15 races down, 3 remaining. Join us in Estoril on the 22nd of November for the conclusion of Porsche Sprint Challenge Iberica 2025. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.